Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Pure-Blooded Vampire. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A special rescue mission starts. The day was already ending, and the first artificial lights begins to illuminate the streets of the city. The entire Japan was still recovering from the shocking news that the first year's victor of that year was a mage, an ancient power being that exists much before the resurgence of the quirks. For the entire One class, what should be a night of celebration now turns to be their first heroic mission. For some of them, it was the best of the best present a hero in training could ever dream for. Their mission is to infiltrate a house of human trafficker and release the hostages. The victor, the vampire sorcerer Izuku Midoriya, was specially requested since many so-called pro-heroes refused the job, and he couldn't believe that one of prime reasons was since the main victim was a vampire like him. The Eraserhead Aizawa was meeting to discuss about the basic strategy with all their classmates, while tries to explain the whole situation. The criminals was hiding inside this complex composed by this warehouse, and a degraded building adjacent to it. While tries to warn the young vampire, before you think about magic, Midoriya, it's better to warn you that your mission is not to blast the site, or kill everything on the path. This is an hero rescue mission, not Doom. The infamous Bloody Gore game reference makes Izuku frowns about such remake that his teacher cites, I understand, Eraserhead or Teishu, making the older vampire blush. Sincerely, Midoriya. Since when I joined the military. Not again. Todoroki sighed unpleasant. It's the SDF crap mixing his brain. Izuku had on that day a roller coaster of emotions, some good memories, but with dark thoughts, since he won the first year sport festival with a devastating sheer display of power, that even he couldn't avoid the feelings of freakishness that everyone, include his own classmates, delivers to him. Of course I'm aware about my abilities. In Exhale while sighs, I could cast an Halloween spell, and goodbye warehouse for good. It makes a frown bold face, just to replace the main topic. Instead I request previously to secure a sensei to bring my old mage clothes when I train hard with her. Such oddly remark was quickly seized by every human, once each student bring their own hero costumes, and notices that Izuku used a second costume that was more cute for some colleges than the heavy dreadnought armor. Such costume was a lighter armor covered by a purple robe, with dark red stripes, where a long line of runes was etched along the strip. And there's my old magic wand. Izuku holds a 2-meter-long finely etched wood wand, where several crystals, runes and rings was placed, ending with a red jewel on the tip, where him holds up. That's a nice mage costume. All Might joins the group, and I wonder why you not simply upgrade it to our classes. Instead the cavalry armor horror, making Izuku fuming with mad look. Hiroshima pat and rub the vampire's green hair, while notices a slight lightning flashing along the magic robe. Wow. WTF, causing an uproar from Izuku himself, before he relaxes to recover his senses. Ouch. It's my Dispelbound awakening. Damn it, Dispelbound. All Might raises his eyebrow, while Izuku sighs. Apart from vitality manipulation, or mana manipulation, if you like it, Dispelbound are intrinsic abilities that make a sorcerer. Izuku fells an unpleasant view where everyone stares him with wide eyes. The first one are the natural ability to convert the vitality from nature to form the phenomenon called magic, and makes a brief pause to clear his throat. So far, everyone witnessed me make active magic spells and other stuff. Now, the Dispelbound, or incorrectly named as Absolute Magic Barrier, is a more passive and instinctive magic that the caster creates to protect himself from foreign agents and menaces. Once he sighs with everyone staring at him, including All Might, who Izuku had a great respect with, to the strongest human pro-hero, giving a more detailed explanation. Taking your quirks as example, is in fact a kind of passive magic powers, and it's mainly a genetic effect from a peculiar gene that appears from nowhere almost 200 years ago. Alright, Hiroshima nods, with such example. In my case, I had several genetic factors that gives a plethora of powers that serve the same purpose. But real mages can manipulate own powers and foreign powers at will. The real use of the Dispelbound is to activate, almost by instinct, several layers of magic defense to reduce the impact of foreign magic, quirk effects, physical damage, diseases, and so on. The range and capabilities differ from mage to mage. While tries not to display too much information, however, abusing such passive magic will consume my own vitality to hold the magic layers. Hiroshima thinks the whole thing funny, amazing. Too bad I don't have magic capabilities. Izuku corrects, Aizawa-sensei is both a simple mage and quirk user. But the red-haired teen disagree. Achako questions swiftly, Deku-kun, do you know any human sorcerers around you? Izuku. But Izuku negates. So far, even Sakura-sensei that hold the Magic Association said that are less than 100 members on entire Japan. I don't know any of them. For much disappointment, the younger vampire decide to reveal another ability, and since I awakened the Dispelbound, I should have the capability to regenerate my internal vitality pool using the surrounding fields, instead resting. That's called the vitality regeneration. In reality, Izuku was awakened such ability at the time he assigns to the Yui High School, but he don't disclose much such information. Instead, he decided to use one big application of passive magic. Meanwhile, are you acquainted about the concept of Kai? Kai, everyone shouts. One of many Dispelbound's layers is the ability to read the energy flows of living things. Such thing was even tough on ancient China. With the mastery of Kai, I can sense the enemy, or the magic, in quirk energetic flows, making everyone bewildered. Sakura himself decide to intrude the conversation, and finally, you can make real use to the Geralt's grimoire, making Izuku red blushes. Basically, when you mature the use of mana, including making magic, heal yourself and manipulate your surroundings, you are ready to advance to the next stage as a truly mage. Making Izuku dizzy, alchemy. Everyone from entire team stares hard, alchemy. While Katsuki was astonished, and babbles the first thing that snaps on his head, are you trying to create the Philosopher's Stone? Izuku waits almost a minute, very embarrassed, before explains, alchemy and magic are essentially the capacity to craft magic objects, or even enchant ordinary objects with magic, making useful potions that can be used to regenerate vitality and vigor, or craft enhanced potions that increases spells' effects, while Izuku rants, just to see all his classmates' eyes wide open, and blank sweating. Izuku also makes a dangerous remark. Some rare sorcerers with quirks could use alchemy and magic to make ritual bounds in order to manipulate the function of their quirk, making even All Might and Aizawa thinking about how wonderful would be manipulating the function or the structure of a quirk. The vampire quickly rants to end the dangerous conversation and other trivial things on the mage's realm, where everyone tries to figure out the triviality of alchemy itself. Finally, Sakura intervenes and warns, and the reason of why you don't learn alchemy earlier, it is because the dangerousness of certain chemical reactions and the toxicity of several potions, while requires a greater natural defenses, like your Dispelbound, making the green-haired vampire a little disdained. Before Midoriya learns how to convert everyone into toads, let's begin the rescue operation, said Aizawa, while hides his own fears from the surroundings. And by the way, as my request, please everyone warns the frog girl to abstain to tell jokes, causing a strange uneasiness on Tsuyu, Kiro. Everyone was splitted by 4 teams with 5 elements each, led by Izuku, Katsuki, Todoroki, and Iida. The vampire's team quickly bring a long sword, lightly by vampire standards, from the scabbard hidden from the mage cape. Quickly Izuku releases the Dispelbound, since such occasion was perfect to learn to master the wizardry shield. Once Izuku feels that everything goes fine, he casts a spell that make burn the sword in flames, Rado, flame reaction, igniting the blade by black reddish pitch flames. Spirits of victor soldiers gather their wills, making some of his colleges annoyed, being the living flames to become my sword. Ending the incantation when a menacing aura released from Izuku explodes briefly, bonfire. Tsuyu, Uraraka, Denki, and Fumikage decide to join Izuku, but without making little chatting between the 4, at least wasn't another electric spell, said Kaminari, just to be cut off by Uraraka, but it had a flying spell, isn't it? While makes the crow-faced boy to stare the floor, with some shame, please, don't remind her that trivial thing. As Fumikage could feel some jealousy due to the fact that the dark shadow don't enable him to fly like Izuku. Izuku's group. Izuku and his group reaches the spot, where we'll try to break the steel doors from the warehouse entrance, while the entire boundary perimeter was surrounded by barbed wire and a locked gate with padlock. Uraraka knows that his anti-gravity quirk could nullify the weight of some lighter materials, but remembers that Izuku had a similar magic spell, and also with better accuracy. A guard, roaming along the perimeter sightsee the group, and Izuku quickly casts the Witcher Sine Axii at the level 3, Great Axii Intensity, where literally the villain was dominated by a blink of eye, even it was about 50 meters from the caster. This will make that Shinsu dumbstruck, said Izuku while grins. Then Izuku blasts the padlock with an archaic magic spell, Spirits of Thieves, laid by Blonde Obsessions. Release my lock. Without firing any alarm, Mace, using his wooden magic wand, pointed to the target. The guard under trance walks randomly, while Izuku asks, where are the hostages? And the dominated villain simply gives the answer, enter. On main warehouse, find a hidden stairways, and it was grounded. Up, on main house underground, basement, just to Izuku punch him against the wall, leaving him unconscious. Meanwhile, Izuku and everyone sighs when all hear several sound of explosions that roars along the rooftop, along some ice shards flying. Kiro, the Endeavor's son and blasting blonde, was just playing loud, said Tsuyu. Izuku mumbles, finally I achieved to use the Axii Hex sign, a Geralt spell to force informations from the enemy. While Kaminari had his eyes lightened by some amusement, that's so cool. Whatever, said Izuku, when Fumikage blasts the door with the dark shadow. At least, I managed to open the main door without making loud sounds. Inside the warehouse, several villains yells and tries to use own special abilities, while Fumikage and Kaminari use their quirks to punch several of them. But this not mean that Izuku shouldn't enjoy the fray, as one villain roaming directly to the breached door was bitten by the vampire, spilling a lot of blood. Vampire, a younger minion, screams in panic when witness their mate been torn apart and bitten by the green-haired and purple-robed young hero. The wear, scream what could be the leader of the group that was the winner of the Hellish Yui Sports Festival, just to face the vampire, the infamous dragon summoner freak. It's only just junk, screams Izuku, damned. and blasts the leader and 3 lackeys against the concrete walls. Both ended unconsciousness. Izuku notices a huge slab of reinforced concrete, where apparently it was placed inside a kind of cavity. Interesting, said Izuku while slurped the blood that was drained from the villain, Inkai. Gara. The sorcerer begins to release his mercifulness aura, Lord of Gravity, Guardian of Nature. While it charges their wand, I pledge your contract, and seal this wand to become your dominion, and regains the power of telekinesis, Gravis. With some mental strain, Izuku managed to focus on the slab, located about 20 meters away, and lift entirely, just to notice the way out, and hidden stairway, while release some meters to another side. Damn it, Izuku, exclaims Uraraka, that's like my quirk, and you managed to use without touch it. As pinpoints the major flaw of that girl's quirk ability, the target must be touched, otherwise it won't work. Once the issues on the warehouse are resolved, the Izuku group downstairs, and notice a long moistly tunnel, barely illuminated. An instant later, the first adversary appears without making a warning. Izuku notices that the apparent villain was hidden by a mask and a cloaked fabric, where the expected hands from the partially shielded foe's arms had some kind of blade mutation. At first, the enemy uses his mutation as a basis to spins in order to align the blades parallel to the ground, like the rotating blades of a food processor. At least, Izuku could strike using the short sword enhanced by the bonfire spell, since the vampire's blade leave burn marks when it touches the body. But also the swift swing of the blade at a few meters distance could create a vacuum to project a fire blaze against the target. However, the adversary has quickly to react when notices the vampire true abilities, and begins to dodge the Izuku fire attacks with increasing efficiency. Meanwhile, the dark shadow from Fumikage also starts to be useful to help the backyards of the sorcerer. The swiftly villain has given some hard time, as Izuku speaks to everyone, please, go ahead. I will treat this, while notice the malicious red eyes flashing on the mask holes. Suddenly, the villain starts to recite a mantra, making Izuku jump backwards, while not give enough time to alert the others. Prep, an exorcist, just to scatter Shikigamis along the tunnel. The sudden foe's magic seals the quirks from the Izuku's mates, while the vampire itself couldn't avoid a sudden loss of all active magic, but his insane magic energy and vitality was too great to be nullified too easily. Nelia, said Izuku, while suffering in huge pain due to the exorcist's magic, I request the divine shield to protect me, and notices, crap, my magic was partially sealed, as the strange foe rams against him, Stryper, and managed to cast the anti-magic and anti-quirk shield, but you are great, but still needs to use the sword to block the impeding attack, as hybrid mutant-type quirk and Shikigami caster. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, when the Izuku had in hard fighting on the subterranean, both the Katsuki and Todoroki group, or in reality the two boys, was fighting along the rooftop. While the explosive blonde likes to explode several swarms of little minions, damn idiots. Die, screams Katsuki while defeats them without effort with his explosion quirk. Todoroki, on other side, creates several stalagmites of ice that freezes the rooftop to slide along and punches hard to blast the enemies. Honestly, Aizawa sighs, those two great entertainers was making a huge fuss. While All Might agrees, but once I notice that Midoriya enters stealthy, I'm expecting a more vivid situation. Once the two top heroes finishes chatting, an huge explosion shakes the building foundations, and a kind of white nine-tails fox appears and holds several Shinto exorcism materials. You're asking about the demon hereabouts that roams inside your holy place. The human fox mutant speaks, while cast a swarm of light papers, using his Anusa magic hand. Aizawa yells, oh, God, a dual quirk and magic person, while is also a rogue Shinto priest. Both heroes and students swiftly changes his positions to plan an offensive against the new enemy. The strange foe simply relaxes and closes his eyes for a brief moment, and when Todoroki and Katsuki, who was already the hot-headed boys, tries to freeze or explode the fox, they receive a sudden light emitted when the rogue priest opens his brightly eyes, and everything appears to stall. It was when all heroes notices that everyone was magically sealed by his powerful magic, Ariastengamarga. Noble Eightfold Path to Oblivion. Not given even time to think. The magic that was cast by the strange enemy forms a kind of lotus flower, where each petal had a Sanskrit character for each ancient Buddhist path. However, the petals and characters are tainted black, signs a corrupted ideal. Once the flower opens fully, a magic barrier with 8 small circles, with the same Sanskrit characters, that forms the vertices for an octagon places above the ground and seals a more powerful magic, Dharmachakra. Purification Ritual Magic Barrier. The casting of 2 powerful magic spells capable to seal quirk and several kinds of magic. It seals and takes out off combat every student and pro hero along the building location. As a result, especially the explosive blonde, Katsuki suffers a kind of pressure that was making difficult to breathe, while dangerously begins to lose conscience. The effect people was now mere praise under the rogue priest, foolish humans. Once they got a demonic power from Mara, they tough they are deities by own right. As quickly denounces the position of this priest about the quirks in general, as they treat roughly all quirk people as descendants of Satan. And on underground, And at the same time, Izuku reacts while tries to find a way to break the Shikigami caster, and founds a possible solution on one archaic magic. That once read yesterday when search more carefully the old chapter related to anti-magic spells. I hope this work, making the adversary a little confused with the slight demeanor change. Izuku begins to warp his arms, interlace his fingers, and release a dark aura, coated with dark lightning, while flashes purple his eyes. Ellen. Colleen. Ellen. Savage, making the adversary smirk with disdain. Oh, you still have force left to recite a curse, defiant demon. I summon and pledge my heroic gods of war. While a black vortex forms between Izuku and the enemy, impossible. How you can cast such special magic within my barriers. While the vortex morphs into a kind of black liquid that starts to behave like a black hole. It's easily mistaken with the black hole quirk that belongs to the Pro Hero 13. Said Izuku, while resumes the incantation, I request your mystic symbols fire and lend me to let love and hate collide. And starts to destroy any active magic, and eventually quirk effects, to the growing black hole. What's happening to my powers? Screamed the Shikigami caster when notices the sudden loss of his powers. Archaic black liquid lightning sphere. Purify them all ending with a vacuum explosion. DEF Leopard. The new counter magic explode the enemy costume, ripping them apart, while the sealed souls and demons that once managed to seal on the Shikigamis quickly loses control and starts rip apart not only the panicked villain, but also everyone on path. You're great bastard, screams the rogue caster, you are not the same from the people of Demon Tyrant Mara, making everyone annoyed about the strange announcement, as their demonic powers that nowadays calls it quirk. Nonsense, exclaims Izuku before everyone reacts. You, exorcists, once had a great monopoly over the supernatural. Until the quirks emerges, it won't make the right to be called the work of the devil. Making the 4 quirk students proud. Uraraka and Fumikage tries to help Izuku once the nullifying spell quickly fades. Once they manage to recover part of their normal powers, Izuku-kun. Behind you, warns Uraraka when saw a faint shadow against the vampire, just to be partially blocked by his dispel bond, but without avoid some damage. A kind of illusion. The young green-haired vampire reacts once noticed when the enemy touches the ground, you are too terrible. And Izuku slams against the ground to cast another fire spell, while this time is confined by a magic magnetic field, earth-bursting flame crash, that explode into a pillar of fire that burn the target, magnet. The fire itself burns and damages the foe, but still tries to recover and counterattack, if you think your demon that you can defeat with your demonic magic. While the destruction of the cloaked fabric reveals a partially burned flesh that hides an horrible abomination, making everyone shiver. What kind of monster is it? Screams Kaminari. Probably you're right, said Izuku softly, before his voice darkened, and his menacing aura explodes, so you will die here. Making his classmates frozen. Susato, Shronos, Kronos, Yokosuku. While Kaminari notices a black sphere of lightning aligned with the Izuku's magic wand, Eek. Another electric spell. But Fumikage noticed the fire increasing intensity. Oh god, it's a fire spell. While Izuku ignores the yells from their own colleges, he increments the magic energy flux, burning from the deeps of hell. While Uraraka shakes his body, casting fire form hell. And Tsuyu helps to join the fray, even trying to not be shaken by fear. Kiro. Midoriya-chan is really an unlucky kind, reaching the point to use the Land of Dead as a fuel to his abilities. Just when Izuku starts to increasing the black lightning and fire sphere, then a portal from hell opens, unleash the black mist of hellfire. Why the underworld fire become my sword and punishes the enemy, making the foe surprised. How you? As remembers that something terrible will happening soon, Venom. And then Izuku swing the wand to unleash the magic, ending with a total incineration of the target that could scream for 1 second before burns and reduces into ashes. An explosion followed by a powerful shock wave shakes the tunnel, menacing to collapse, while Izuku recovers his senses. Finally, a 20,000 degrees heat explosion kill that monstrosity, making Kaminari shiver while tries to not panic. 20,000 degrees Celsius. That's insane. Not even Endeavor could cast such powerful fire. Izuku relaxes before signal everyone to run before the tunnel begins to collapse. Well, during the first class ever with Aizawa-sensei, just before the quirk apprehension test, our teacher report that I managed to kill the 2 villain slimes with my magic. And everyone remembers with eyes widen. Well, this spell that I just cast right now was the same that kills that slimes. And both classmates swallows hard. I cried when I used for the first time such deadly spell. Even I could cast even hotter ones, reaching the 100 millions degrees or even more with the Black Sabbath, or even freezing to absolute zero with Testament. While Izuku holds his closed fists and boils his mind in rage, I could ever think if I ever use my powers to my benefit, or just to terrorize the citizens. Fumikage reacts, hold down, Midoriya. No one is judging you about the fact that you kill someone with your powers. After all, everyone is truly afraid of your magic, and the sports festival was the prime example. Izuku felt a great pain relief, just in time to reach a blinded door at the end of the murky tunnel. Izuku raises wind magic hand and quickly destroys the closed door, spirits of lighting and air. Creating a ball of lightning and a powerful vacuum, I honor my ancient pact. Just a blast and high-speed lightning bolt, thunder cannon wave attack. that blast the door with an insane speed, vengeance, but without giving and wooed face shock from their mates. Once the 5 heroes reaches the basement, they notice a group of 6 children, all of them tightened with ropes to metal frames attached to the walls. One of them was a vampire, making Izuku shakes his teeth with rage. How they dare. While Uraraka signals, it's him. Let's free the children. All 4 human heroes quickly release the hostages, while Izuku was instructed by Uraraka to take care of the vampire. After all, the plan was made right, since the little vampire, badly injured, quickly bites the Izuku's neck and starts to drink his blood. Not again. Just to be funnily scolded by Tsuyu, and when you bite back Igu-kun, Midoriya-chan, making Izuku red blush. Fumikage said, it's better to give a vampire to handle another vampire, especially when they need fresh blood. Final battle with the enemy, and the relief was suddenly interrupted by the powerful barrier from the enemy at the rooftop, that quickly seal the other heroes' and students' powers, and starts to affect the other stories located above the rooftop. Izuku tries to take the staircase upwards, but they all collapsed, and the structure was dangerously shaking and cracking. Uraraka quickly tries to use his anti-gravity quirk to hold the debris falling, but the cracks enables to peck the outside situation. My god. Everyone was paralyzed by some quirk effect. Screams Kaminari. Wrong, said Izuku, it's another magic user, and a more dangerous one, making their group perplexed. Izuku begins to yell in order to gain attention to outside, so, another magic user, like the another one I just killed to free the hostages, and a strange vibration was overwhelming the shaking from the rogue Shinto priest. What? And the asphyxiated colleges notices the Izuku's vibrations. Deep doomsday. While the building starts to shakes and explodes first along the window frames, holy spirits from the air and earth, I summon you to honor your ancient pact. Making the enemy anxious, may the earth and sky explode to fulfill your duty on me. That ends with a powerful explosion that opens from the basement to the rooftop. Megadeth. The explosion impact makes the enemy falls directly from the rooftop to the ground floor, along several chunks of armored concrete, while breaking part of the barrier casted by the priest. The sudden barrier collapse quickly recover their quirks, which was to the heroes a moment of great relief, thanks goodness. Izuku faces the strange mutant quirk fox user, while it was also the caster of a powerful magic, another exorcist. Just as the foe try to cast the same spell that almost killed the students. When the enemy noticed that the effects was partially blocked by the Izuku's dispel bound, he reacts very well. Unlike the sons of Mara, king of demons, you are truly a respectful adversary, to be killed, making Izuku shocked and enraged. Once the rogue priest recovers the magic barriers at full force, Izuku still manages to cast another spell, but his magic vitality was dangerously falling due to overuse of dispel bound, much just to counteract the foe's barrier effects. Mystical god from ancient Parthenon, I pledge the pact from Blackmoor, making the enemy bewildered. What you managed to make? Just saw a kind of magic arrow, much more powerful than any element arrows that his magic arts teacher Sakura could lecture him. From the Silver Mountains to the gates of Babylon fell the rainbow mystical arrow, and a supersonic arrow of dark energy was blasted directly to the rogue priest, Rainbow, piercing the magic barrier and inflict huge damage to the villain body. However, it only manages to break the barrier intensity for just 8 seconds. Since the inner fight of Izuku against the powerful enemy barrier was dangerously weak in the accuracy and efficiency of the rainbow spell, where in normal conditions would stun the enemy without much effort. In a 10 seconds lapse manage only to enable Tsuyu and Uraraka drive out the hostages outside the building, and open the way to Aizawa and All Might bring their students to join the basement floor. Just in time to the enemy quickly regain their full powers, and almost blocks all students and pro heroes' quirks again. When the villain was about to recover the rogue Shinto magic barrier, the explosive, fire and electrify quirk users smash against the priest with all their full powers, just before the magic barrier slows them down. The vampire managed to create a wall of fire at the same time by casting the following spell, while makes Todoroki and Katsuki embarrassed. Tio, rain, hellish rainfall of fire, Guns N' Roses, creating a ring of fire capable to limit the domain of the Ariastangamarga and Dharmachakra magic fields a little more time. The Fox Quirk villain grins in pure insolence. Too bad you choose trash bands to name your magic powers. And points to Todoroki, Katsuki and Kaminari when they just blast all best quirk techniques, all ending to be absorbed by the enemy. While the sons of Mara just their demonic powers, or quirks as they called, was totally useless against me. And the sighted best student stalls briefly with shock and awe on their faces, while Katsuki grits his teeth and holds his closed fists, as notices his own impotence. The adversary resumes, and since I control all basic nature elements, any technique, magic or quirk based on them, will be nullified. Izuku nods, when noticed that the rainbow, a kind of kinetic magic, works against the mutant fox since it makes some damage. However, the magic barrier weakens dangerously the damage output, and since the enemy reveal the extreme immunity to several kinds of techniques, means since even for Izuku that many of his most powerful magic, mainly fire-based, is mostly useless, and aggravated by the fact due to the overuse of magic along this single day, would require about an hour to cool down enough to try cast more of them. The dire situation snaps Izuku again when he remembers a terrible chapter from the Dark Schneider's grimoire he read some days ago during the training for the sports festival, warning about that exists a last resource dark magic spell so terrible that should be avoided at all costs, not only due in terms of morality, but also for his dangerousness. But when all techniques are invalid, this is the only option left. Without wasting time, Izuku aura explodes and releases a malign vitality flow, making both the classmates shiver and the enemy curious. Ego, Zara, Gorai, making the fox perplexed. What the hell? Ego, Zame, Ragan, while the villain priest exclaims, that spell. It can't be possible, making Aizawa eyes widen and notices a sudden ground shaking followed by a spatial domain sparkling around the enemy. What the hell is this? Prince of Darkness and Elder of Evil, I'm making the coronation of the future Demon King. While Katsuki was also sense a feeling of frightening, may the germs of evil be sated by his offering. And once the black sphere forms, a swarm of gates opens, releasing an horde of starving demons, devour the enemy with flesh and bones. Against a screaming villain, it's not possible to lose to that demon. Arg, and the infamous villain was devoured by the demon summoned from hell, Led Zeppelin. The horrific vision of a villain being cannibalized by creatures from hell makes the most students puke, while the strongest becomes mesmerized with the brutal execution. Once demons devours the terrible villain, both of them collapses and the black sphere that contains the demons contracts swiftly, ending all with an explosion that managed to nullify all current magic active in the meanwhile, leaving nothing left from the victim. Izuku himself faints and collapses to the ground due to the exhaustion of magic energy and the blood losses mainly caused by the drinking from the little rescued vampire. Seconds later, he even managed to stand up a little, but it needs to take a rest immediately. Izuku-kun, says Kaminari panicked once he just finishes to flush out the vomit. When the Electrify quirk user reaches the wounded vampire, Izuku bites Kaminari and drinks a large quantity of blood, prompting a swift reaction from Aizawa to reach them, as he also helps Kaminari to force Izuku unhook the fangs, before drank too much blood from an human. Aizawa orders once everything settles, take Midoriya to the shopping mall. Making everyone confused about the location, I already order an emergency blood meal for hungry vampires. While also don't forget, mission accomplished. I also request the help from Recovery Girl to go there. Rest of class, follow me. Once all appears to end, finally all the Wanna class could exit the damaged site, before pass the control of situation to the police. The first mission ends with a successful status, where in reality was just a seconds from a total disaster that could end with several injured or dead students. The unexpected nature of two dual quirk, magic villains, that was only really handled by a vampire who was also a sorcerer, saves them from doom. Otherwise the Wanna class would simply fail, and such result could answer the fact about why no normal pro hero ever dare to take action, or no one dares to help the hostages. Especially for Aizawa and All Might, the aftermath of this bizarre case, that could end in total disaster, means that something terrible is lurking on the shadows. But for now they should give trust for the police making their investigation work to find the truth about this terrible discovery. Thirsty, Izuku once recovers totally from his total exhaustion. The first thing he could really remember is when he instinctively drops his fangs against a canister of stock blood, and drinks so fast that the container collapses. Aizawa already knows this peculiar shop opened at late hours on this small shopping mall, as a kind of first aid supplies for vampires, especially when the vampire is a stealthy pro hero. The shop's owner overlooks his frightened eyes, as he quickly recognized the face of the young green hair vampire, Jesus. The Viriko warlock is here. Fainted, when babbles about the sheer display on destructive power earlier on that day. Aizawa, as he knows how to keep the owner's mouth shut up, just to avoid procrastination, listen. Bring another, or better, 2 canisters of blood, a bottle of fresh green tea, and some human food. Just also to the young human employee becomes frightened and blank sweating, before he could be able to bring the requested items, or my student will treat you as a food ration. The employee also dares to ask, there, is it, making even Izuku visibly annoyed. You are also a mage, right? Just to Izuku holds the blood canisters and drink them all, while opens the ham with lettuce sandwich package, while stares the poor frightened employee that swallows hard. Yes, I just exterminate 2 terrible villains. For the owner and their employee, while remembers the Yuyui Sports Festival, Black Magic Doomsday Edition, as they points to the news website headline title that was opened by the cashier computer screen, just it turns the owners even more trembling. And, by the way, how they defeat them. Izuku pauses a second just to eat the sandwich and drink the bottle of green tea, and then answers, first one, by incineration, while the last one was eaten alive by starving demons from hell, making the poor owner and employee frozen to death by their own fear. The only rescued child that was a vampire was taken together with Aizawa just to take care a little before the police arrive. Unfortunately, for the shop's owners, the vision of a younger children than the green-haired one drinking blood was not improving the situation, even knowing that the child should put in custody to the police as soon as possible. It was almost 10 o'clock of evening when Izuku recovers fairly, and the few remaining operating shops was already closing, giving few time to the Wanna class chatter together, as also notices the little gaze from Izuku. Game cards. Denki notices the invoices printed on cardboard cards. Once Izuku leaves from a computer gaming shop, I just buy a Steam card to buy the Dark Souls collection. As Katsuki yells, more games to your freaking Steam machine, Deku. Just to Izuku nods and ignores further answers. After all, it was becoming too late, and quickly all classmates go to home, and for Izuku and Katsuki it was a long-hour train trip to go back home. During the whole silent train, Katsuki could relaxes and dives on their own thoughts. Even he knows that he really wanted was to talk with the vampire, and the blonde was frustrated since Izuku was too unfriendly ever to talk more than 3 words. Izuku's mother only reliefs when welcomes his son once arrives home at midnight, just to take a shower and going to bed. At least, all UE students had a few free days to rest, and Izuku would need all of them for own good. The vampire on headlights, and Midoriya just sighed at the next morning when all the news channels was only talking about Izuku, treating them as mercenary demon, or a mass murderer by some tabloids, or even trying to give any possible scientific explanation to make magic ever possible. Such media stories was making some strange Oz replied by online comments on those sites on a world of superpowered quirks that even don't have a viable rational explanation at all. And on last night the police concludes a case when several children was kidnapped by some human traffickers, where 2 villain with mutant-type quirks, and apparently with some mysterious non-quirk powers, maybe magic, was the real ringleaders. The news anchor also talks about the last night events, the pro-heroes delegated to the rescue operation, while are also the teachers of the famous UE Academy. Also brings the one a class just in case to deliver to them a lecture about a first real-world experience on counter-villainy law enforcement. Making and worried. But the anchor side, the operation almost ended in a disaster due to the anti-quirk magic techniques from the ringleaders, who was also direct descendants of Shinto and Shikigami magic arts practitioners. Just to casting some annoyed looks of the guests seated along the main anchor desk, until the Viriko warlock Midoriya Izuku saves the day, literally, and displays some photos of the police investigation, and a brief video stream in real time to Detective Naomasa, that was also the main leader of the investigation team. The main villains was simply, brutally killed. While makes an annoyed face, even they menace to kill All Might. The young vampire actions are a little dubious, at least concern. While sighs and resumes, the first villain are the Shikigami caster, where was burned by a fire magic spell, ending as a pile of ashes, which the temperature of fire reaches almost 30,000 degrees Celsius, making everyone on the studio frightened. The vampire called this fire technique Venom, in honor of a British heavy metal band with the same name, where the album Welcome to Hell is a good mnemonic to cast the spell driven by fires from the underworld. Making the anchor still shocked, what the hell is that boy? But the worst was the Shinto one, that almost won the match since any of pro heroes and their students' quirks was totally useless. Making a little freaking suspense from the detective, but only managed to disable partially the powers of the young Midoriya, who suffers a little breakdown. Even so, he manages to kill him by casting starving demons from hell, making everyone on the anchor, guests and technical staff frozen in pure shock, and the spell is called Led Zeppelin, from the British classic heavy metal band with the same name. And I believe the main inspiration come from the song Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell. Just to receive a prone correction from a guest, wrong. The title is just Stairway to Heaven, the Highway to Hell is from a C.DC, making the detective blushes from his error, whatever. This boy don't have better names to this special attacks. Another guest also cites another line on the official police report, and also the Endeavor's son said that this vampire cast a ring of fire just before to kill the villain. And Naomasa just said, and just call it Guns N' Roses, whatever, and sighs just to signal to finish the interview. A few seconds later, the anchor passes to another headlight news. For much in co-relief, my son should have learned almost 100 different magic spells before lost on her trains of thoughts. At the same moment, on Endeavor's hero agency. Meanwhile, Endeavor also was listening the same news channel, and also becomes frightened by the revelation, what? 300000OC. He also mimicries my Hell Flames quirk, and can also cast demons from hell. Just to scream, the Yui already knows that was just brought the son of Satan to a hero school, making every hero from his agency dumbfounded. Since Endeavor was assigned to make a promotion trip along the outskirts of Tokyo, he decided to take a trip along Orudra town, just in case of trying to find that freak. Brawling with Endeavor, Izuku only decides to go out home after lunch, and also after a full hour of meditation, while reading the new Sakura's book, Fundamentals of Alchemy for Magic Casters, at a first sight. Izuku could now activate the Dispelbound more instinctively, and also could confirm that he can now absorb the nature spirit's vitality using his intrinsic magic powers, enabling him to reduce the cooldown time for several magic spells, enabling him to learn vitality gathering spells during endurance battles. Another gift bring by his magic teacher was a new magic wand, made with a metal alloy, along several crystals intended for helping the incantations, and also to aid the alchemy stuff. When he walked around the streets, he couldn't ignore the frightened eyes of many citizens, and the fact that use his purple mage robe along the casual clothes also quickly denounce him. Finally, the young vampire found a wooden bench at a small park and seat them while opens the alchemy book to read more thoughtfully. At least, he could relax some moments at a public space until a muscular person with flames emanating from his suit decides to make a fray against him. Endeavor itself couldn't believe it, since it quickly found the green hair vampire just at a public park, like it was a normal citizen. For some odd reason, something from Endeavor's mind snaps and launches a vicious flamethrower attack against the vampire. Izuku reacts and casts the Witcher Sine Quen at level 4, Quen Shield Discharge, that aids to fill the gaps that the more generic magic barrier spell Displaybound could not absorb at full efficiency. The Geralt's magic also reflect partially the fire created by the pyrokinetic quirk user against Endeavor himself. Just 10 seconds of fighting between the pro hero and the young mage was needed to every citizen, including some old junior high school classmate of the same Izuku's class, screaming, "What's Endeavor doing?" While a distress signal was sent to the police and eventually the nearest hero agency, and will become the #1 hero, said the lost-minded pro hero, just to witness the mage flying. Wako. I'm summoning the flight's mage from the mountain wind, Celestial Flight Raven, to escape from the flames that ignited around the park. A group of young heroes arrived just to witness the worst-case scenario possible. One of the most strongest pro heroes acting like a madman against a young boy that flies. What the hell is happening? While the frightened citizens explains, it's Endeavor who suddenly attacks that freak that was also the winner of the UE Sports Festival, the so-called Sorcerer, making the pro heroes' eyes widen and their capabilities to react frozen. You're satanic scum. You're mass murderer, screams Endeavor. My son don't deserve to be humiliated like this. It should be the absolute winner. It should surpass All Might, making Izuku annoyed and perplexed. What the hell? Izuku quickly tried to make a viable plan to force Endeavor recover his rationality, or knock him out, since killing him would be terrible wrong to do such a thing. The enraged pro hero launch a wave of fire bolts against Izuku, and this signals him to counteract quickly. Tio, rained, hellish rainfall of fire, Guns N' Roses, creating a ring of fire that almost entrapped the crazy man. The fire spell was just casted by Izuku as a decoy to use the level 4 Witcher Sign magic trap Aiden, also known as supercharged glyphs, enabling him to increase the powers of all Witcher signs that Izuku controls. This also reduces the powers emanated by the Endeavor's quirk. Endeavor feels a sudden fear that shivers his spine once noticed the sudden loss of the flame's destructive power, and stalls enough seconds to Izuku cast another more powerful fire magic spell, Aza. While Izuku forms a magic red ball that self-ignites, lets the evil one excite his heart of flame, and sent against the middle of the ring of fire, but not directly against Endeavor since it would kill him, Hellion. The heat released by Hellion managed to overcome the natural fire resistance of Endeavor itself, and this fact could mean that Endeavor, a person with a strong fire-type quirk, would be killed, ironically, by a fire magic spell. With such dangerous situation, Izuku should now act quickly to avoid such disaster. The sudden panic from Endeavor, screaming for being burned by a heat capable to melt even the strongest material into lava, enables to Izuku cast the skill level tree 4 of Witcher Sign Axii, called Domination, reducing the insane Endeavor as a mere puppet, even for about a minute. Finally, let's punch him against the nearest wall, as Izuku dives against the adversary, Haze, skinned, great priest of the undead. And this spell enables to punch hard that Endeavor himself flies high, great to me your wrath, and punch the enemy. At high speed against a concrete wall, outside the fire disaster, Skid Row. Endeavor was defeated, in unconsciousness. Scream a citizen, or even a stunned young hero that couldn't make anything at all, except to aid the paramedics bring the wounded hero to the ambulance. But the fire was reaching dangerously inflammable material located on a row of trash bins, at the entrance of the small park reduced by a sea of flames, and a potential disaster. Now the problem was the fire, and Izuku quickly yells to take action. You can stay calm, since I will cast an ice magic spell, and it will be extremely strong. Please, do not try to approach the burning park, as some people around remembers that from the sports festival, he also controls ice. Izuku begins to meditate, and then a magic-formed magnetic field was created, Lors. Feely, Gray, Skull, Billy, may your soul purify me. While many of current witness tries to remember when he spoke a similar incantation, Hellking. In this powerful gathering of sovereign beings, I will bear the destructive ice storms. While the temperature inside the magnetic trap falls at an alarming speed, let a new link unite me to the forces of snow and ice. And a cryogenic vortex falls to the middle of the burning park, creating a freezing explosion at an atomic-level destruction, reaching almost absolute zero annihilation. Testament, reducing everything to something like a diamond dust. But casting strong ice spells was still too much costly in terms of vitality, and suffer cold burns from the cast ice magic spell. Also, Izuku wants to spell every active magic. He suddenly feels exhausted, much due to huge tool delivered for a full day of magic cast on the UE Sports Festival and beyond. Once Izuku appears to pretend that was fine, he makes a request. Anyone can suggest a cafeteria nearby. Just for every witness feels a strange relief, daring to ask where a vampire could find fresh stock blood to drink. Unjustified X. Later on the same day, the media was frenzy about the strange and unjustified attack against a Yui student that also makes critical mass to the media dig inside the Todoroki family. Even for the principal Nezu and All Might, they couldn't believe such story, why my rival would make such stupidity. It was so childish to compare ranks as the ones who was the most physical strong. While Nezu nods in agreement while sips his favorite tea, and the worst at all, he simply attacks Midoriya without justification, just to be defeated. Nezu thinks a little, this is clearly a sign of mental illness, and this should be investigated quickly. Endeavor position and integrity will be shattered if we not react quickly. In Midoriya, Shannon's hatred against humans will also recoil back, if we, as heroes, don't help him to heal their psychological wounds. All Might adds their own opinion. Heroes' names. Once the school restarts and everyone goes to their classrooms, the entire Wana class dragged their eyes on Izuku Midoriya, while Shadow Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki was mildly stared from different reasons. Shadow was devastated, even he tries to hide his real emotions, and was almost a trembling corpse since he received a phone call from the police about his father's asinine actions. Katsuki knew the whole situation, either by online media or by their old friends, but Izuku notices the shock on his face, albeit a little hidden relief that no one was killed. Aizawa arrives quickly to the classroom, along midnight, just to make an announcement. Good morning, everyone, and makes a sad face. As you ever known, Midoriya managed to make an insane feat. He puts Endeavor Co. in less than 30 seconds, just to Izuku receive a full class with wide eyes. But the real problem is the terrible discovery that he suffer a mental illness that drive him to make an inexcusable action. While Aizawa fails to hide some sorrow, that was to attack without any given reason, a fellow citizen, even a student from our high school, just for foolish ideals of being the number one. And Aizawa slams the table and wails for each main word. Many students was astonished. Geez, I'm never expecting that Aizawa-sensei could be so angry. The Endeavor scandal will make a huge fuss over the Todoroki family dignity. The entire class maintains an almost sepulchral silence, where the silence was only barely challenged by the painful cries from Todoroki. The whole situation was becoming dire, since it was expected to be the class that should prepare everyone for the hero internship, not a psychiatric session. What a huge scandal we meet, said Midnight while strike his whip. However, we should focus on the main topic. While Todoroki makes a resentful outlook that was frightening almost his mates, Aizawa recovers him normal self, even it was a little frail. One of most important things that an hero should do, while make his duty, is to hide their true identity. And passes the announcement to the Midnight. The rules are simple. Simple, write down a viable nickname. However, it shouldn't infringe some moral rules or even copyright claims. I was one of the best qualified person to choose alias. You have 10 minutes to think. Begin. While strike her wimp. For most classmates it was one of the most awkward moments of their lives, since they knew that a bad nickname cloud give a disastrous reputation, no matter their real feats. Once the time's up, the written cards was reviewed by Midnight, and even some of them was accepted, like the Uravity for Uraraka. Well, it is the portmanteau of my quirk name and my own name. With a smiling agreement from Midnight. Other was Ijiro, who proposed the nickname Red Riot and was quickly accepted. But another's requires a little work, like the beautiful blonde, for Aoyama, that was refused to be too childish or provocative. Bakugo tries the explosive name of King of Exploding Kills, but it was rejected due to the inadequate name. Aizawa also dares. It wasn't Midoriya's real name when cast several magic bomb spells that should deserve that nickname. Just to tease the vampire, if you want a Black Sabbath right now, you are lucky. Making Aizawa shiver, where Midnight noticed the strange frightened faces of all classmates when stare at the vampire. Midnight blinks. How destructive is the Black Sabbath, Midoriya-kun? While asks innocently, Izuku exhales and sighs, to give some suspense, it like an atomic bomb, Midnight. Basically, it destroys a little town from the map, and produces a nuclear fission plasma, since the temperatures reaches over 100 to 1000 millions degrees, depending from my ability as caster. Making Midnight shocked, and drops their wimp, and it is currently the most powerful magic spell I can use, and also the one that requires the most time to make a full cooldown. It'd take 1 month to recover all my magic vitality for a small one with a 10 kiloton yield, or 3 months for a 30 to 40 kiloton yield, but I never push to the edge of limits. When the older vampire notices that Izuku was talking 19 to the dozen, he intervenes. Please Midoriya, you just cast one at the beginning of this semester. Much due the heat of the chaos to destroy a villain plot that could destroy parts of this town, and you simply erase an entire training field of the map. As Aizawa still shakes in terror when imagine the vision of a vampire that could make atomic bombs from magic. Izuku sighs and said, this means, if you compare to a classic Japanese role-playing game, that my MP, or magic points, are about 40 million. Receiving a full nodding of comprehension, but in real life I cannot burn such high magic in a single shot. That's why I need to use a ritual to enable such limit-breaking magic spell. Just to receive scolding from Aizawa, and a full day recover on Recovery Girl, not to mention the temporary loss of precision during several days, until your body and mind heals. Please, can you keep shut, and shall resume the class man topic. orders midnight. The nickname session resumes without much interruptions, until reaching the Izuku position, where simply displays, and my hero name will be, without any debut, Dark Schneider, making everyone surprised. Why the name of one of your ancestors, Izuku? Aizawa intervenes, you also could use the name White Wolf Witcher, or Gwynblade, just to be cut by Izuku. This name will be too strange, and also, from my 4 grimoires I made contract, the most strongest in terms of powers and techniques was the Dark Chaos of Destruction Mage, Dark Schneider, and punch his fist against the thorax, and I assume their legacy, whenever it could be used for good or bad reasons. Midnight couldn't argue about the choice, it's an English and a German name mixed, but I accept that. Once the session ends, leaving the Katsuki and Todoroki to choose their hero names later, since the first one still makes unreasonable names, and Todoroki was too uninspired to choose a name. Aizawa also displays the number of hero agencies requests for each student, and also the most adequate proposals for each one's too. Izuku makes an unpleasing mad look when it appears that the SDF somehow make an agreement with Principal Nedzu to the vampire make the hero internship on the military heroic department. After all, I will going to make the hero internship week on the SDF, and it was only accepted in exchange to Yui send All Might as an interim tutor to watch the army real motives. Once everything's settled, Aizawa dismisses the class, and everyone goes to apply the bureaucratic paperwork to do the internship. Vampire hunting life. On the eve of the hero internship for all Yui students, especially the Dark Sorcerer Vampire Overlord, Dark Schneider, now the official hero title of Midoriya Izuku. For now, it was a time to make the homework before going to the school on the next morning, just before to be temporarily under the wing of All Might, while the vampire goes to the military. A letter received earlier that day from Yui revealed that Izuku will be scouted to the Special Forces group of the Self-Defense Forces at their headquarters at Funabashi, prefecture of Chiba, not so far away from the Yui or the Orudera town itself. It will be the 5 most longest days of his life, even he expecting to live several centuries, especially when he was driven to make a brief trip to the Japanese army. Izuku decides to take a night walking, since the whole excitation and mood swing was driven him to take a night escapade. Since he was kind and polite, he warns the mother previously about his intentions. And Ko was a little worried, since she knew the times when a vampire goes over the swinging mood, and the cure was not so nice, it's better to came along with you. Making Izuku a little annoyed, but he accepted, it's fine, after all, it is like those days of training. He was referring when he was a little younger, was training his vampire tactics, along his mother. The main focus is how to catch a prey without making much fuss. Even this vampire family had accessible stock blood, the urge to hunt humans was still not erased. Due to legal complications, all vampires should at least not drink too much blood, or would be hunted by the police or pro-heroes as criminals. Many vampires like to drink fresh human blood from the spot, like his ancestors make the same. More recently, some of them use as a disguise to take a role as vigilantes, and attacks villainous preys, just to gain some approval of their goodwills by the overall majority of human population. In fact, it not takes so long to occur a minor issue on the local community, as both green-haired vampires under the disguise of night. Noticed by the commotion of several citizens that a burglar was just stole a convenience store using his own quirk, while his partner hides at short distance just to get cover. The Midoriyas quickly run at the Alice to intercept the 2 thieves, once they got the necessary information. It was just a low-graded villain, but at the darkness of night, it could be an excellent meal. And since Izuku and Inko had an excellent night vision, due to their vampiric nature, it would be fairly easy to catch them on a blind spot. The slowest burglar was quickly captured by Inko, who gave her to her a swear-word expression, WTF are you, little, just before to Inko's fangs piercing the burglar's neck. It was quite a while when Inko don't catch a prey, but she always take attention to don't make a lethal wound, or bleeding the burglar to death. Izuku uses a subtle seduction trap against the main thief, since he liked to lure potential preys using his cuteness. Nice night, isn't it? Just for the burglar becomes annoyed, just get your ass off my way, damn it. But the younger vampire slides and jumps at higher speeds, making impossible to the prey notice the sudden movement. When Izuku lands just behind the burglar's back, while use some of his Witcher signs to aid the lure, the young adult thief barely could ever scream. Quickly, the prey only fells the Izuku's fangs piercing on the neck of the thief, and couldn't scream or fight back, since Izuku blocks him with their strong arms, giving to him little time to escape at all. From Izuku's perspective, it's now time to drink lots of blood. While drinks, Izuku remembers the blood tastes of some of his Yui colleges, not only his childhood friend Katsuki, but also some new ones, like Kaminari. Either way, the current sample was not so good, but after all, blood is too precious to waste. Once he finishes drinking, just applies a string blow on the nape of the neck, leaving the poor burglar unconscious and alive. And I recover the stolen goods to the righteous owner, said Izuku, while runs randomly to the alleys. Inko also finishes his meal, while likes to lick their lips, unlike his son that don't care too much to maintain a clean mouth and chin, unless he had too much traces of blood. Once she tries to find her son, she almost screams when a young teenager with some kind of wings and scales on his faces tries to punch, just in time for Inko falls to the ground, slide and deflect from the punch made by the ruffian. Izuku notices quickly the trouble, at the same time when delivers the bag with the retrieved goods to a bewildered owner, and notice that his mother was in trouble. To get there fast, he decided to cast the raven magic spell to fly, Wako. I pledge the sacred mountain's wind spirit to become my flight's mage. Celestial Flight Raven. The police was almost arriving to the shop scene as it tried to ask, what's happened here? While the owners was a little confused, this young boy bring to me some goods that was stolen by some thieves, and points to him as simply flies to the darkness while uses his quirk to fly. The police officer blink with some stupefaction, he can fly without wings. While the shop employee also intervenes, he said some weird stuff, while I notice a kind of air burst, and then he takes off, once said, reagent, raven, whatever. When the younger vampire notices his mother in trouble with another potential dangerous threat, Izuku snaps and flows his magic powers to his right hand. While a mist of ember and ash forms about 2 meters ahead the strength in right arm, Psycho, know your worth. And the phantom sword begins to grow and change shape to forms a black sphere with red globes swirling inside the sphere. I granted your wills into a amber flash of ash and wound. And Izuku dispersed the sphere directly to the enemy, especially the metal rods that he possess, suicidal tendencies. The ruffian suffers an excruciating pain when the black miasma falls directly to him, rooting his skin, burning his clothes, or rust the metal pieces or rods. WTF is that? Arg, my eyes. Inko also screams due to the black mist poisonous effect on the struggling ruffian. Before Izuku catches her and flies with her, you can fly. Izuku waits a little to fly away, while nods and escapes, before answers. Some days ago, once I got better affinity with wind magic elementals, I could learn the raven flying spell. But his mother asks, what kind of poison mist you cast against him, Izuku? Just to receive a side answer, once they land safely on a covert alley, suicidal tendencies. It's a simple spell that cause havoc, rotting and disease for each victim. Just to receive a worried nod, honestly. Izuku. Also Izuku remembers, however I used the raven for the first time during the last phase of the Yui Sports Festival, or my mom miss it. Just to feel ashamed as his mother turns her face, like she was forgot something. I saw your duels tenaciously, but while I cleaned my tears, I could miss much details. Just for Izuku's size, honestly. And the whole situation heats up a little more once they snaps to scan the surroundings of the new spot, just for the Midoriya sightseeing more 3 ruffians. At first sight, they are apparently more weakened than the last one that forced Izuku cast magic. How are those 3 smiling at us? Without warning, the heavier of 3 delivers a strong punch against Izuku's abdomen, since due to the surprise, Izuku forgot to use the adequate Witcher signs to reduce physical damage. In order to counter the prejudice, the young green-haired vampire jumps against the bigger one, slamming the body to the brink wall. Before the ruffian could ever react, the young vampire sucks his blood once Izuku's fangs pierces the neck's flesh. Inko also jumps to catch and bites the second one, while the third simply screams and becomes paralyzed by own fear, mercy. I don't want to die. Izuku and Inko, once they quickly release the 2 former prey's unconsciousness, simply they bite at the opposite sides of the third ruffian's neck and drank much blood as safely possible. The last poor criminal simple fades out by the shock and panic. Nice blood, said Izuku with all bloodied fangs maximally elongated. Izuku, said his mother, when notices screaming and lust for destruction from someone that was cause a great havoc. All doubts were gone, once in less than 10 seconds, the damaged villain that appears to be familiar appears. The frenzied young man was bleeding from several sites, had his leather clothes partially burned, and suffer from hallucinations. The strongest villain, and also the same damaged by the suicidal tendencies magic spell, appears suddenly and runs against Midoriya and Inko in a pure rage. Who you dare? The Izuku's magic was causing poisoning and several hallucinations, causing him to punch and kick against the walls and trash dumpsters at the 2 real targets. Once he appears to have several opens, the 2 vampires swiftly advances and bites the neck, while Izuku casts the Witcher sign Axii to control the enraged prey. Izuku exhales once drank about a liter of blood and holds a strong grip that holds the crazy villain locked on the dirty alley. Once Izuku stops drinking, he feels his head too heavy, a sign that drank in huge quantity on a short period of time. His mother was not so hungry at all, but she notices that his son may had drunk more than 3 liters from the 4 preys, about the average dairy consumption of a teenager vampire, albeit she shared 2 of them. Drinking too much blood on a short period of time could cause health problems, so she bites her son's neck to retrieve some blood in order to recover the health balance. I think it's better to go home. Tomorrow you will start the hero internship, said the mother. All right. Izuku recovers his normal self. Let's go. And they walk away at a normal pace. The police and some vigilantes quickly notice the abnormal number of unconscious ruffians, where the main feature was the bite marks, a signal that some vampire was lurking around. Oh, boy, said one trustful vigilante by the police's eyes, who was working as a private security guard. A bunch of criminals had a bad moment with a vampire. Just to watch the police officer freeze with blank sweat, vampire. Like the new abnormal hero student that won the sports festival. Just to give a mad eyes from the muscular vigilante, probably a vigilante like us, but using own privileges to satisfy their bloodthirsty is not morally correct. After all, they can buy stock blood safely. Just why they hunt down normal people. The officer just signaled to end the dizzy conversation, as they noticed two person that appears to be a mother and a teenager son walking to the main street. The only oddly thing was the constant brushing with a napkin along their mouths and chins, but that don't have any food packages along him to justify the act. Since the police just talk about vampires, he couldn't think that the two green-haired people was the vampires that was just attacked 6 low-profile criminals and drank a lots of blood, but without killing them. Next day, at Yui, Aizawa stare at all 20 students before gives an announcement. Today, and along 5 days, it begins the first hero internship, a time to give a first-order real-world experience at heroics. While points to Izuku, and hopefully, without villains burned, cities razed to the ground, or the citizens bitten to suck the blood, making Izuku annoyed, while some of his college is frightened, especially when I read from today's news that the police found some criminals with vampire bite marks at a shorter distance around your house. Midoriya, kiss to Izuku feels blushed, while he whistled to divert, and so, Aizawa slams the Izuku's desk. Your mother don't know that is not very morally acceptable for a vampire hunting humans, even they are the scum of society, just to fulfill their hunger. Izuku drops his fangs, while corrects, she may known, but she also participate on yesterday's hunting. Just a fella chilling frightening. Huh. Katsuki laughs, Deku was hunting villains, while tries to poke fun, what's next? Just to tease the younger vampire. Maybe, it was a desire to drink human blood. Uraraka tries to justify the act. Honestly, Aizawa sighs, it's irresponsible acts like that we always pay by targeting us as the prime reason for all maleficences of human society. As the classroom teacher sometimes had to take the role of Izuku's father vampire, as he grown without one. Once all classmates becomes calm again, Aizawa could resume the brief lecture, enumerating all chosen places for each student for their internship. Some of them are obvious, like the Todoroki option to go to their father's agency. Even Endeavor was suspended due to their acts. Katsuki happens to go to the Best Jeanist Hero Agency, while Tsuyuen's on a special police unit dedicated for the maritime defense, since it had some pro-hero units. And the list goes down until reaches Izuku, while Aizawa makes a deft-tone announcement, and Midoriya Izuku, under the patronage of All Might, goes to Special Forces Group headquarters of the Self-Defense Forces, located on Funabashi. Without making a worried face, basically it will go the Japanese equivalent of the United States Delta Force. At the precise moment of the Izuku's announcement, the classroom was almost stormed once a group of military soldiers loaded with heavy machine guns and launch grenades appears inside the classroom door. Everyone on the fated classroom swallow hard and dry, and even All Might was no exception. The military with highest rank, a lieutenant colonel, intervenes. Good morning, honorable class of the Yui High School, and makes a military salute. I'm the Lieutenant Colonel Hashido Ren. Making everyone frightened due to his strong pose. I'm here to bring the so-called Mage Midoriya Izuku to our headquarters, where it will make their heroic internship, or whatever called it today, as a guest of my Special Forces unit, the Cerberus Strike Force. The cold and sepulchral silence was only broken when the military officer points to All Might, and almost failed to avoid spit to him, due to some grudge against him, while this puny Americanized hero will also together with us. Making All Might a little angry, since he never liked the arrogant attitude of the SDF, when the heroes menace to break the monopoly of the SDF over the sovereignty or law enforcement. Izuku brings his heavy luggage, including his 2 hero costumes together once the SDF staff orders to do so. Quickly, Midoriya. On the next 5 days, you will treat me, or any military staff ranks, as yes, sir. It makes a dark grin, understand. Just for Izuku mimics the military salute, and said, yes, sir. Rookie guest Midoriya Izuku at your service, sir. The reflexive mannerism gives both to the military man a disdainful smile. Excellent. You had the natural behavior to be a military man. While makes a sarcastic remark, after all, if you was really truly wise, you would made an application to the National Military Academy, not a weak playground called Yui Hero School. What a joke. Aizawa, All Might and everyone from the classroom fell so infuriated to the last remark, that tried to make an uproar against such arrogant person, while Katsuki frowns, for God's sake. Why Deku was ended on the military. Military brass are so damn arrogant. Hiroshima makes a muted yell, I hope Midoriya will teach them a lesson. Once all military staff goes off the classroom, Izuku quickly followed the military platoon until he and All Might was forced, under military terms, to enter an heavy blinded bus, where also 2 armored vehicles and 5 military jeeps would tail the military convoy. Once Izuku seat on that bus, where the interior was almost empty to form a kind of mobile auditorium, the Lieutenant Colonel Ren could make a brief welcome speech, but some advisors was requested to make a formal speech. Good morning, members and guests of the Special Forces branch of JGSDF. We welcome the special guest Viriko Warlock Midoriya Izuku to make their hero internship on our HQ. While makes a bow to their superior. As requested by our protocols, only our Honorable Hashido Nisadono will make a welcome formal speech. The top military man was full of himself, and only makes a very short speech. Very well, if you enlisted at beginning on military, you would be a surgeon very fast, but since isn't the case, I will treat you as a cadet. While changes his opinion, no. I will treat you as a worm, a pity worm. just to receive an enraged face from Izuku. Once we arrive at our installations, I will bring you at our classified Cerberus unit, where you will receive a full 3 days of hell training to learn about how real men deserve and can only be really called heroes. While Hashido Dono quickly fixate his demon-looked face against Izuku's eyes, in the last 2 days, you can be specially requested to do a classified mission against real villains if you manage to get the minimum classification. And just speak directly to the right ear, otherwise, you will take 2 days of laundry or similar stuff. Just for Izuku answers, sir, yes sir. But he noticed the teeth grit and mad aura from All Might. Finally, the rest of a long-hour trip goes smoothly without speaking another word. Funabashi JGSDF HQ, Cerberus Strike Force Unit. The military road train arrives quickly to the entrance gates of the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force headquarters, located at short distance from Funabashi. The bus had to pass 2 checkpoints, where each step was menacing to view due to the constant helicopter flying and the war-grade weaponry that intimidates even the most strongest-willed person. Finally, the bus goes more 2 full kilometers forward, this time at a slow speed and tailed by 2 heavy tanks, until reaches a 3rd checkpoint, where that's was located the barracks of the Cerberus Strike Force, actually the 3rd Special Forces Squadron Unit name. At least the bus finally stops to give Izuku and All Might the authorization to leave the vehicle and march at the designated guest room. All Might sighs when saw the vision of several military men, where some displays quirks, others not, carrying weapons and make a strange disdain to All Might and Izuku. It was almost an hostile environment for a civilian hero, since much of them never had a positive acceptance of the whole heroic industry, especially at the law enforcement. Once Izuku could reach the room and starts to unpack their things, a soldier replies an order from the superiors, Midoriya-kun. Prepare your military uniform and your main weapons for an initial test. Making Izuku and All Might worried, you have 10 minutes. And exit the room, while close and lock the door that was guarded by 2 elite soldiers loaded with machine guns. Izuku dressed the military uniform that he found on the top of his Spartan bed, while dressed his own light version of his costume's armor, and placed the throwing knives belt along the torso to give a more bad boy vision, while saw on the mirror the final result, Izuku Midoriya, a vampire on the SDF, and sighs just to his own comment. All Might know that this internship was well played by the National Army and against his real will, since Izuku really wants to go to a normal hero agency to learn how the pro-heroes helps to maintain the law and order. Instead, he never deserved to be thrown inside this bad place, filled with toxic ideals, that was some army units, living if Japan would go tomorrow to a war. Due to strong patronage, the army still refuses to accept a more dynamic role on the actual quirk society. The same soldier comes a few minutes later and orders, you will together with me, while the infamous All Might will stay here, locked on the room. Just to receive a stunning answer, why? I was mandated by Yui to take care of Midoriya. Just to receive a denied answer, on my castle. My rules, making All Might angry, and waits the bare minimum to release his frustration and anger by kicking the metallic wardrobe with rage. Izuku was brought to a huge training field, filled with barbed wire, mines, automatic sentry guns, and other deadly stuff. A military man, probably an instructor, intervenes and speaks the rules of this test. Very well, Midoriya-kun. The instructor speaks, using your special techniques, as long they don't cause too much destruction, follow the path as instructed by this sheet. As Izuku notices the number of obstacles and checkpoints, and you shall finish this in less than 6 minutes, making Izuku a little bewildered. Finishing this 20-stage course in less than 6 minutes are insane. But receive a menacing aura, this is not a pesky heroic course, this is the top elite soldier course. If you fail this test, then you fail the entire internship. Izuku was truly stunned due to extreme arrogance and bloodlust drawn by his instructor or any soldier. After all, it was the top elite of any modern army, and the Special Forces was probably the most extreme in terms of physical requirements. And even with the emergence of quirks, it wasn't given additional relief on the hardness of the military course. The instructor also warns, so you are a powerful mage, but quirkless. However, you cannot use any magic spell, except the ones that was really necessary to follow the path, or disable the obstacles. This means, only very short magic spell effects are allowed, otherwise the entire test are considered null and void, and you simply are mandated to go to the kitchen peeling potatoes and baking rice for the rest of week. And makes a frightening look, it's clear. Just to hear the expected answer, yes sir, said Izuku, while makes a formal military salute. Excellent, grins the mad instructor, while guide Izuku to the starting line. Izuku exhales and waits for the initial signal, when starts to run at a full sprint speed, as it almost reaches the 300 km/h sprint run using his own muscular force, until reaches the mine representing the first checkpoint mark, just to explode previously with a signature magic spell, Damned, while blocks the blast with the Witcher Sine Quinn and jumps several meters forward. The next 5 checkpoints was gradually hellish due to the traps, pits, and electrifying barbed wires, leaving Izuku no option but use his signature spells from Dark Schneider ones, as long had very short range, to destroy the traps and go forward. The first 10 checkpoints was done in about 3 minutes and a half, leaving still an hard course to go. Now Izuku was forced to use the elemental magic arrows to blast part of the traps, Vocet Spiritum Sanctum Natura. I gather 20 ice elemental arrows, 25 electric elemental arrows, great elemental magic crossbow, Nidorant Ed Scopum, and a swarm of supersonic blobs flies and destroy swarms of targets, forming an ice flower or a burning bolt, according of their original element, and Izuku could run at almost full speed without much problems. The next targets also requires a combination of several magic techniques, and also helps him to recover the wasted time. Even with the more mastery of his magic powers, Izuku only manages to pass the 19th checkpoint when he had less than 10 seconds to time's up. And it is a full 600 meters run along a minefield, just to launch another wave of elemental magic arrows to the air, enabling him to propel himself, using the Witcher Sine art at level 4. The Ard shock wave, with the Witch Sine Heliotrope, at backwards, just to mimic the way that Kakin uses this explosions to go forward. While the magic arrows blast the minefield and adds additional propulsion force. The combined force gives an insane slingshot at over 400 kilometers per hour, just to pass the last checkpoint at the last second. Izuku was forced to use the art again to force a full stop, before lands on the finish line, where the instructor give a strange smirk, "Congratulations. You managed to complete the test at the requested time." And before Izuku could answer, "Now, let's starts the real training." While Izuku simple answers, "Yes sir, sir." After some seconds walking, the instructor warns, "But first, we all going to the mess. Since you passed the test, you are authorized to got a quittance of your temporary colleges." The members of the Cerberus Strike Force Unit, while gives a heinous smile to Izuku. Izuku sighs and thinks how dangerous will be their internship, especially at a special military unit that several of their actions are strictly classified. Wild geese. Once Izuku's instructor and himself arrives on the mess, he barely could imagine the kind of reception, or the lack of, that he could face. And since everyone was so cold and arrogant, he expected more of the same thing. Izuku, when tries to step into the reception hall, faces a suddenly movement freezing, WTF, while tries to turn his head to understand the cause. The floor around Izuku was evolved by a magic seal, about 3 meters in diameter, mirrored on the ceiling. Then a middle-aged man with a grayish-brown jacket, same colored pattern trousers, black military boots, holds a Colt revolver on his stretched right arm and points to Izuku's head, while smokes with an assassin cold eyes. "So you're the young supernatural mage that makes a huge commotion on the town circus." Just to Izuku demands answers, "Bastard. Can you explain? Just to be thrown by a swift thrown to the ground, you may have huge magic powers, but if you do not pay attention on your surroundings, it won't make a real difference at all." While the ceiling magic was dispelled, "Before you make silly questions, I'm an old mercenary, before join the SDF, the old leader of the wild geese, Pip Bernadotte. Just to give a smirk, like you. I'm also a vampire, a kind of mage, and also a quirk user." Such last remark makes Izuku's eyes widen, like my Yui's teacher, just to receive a string blow from Pip that smash Izuku against the cracking floor tiles. "I notice that you are capable to create several kinds of magic barriers that could block my own physical strength. However, you are not invulnerable to anything. Damn it, it was more skillful than Aizawa, especially the capability to exploit flaws at a lightning speed. And you shouldn't think that you won the Millennium Army just due to the fact you applied some high-yield magic spells. That's just a phony decoy," making Izuku remember the infamous USJ incident. "Why you said that? Even I think that was something suspicious. Technically, I can't said too early." Pip turns his head to foresee any nearby menacing curious person. In reality, the Nazi army, the villains and other stuff, was just cannon fodder for the Millennium Army check if the new Dark Schneider successor was really arrived. A test, as you can said. So far, that's nothing new. For our Intel HQ, we discovered that the real ringleader of that stuff is an insane abomination. A vampire like me. Just to sigh hard, it appears that vampires was always the main target to be the scapegoat of all humanity crisis and problems. Just to remember the last Aizawa's scolding. This man is only known by some sources by Anthrax, or by his own self-made royal-like title one demon god for all destruction, Anthrax, the Great, making Izuku annoyed, often shortened to one power for all greatness, while maintains some ambiguities. So why he's so dangerous? This monster had several quirks, which is genetic inherited superpowers that current humans have, and some recent vampires alike, such me. While Pip pauses to light one more cigarette, and it's very probable that such monster was crafted by genetic engineering the most, if not all, the quirks he control, while Izuku remembers the painful dialogue with Todoroki about his quirk, while also had a high proficiency with alchemy and magic, leading to rumors that even he is capable to make magic enhancement quirks, or fuse quirks with magic on fly, making even Izuku in shock. If true, Anthrax would be ever more powerful than me, and also some high technology in the middle, making him the most terrible threat of all mankind. The older former mercenary pauses his speech while notices loud leather steps coming to them. Later I talk more. However, him are also the main leader of the 12 wise men of Europa, ending with a muted whistle to force Izuku to not open his mouth. Pip Bernadotte quickly make the military salute when faced the commander of the garrison, along his own mates. Izuku feels an intense and crushing pressure aura emanating from all 4 strong soldiers, each one with their faces covered by a kind of camouflage mask, where their intimidating presence may means that each one had capabilities comparable to Izuku himself. The commander gives a strong glare against Izuku, who simply declares, "You are the one who blows the circus." As Izuku remembers the derogatory term that Pip said about the sports festival, "Yes, sir." "Yes." Izuku makes the military salute, just to avoid more teasing. "As you notice, I'm the commander of this garrison, Commander Heiki Tojo, and I will give you a mission. You will train with the wild geese to be ready to attest in the next 48 hours. Making Izuku swallow hard. After all, of all Cerberus special units, I think that those one would be the best option. And before you think again, Tojo turns his head to Pip. It's better to not disclose much information about Anthrax, unless it will serve as a true motivation to Midoriya achieve their internship. The older smoking vampire gives an annoyed glare, before point to his loyal mates, and they are, said Pip before he's been interrupted by one of the soldiers, dropping the mask. Then Izuku could witness the first Pip's comrade, a strong and blonde man that introduces by own initiative, "I'm the right hook of my captain, Serpico," just to receive a eyes glare from Pip, "Not try to interrupt me. By the way," said another member, when an alarm fires up, "WTF is that?" Making Heiki perplexed when said that. Both humans and non-humans stare due to this strange situation. As Izuku pokes, "When start my classes on Yui High School, I was presented by an invasion by an assassin ninja. During the lunch break, just to get all of them get acknowledge of the strange deja vu feeling." Unfortunately for Izuku, his almost clairvoyance instincts always make right to happen, since it noticed a sudden shake from the guest house that he and All Might stays during the internship. It appears that your instincts never fail on crucial times like this, right? Pip fixes his piercing eyes against Izuku, and the last doubt ceases to exist when a security officer, actually a regular soldier on the duty, appears and delivers the bad news: emergency. Intruders on Block A. The alarm and further announcement makes Pip, Heiki and further ones to shiver and becomes panicked, an intrusion right now. While Heiki orders, "We can make the introductions later. Both of you, follow me." And both replied, "Our orders are acknowledged, sir." Skull Knight. Izuku notices the absurd speed that Pip's mates runs to reach the affected building, leaving behind the human commander. Only himself knew that he can run as faster as Pip, leaving to him wonder if both are like him, since except the small blonde men, others still hold his cloaks to hide their faces. It was about an entire kilometer from the mess to his lodging barracks, and when Izuku cleared half of the remaining distance, noticed that 2 of the clock soldiers are leaving behind. "Don't mean that really are," said silently. After 2 minutes of dashing, half of the wild geese group and Izuku arrived to the affected area just to witness the disaster. The security and medical teams was carrying the evacuation of the site. "What the hell is going on here?" asked Pip to a confused-looking low-ranked soldier. "I don't know much details, sir, but appears that All Might was trapped inside, just to be pushed, while orders his loyal team to storm the entrance doors." Izuku turned back and notices that Heiki was barely halfway to the target site. Even he recognized that it had a very good physical shape. After all, it's the army. Even quirkly or quirkless. Once Izuku and the others reaches that should be his restroom, it was a battlefield, with all furniture torn apart. At the precise moment, the most shocking discovery was that All Might body was frozen with the vision of an heavy night, where the interior appeared to be only dark energy and a blazing skeleton, since they saw a demonic-looking skull with white flashing globes on the place of eyes. "Very interesting. The most so-called powerful civilian pro-hero of Japan," said the Walking Dead menacing demon, the owner of One Punch Man quirk, "right. Who are you?" All Might dare to ask, once recover part of his rationality. "Oh, sorry." And notice the arrival of more people, once they opened the room's door, "and also you. My enemy guest. My name's Skull Knight, the third in position of the 12 Wise Men of Europa." All Might eyes widen, 12 Wise Men of Europa. Skull Knight makes a menacing cold look. "I was ordered by Sensei Anthrax to spy All Might and the new dark Schneider Mage." The words spoken by this undead menacing creature makes everyone frozen by fear. This means that Anthrax Sensei, or whatever are called, already knows our next moves. Pip mumbles to himself, while Heiki also listened the main keywords since he arrived on that moment. "First of all, how you managed to get here." And Heiki yells to Skull Knight, "My own supernatural powers can easily create links around different realms and realities," spoke Skull Knight, "like a truly alchemist and mage can make it happen," said while raised his demon sword, with a curve-shaped and dented blade, filled with open widened dozen of dread eyes. "Teleportation magic, or a warp-type quirk like the one I saw on the USJ incident." Izuku screams in pure amusement, just to be scolded by Pip. "You should not yell at any circumstances. Many enemies like to follow screaming rats to apply countermeasures." "Humph." Skull Knight resumes his offensive position. "Even you are a truly ancient mage successor. Without the modern quirks, you cannot admire the enemy without planning the battle." Izuku quickly activates the Witcher Sine while enhances his Dispel Bound, as Skull Knight delivers a diagonal-shaped blade uppercut against the green-haired vampire. "Arg!" scream Izuku when his body and bones shakes violently due to the enemy's sword impact against the magic barriers. "That's all." Skull Knight grins with an unemotional voice tone. "You're too naive to think that magic barriers are absolute defenses," and makes a sudden stroke with the blade, blasting Izuku against the wardrobe, breaking in large chunks of wood and metal. "Izuku Shounen!" screams All Might in total shock. "What a terrible power." Just for the empowering quirk, hero charges his own muscles and tries to deliver a punch, Delaware Smash. Just to be blocked by a layer of 3 magic barriers cast by the unarmed arm of Skull Knight, impossible. Skull Knight then delivers a punch that sends All Might straight out the room by the open door, just to fall against Pip, who also helps to reduce the impact. Are you alright? What a shame. All Might curses to himself, I'm the top pro hero against human villains, but useless against supernatural ones. Damn it. Pip gives a dry and cold glare. That's why I requested to my superior to you never play any fuss on my castle. All Might couldn't argue against him, so he's one of leaders of this wasp's nest. While thought strictly to himself, quickly the blonde soldier who already give his name to Izuku, Serpico, and a more muscular soldier who grabs a samurai sword from his scabbard jumps straight to face the demon, and helps Izuku to get out of the way. Gaara, said Serpico to guide his partner, I will help the young vampire. The strong men with a samurai sword, Gaara, smiles and strike against Skull Knight, who also blocks the attack by his own magic powers. More strongmen, huh? Skull Knight moves to face Gaara, I have business with the immortal boy. While raise the sword, get out, yells Gaara. But your sword are quite unusual, Skull Knight remarks when hold and blocks mutually the swords. It's my demon sword Mirasame, grins Gaara, and my faithful partner, even after the death. What's an insane cult? The demon tried to lecture the ninja master, that's I never understand the humans, or even the undeads. Like you, prompting Gaara to step back and strike again. Majin. Gaara slashes his sword Mirasame against the enemy's skull, releasing a powerful blasting wave. Skull Knight suffered minor damages due to the alchemical attack delivered by Gaara's sword Mirasame, giving him a prompted response, bastard. You may have some basic knowledge of alchemy, but it's the best you can make. Before Skull Knight launches several icicles against Gaara. Challenge accepted. As Gaara swiftly moves his sword to deflect all the spears at inhuman speeds. It appears that I need to made more serious about. The demon increases his power's output. Meanwhile, Serpico helps Izuku to stand up and flee. However, Izuku want to help everyone first. You two are great. But leave it for me. Skull Knight turns his head to face the challenging vampire, his true adversary. Attack me with all you had. Izuku decide to cast a powerful fire magic spell to try settle his apparent superiority. Brain, dead. While a powerful aura erupts and opens a portal from hell, releasing hotter flames. Obey your blood oath and come forth from the land of Abaddon. While the flames quickly covers Izuku, except on the nearest magic shield, the main liberates the Gehenna's fire that incinerated all it touches, releasing an inferno of heat and flames reaching over 100,000 degrees Kelvin. Give the evil blaze a burning to destroy and burn everything at will. While Izuku jumps and punches with all magic energy against Skull Knight, Exodus. It was followed by an insane explosion that almost blasts the entire room, opening a hole on the ceiling, and melts the remains of the furniture into lava and ashes. It appears that Izuku delivers huge damage, but for some odd reason once the dust settles, Skull Knight gives a muted laugh since it suffered minor scratches. Not bad. Not bad. This spell ends many mortals swiftly. But you are facing a terrible demon, and such magic spell are clearly insufficient to lacerate, and beyond to ever defeat me, making Izuku dumbstruck. Before Izuku could ever think, more 2 soldiers appears, while one appears to be a old man, just for Izuku spills, why such elder is here. And another was another even older, and almost bald, but also a rude menacing soldier. Why I always not been invited to the party, said the older martial arts expert. Be quiet, Silver Fang. Your bad humor is always a bad taste, spoke the older bald while notices the room almost reduced to a black charcoal. There's been a barbecue here. And your bad humor is also very annoying. Regis Terzif Godfroy. The older replies, more freaks to the main recipe. Skull Knight was annoyed. Izuku decided to blast the path to help him and Serpico escape, damned. Just to be targeted by Silver Fang remark, oh, a mage on the party, while both the Wild Geese members shows their sharp fangs, making Izuku astonished. That's right, said Pip. The Wild Geese special unit are composed by strong vampires. Izuku couldn't making other reaction, but red blushing his freckled cheeks. That's the real reason that the SDF wants me. To join a freaking all-vampire death squadron. I'm the real culprit. Pip pokes fun, but I can request my team to protect you on the Yui. Izuku glares furiously. I never wanted such insane request. Just to be scolded back, don't worry about. You can take 100 or 200 years before joins us, said Pip. I'm waiting until there. Your great lifespan could make such trickery. Izuku could ever curse the destiny of he being a vampire. The whole meaningless conversation aids altogether to flee the destroyed site, where even Skull Knight dares to strike again. You are too provocative and human-friendly for a bunch of retarded vampires. And strikes with his sword to launch another strike of pressure waves with great destructive powers. And you thought that you can escape me. From everyone, Silver Fang surprise even Izuku with their powers. Ryusui Gansai Ken. While the elder used his swift movements with his hands to counter the destructive power of Skull Knight's sword. After all, the Silver Fang's technique, water steam rock smashing fist, even matches the All Might in terms of physical power. Finally, Regis steps in to deliver one of his black magic spells. Begin. Die Korumperten Selenos dem Heiligen Land. Wideruf Sivon Uadkater. Monitor. That creates a teleportation portal that sucks Skull Knight and sends to a random place on the other side of the earth. Skull Knight still had the forces to speak, I'm leaving for now. But I warning you, for a dumbfounded group. It was too easy, said Regis. He had more than 2 seconds to plan and counterattack, and it works more due for the suddenness than a really plan. This was more than enough proof that the 12 wise men of Europa and their leader Anthrax are waiting to strike. Heike makes a final remark. I think that there's no more need to hide the real mission for Izuku. Pip intervenes. And you want me to join your group in all assault against the Anthrax base, or something? Of course not. That's a job for an entire army to make an invasion like the Normandy on World War II. Making Izuku eyes widen. Why you are dragging Midoriya for such a cruel suicide mission? All Might enraged. He don't had any military training. Your mission is to assault a small base that belonged to the Millennium Army, located on a still classified location, where my wild geese will team with you, and destroy the entire rogue base and recover the maximum information possible, especially the links between Anthrax and the Millennium Army. That's still totally unreasonable, Izuku yells, and before we begin our mission that should start in less than 60 hours, you will train with Silver Fang and Gaara on the next 48 hours, just in time to make a final test to check if you are strong enough to handle our 5 minutes mission. Pip concludes when torn his hat and walks away. You will be transferred to the Building B due to the mess. Heike sighed. I hope the local budget will pay the repairs. All Might never felt so underpowered on his entire life. His life begins when he could his simple strength quirk that enabled to defeat many common villains with a single punch, hence the quirk's name, One Punch Man, but was too useless when his room was struck by a black miasma from nowhere, before a demon skeleton appears and menaces to kill him, just for decoy. Endeavor was kidnapped. Meanwhile, still unknown to All Might or even Izuku due to the tight censorship on the Funabashi basement, the entire Japan awakes on shock on the next day that Endeavor, under house arrest, was kidnapped by the Millennium Army. Pip Bernadotte couldn't make anything but make a glare smile, that horde of Mongol bastards. They place an hostage straight on the same basement that I planned make a strike. But the censorship was only temporary, and could give an extra motivation for Izuku join the mission, or place a Damocles sword straight on their head. Izuku's guest room on Funabashi HQ. It was the second day of Izuku's internship on the Funabashi's Special Forces headquarters. It was only 7 of morning when an officer delivers an enigmatic newsletter. Mr. Dark Schneider, he announces while makes a military salute. It's my hero name, or whatever, said Izuku, a little annoyed, whence it was just wake up a little time ago, what's the news? Your captain, referring to Pip Bernadotte, was delivered some bad, very bad, and worse than bad news. Izuku was a little dumbstruck when hears the words, while thinks about what the hell was talking about. Sorry. I will straight to the point. First of all, the good news. Your training with Gaara and Bang will start as soon as possible, once. Please, cut the crap out. Izuku yells and hisses, dropping the fangs. Understood. The bad news is, the famous Endeavor was kidnapped by the enemy. Izuku eyes wide open while thought about the fight with him some days ago. What? The entire room freezes, before Izuku delivers a mad voice while remembers the fact that his son was on the same class. Their son was warned about this issue. So far, just watch the media that already know much faster than I expected. All Might, who was sleeping on the same bunk bed, although Izuku sleeps a level higher, awakens when hears the bad news, Endeavor was kidnapped. Wondering about what kind of villain could manage to make such a feat, unless they are a supernatural one. That's impossible. All Might stands up, avoiding by little an injury when dodged the iron bar that holds the frame structure of the bunk bed. How such strong men could ever been taken by a villain. The officer tries to calm down. It was kidnapped by the enemy, probably the same as we expected. The main problem is our intel judge that Endeavor will serve as a human shield on the same enemy base when the wild geese wants to strike. Izuku quickly understands. Oh, great. The Millennium Army, or Anthrax, or whatever Hitler's metaphysist lurking around already knows our plans. As he slams against the Davenport, and now my hellish internship will be a one-way trip straight to the hell, just to kill everything, except the enemy itself. Before the frightened office could ever reply, Pip arrived personally, just to avoid an impeding trouble. I never wanted to disclose so early, but, as he feels a strong grip against his neck, delivered by Izuku's right arm. What kind of wonderful planing you has just tried to apply? Such kind of. Izuku tries to strangulate the older vampire, just for Pip pick up his weapon and point straight against Izuku's face. Please, don't ever try menace me, said with reddish eyes. I know that today I expected to begin an intensive training. However, what's your real plan? Stubborn rookie. Pip mood changes drastically when he slaps hard against Izuku's freckle cheeks. You should never forget that I control, manage, and lead my unit, and you are just a newbie several ranks beyond me. The pro hero tries to intervene, since he isn't like the dangerous unfolding of a student rage against an idiotic plan that could endanger his life. Even he's almost immortal, just to please a bunch of brass clothing tugs. You're coward. All Might notices the bloodlust delivers by several armed soldiers with military-grade pistols and submachine guns. And the older vampire signals his subordinates to target lock their weapons against All Might before resume his speech. All right. The things couldn't go worst. In the next 30 hours, you, Midoriya, will be sent along a Black Ops team led by my Wild Jess mercenaries to launch a surgical strike against. As he brings an old printed map with several ancient scribed notes and thumbtacks and points to a very unpleasant place, here. Both All Might and Izuku's eyes widens when read the map legend and associate the place. It was enough to unleash the repressed anger to an enraged voice, where the younger vampires yells aloud first, then, "What kind of silliness are you bring to me, on North Korea, Mr. Pip?" All Might demeanor was dangerously shifting to a murderous one. "What kind of diplomatic incident you are trying to bring against a Rouge nation with an atomic arsenal?" Where swiftly remembers the militaristic use of quirks on that nation, just to enlighten you that they have a quirk-powered army straight pointed against your nation. Pip Bernadotte makes a stage smile, before answers with several wailing bursts. "This mission is top secret, you band of bastard morons." Before pause 2 seconds to drink a shoot of whiskey. If you ever read the newspapers, internet, homing pigeon posts, smoke signals, as he enumerate all possible items while counting the fingers with sharp claws. Like Izuku's ones, once the Millennium Army proxies stage a coup d'etat about 6 years ago on North Korea, this rogue Nazi army, along some anthrax proxies. They take direct control of the major North Korea's military infrastructures and create several private military bases, while upgrade the North Korea ones. Izuku raises left arm, just to demand answers. "Very nice crappy introduction, Major Pip Sensei," as he cracks his articulations, before thinking to deliver a punch off guard. And one of the Millennium military installations are located deep inside the Ryonggang district, on several bunkers around the mountains that circles the tributaries of Lake Fungso. And Pip nails it, where our intel was confirmed that an human pro-hero called Endeavor, or Todoroki Inji, was kidnapped and placed here. Then, it's just to invade North Korea, strike against a military base, filled with quirk-powered soldiers, and rescue an hero. Izuku said with a stage smirking, when in reality wanted to use his magic to smash Pip against the nearest mountain. "Wrong." Bernadotte nods, while train his hands just in case to counter any magic or physical stroke. The Endeavor's rescue is a last-minute addition. But the real mission is to destroy the military infrastructure that the Millennium Army or Anthrax requires to make some kind of exotic weaponry. Easy as it gets. All Might almost wanted to deliver one of his favorite punches, and he barely avoided to make one. Toshinori instead make a strongly provocative remark, "Mr. would be famous or not. Do you ever consider the dangers of a failure, especially when the supernatural creatures of that terrorist organizations, which already know your plans? One could use your suicidal mission as an excuse to make a nuclear strike. You are too childish." All Might, Pip unleashes their signature paralysis magic, aided by his native quirk-like telekinesis. It's unlikely that the rogue North Korea government would ever launch some nuclear missiles, because they knew that the United States, or even the Russia Federation or China will unleash their nuclear arsenals, and no quirk-enabled heroes could ever manage such a disaster. And points to Izuku, and you, as a natural skilled tactician, already knew how deterrent is the possession of a large nuclear arsenal. Pip Bernadotte even could give such stupid remark. After all, a nuclear war would be the ultimate hero rescue mission, or whatever crap you teach with your clowns. Izuku could reply badly, even he agrees on Pip's remark, but instead, during the elementary school, I like to take notes on several civilian pro-heroes' quirks, then I learn how to do a proper planning. However, and he demands a straight answer, "What's my role on your mission?" "Simple," said Pip. Even Izuku's not convinced. "You had some powerful magic spells with great destructive power, perfect to deliver the final blow. But, I think you should learn some new skills that could be useful on short term, even you don't agree." Insane. Totally insane and irresponsible. All Might yells, just because Midoriya are a very skilled quirkless sorcerer, is the prime reason to drop him, even along some freaks, on an enemy territory, especially when Midoriya don't have any military training. "Enough," said Pip, "the briefing are demised. Midoriya, take the changing room, on the third port past count on the second turn right side, and go to the Silver Fangs dojo. Immediately." "Yes, sir, yes, band of scumbags," said Izuku, infuriated. "Probably, I need to teach you better," answers Pip. Meanwhile, All Might was placed under arrest on the same dorms that he and Izuku sleeps. 2 hours later, All Might would use a VPN tunnel software on his hidden smartphone, even knowing the risks, to leak some information straight to the director Nedzu's main office, where replies to Aizawa and some trustful allies at the Endeavor Hero Agency. At the same time, some of Aizawa's students run straight to Hasu City just to witness the frenzy and panic surge when Shadow Todoroki discovers that his hateful father was kidnapped. It was on a private meeting room of the infamous pro-hero Endeavor's Hero Agency that Katsuki found a depressed rival who still don't believe that his strong father was kidnapped. "Half-hot and cold bastard, what's happened here?" said Katsuki, using his bad swearing. "Katsuki, Todoroki reacts badly when hears the pseudonym, 'My father was kidnapped, and you just can't treat me more formally.' Kind of. Enough." Aizawa pops from nowhere and slams their heads against each other, regarding about you father. All Might disclose some strictly confidential information. Katsuki and Shadow heads turns around and faces a very oddly worried Aizawa face. "What's about it?" Midoriya was been trailed by a vampire military group of mercenaries called Wild Geese, who are now working for the SDF. Midoriya's magic powers are apparently perfectly fitted for him, and even he refused for now, on the next centuries, he could assign to them. As Aizawa also warns about the very large vampire lifespan. What? WTF? Why Deku, for all pro-heroes agencies, for God's sake, was specially requested by mercenaries. There's no WTF sense anymore. Katsuki was also oddly in state of shock. And before resume, hold your breath. Aizawa in her thoughts was also enraged due to his total impotence on the current Midoriya's situation. Midoriya, and that kind of hellish mercenaries will try to rescue Endeavor on North Korea. When the two strongest boys were the keywords, Aizawa noticed the awe and shock before they react, yelling aloud, North Korea. In fact, the Millennium Army, who make a military strike during the USJ Special Class, was after all aided by a unit from Special Forces of the North Korean Army that delivers undercover soldiers disguised as villains, along some pathetic ones. And if it's not just bad news, they had the entire North Korean army at their disposal, since they are the true leaders of that rogue nation. The SDF was totally insane. Todoroki replies before Katsuki, sending a civilian hero student on the middle of a battle against the most militarized nation, without any preparation. And another shocking discovery. Aizawa interrupts, the true leadership of Millennium Army, the 12 wise men of Europa, and an enigmatic leader called Anthrax, which are portrayed as powerful alchemist, sorcerer, and quirk user altogether. Once Aizawa finishes the sentence, Katsuki grabs Aizawa's collar, demanding answers. WTF. Why my friend was dragged by this. As the older vampire uses his cancellation quirk to avoid Katsuki's quirk activation, if he dies, how his mother will react. All Might only said that mission was long planned ago and requires a powerful sorcerer to destroy a military site, but somehow the enemy already know beforehand and kidnaps Endeavor just for a mere provocation. Where he was totally worried, and the most disgusting thing is that group of mercenaries was totally blinded about the possibility of a trap mounted forehand. Probably they was just waiting for an excuse for an hostility escalation. Provocation escalation. Some minor hero knocks the door and delivers worried some even more bad news. Mr. Aizawa, a live announcement from the public North Korea television. And turn on the TV screen and link the live stream. The news anchor holds a sheet of papers, while in hell military music on the background plays, and displays a menacing title, The Subversive Rat's Plan was discovered. Great conspiracy against our supreme leader was revealed. When both stare the television, they couldn't spoke any word, especially when the music fades, and the anchor reads the announcement. Our great Korea nation, aided by the Millennium Army, was prevented another plot against us. Where the anchor makes a short silence break, before resumes, the subversive imperialist Japan was taking advantage on quirks to create a plot aiming to overthrow the beloved leader, but our best agents neutralized the ringleader on foreign soil. Just portrays the image of Endeavor on the screen. Aizawa was dumbfounded. Endeavor could be a troublemaker, but a ringleader of a plot against North Korea. For the God's sake, please, it's a daydream, right? Todoroki tries to pinch repetitively, hoping that the situation was a very dark nightmare. No, it's real, said Katsuki. Once the hero internship ends, I need to deliver a punch or request to Midoriya's use a Black Sabbath straight on the Ministry of Defense, said Aizawa, kicking a dustbin at high speeds, while delivers a strong punch against a wooden frame table that breaks in two. I was too ingenuous to follow the recommendations from Mr. Nedzu about the SDF teasing about one of my students. This is beyond the marks. I couldn't allow a fellow student to be dragged on a dangerous diplomatic and military incident that could bring the Third World War. On Wild Geese's private training field, preparing to battle. Meanwhile, the training with Silver Fang was more friendly, in sheer contrast with the ruthlessness of Pip Bernadotte. Izuku even wastes several hours, during the break specially, to learn the Silver Fang's signature moves. Izuku noticed there was a kind of water elemental magic mixed with martial arts. Ruusui Gansei Ken, yells Izuku, while use his native telekinesis to guide the water flow, cheating a little the original Silver Fang's technique. Please, don't take Viraiko quirks as shortcuts, warns the elder vampire. What? Viraiko quirks? It's my suggestion to name the vampiric abilities like your telekinesis, that had some genetic origin, in a similar fashion of the human-based quirks that follow the same logic. Alright, Izuku sighed, not very convinced. On some vampire communities, they propose the native supernatural features of some vampires to be named as Viraiko quirks, since they are similar to the human quirks. The Japanese government so far only takes note, but not take the proposal to the Diet to be voted or debated. The Ninjagara was more muted, but helps to design a strong military costume for Izuku, where also trains Izuku with his best swordsmanship abilities. In the end, Izuku fused the wizard and dreadnought former costumes into a single menacing one. The sword was trimmed to fit Izuku's total height, but their weight increases to about 2,500 kilograms, due to a more strong and heavy metal alloy, along some special magic stones that gives a fair share amount of total sword weight. The Mage fabric was become the foundation of the armored plates, that act as an active shield and a magic foundation. Even the armor design was less heavy than the original, still weights over 4 tons. In the end, the new Izuku's costume was a mammoth 7-ton beast of metal and ceramic. Izuku only could sigh when faced on the mirror, the new dreadnought costume, and remembers a silly episode of their innocent childhood. When at the first year of elementary school, almost his college is run away when discovered that the green-haired shy boy was a vampire. But his first true wizard staff gives another memory for a more recent past, when starts the training with Sakura-sensei, who teach him her magic, while controls better the dark Schneider's magic he could learn by himself. Private talk. Finally, the younger vampire decide to return to the shared bunk bed with All Might with the new militaristic costume, making All Might shivered and worried. Mr. Midoriya, another walking tank. Just to choose another derogate word. What a thought day, Izuku sighs when tries to undress the complicated costume, taking care to not unload 7 tons of metal over a human. It's very dangerous to speak about, but All Might picks, carefully, a smartphone and points the information he wanted to share. Do you know that you can be charged with espionage? What's in huge risk? Izuku was surprised when noticed that the Yuyui's one class already knows the true motivations of SDF, or the fact the entire Japan knowing that one of best pro-heroes was been taken hostage on North Korea. The situation was so terrible that everyone from your classmates, or even other classes, almost cannot concentrate or enjoy their internships. I bet that Todoroki was almost screaming with its own impotence, said Izuku softly. Tomorrow it's your day. But promise to me that you will focus to rescue my derailed rival and convince that band of buffoon bastards to fly away as soon as possible. I will honor that promise. Izuku bows with formal respect, but I can't think more that it's too odd for the Millennium Army don't evacuate the site or execute Endeavor in public, as they expected to me to arrive there. That's why I fear a military escalation, straight to nuclear strike. I don't think they use nuclear weapons on the first day. It would be too stupid. Probably or Anthrax or the Millennium Army will use their supernatural military to make an incursion of Japan in a short to middle term, and only need an excuse to shift the preparations priority to make a thing. When I speak about a nuclear strike, probably they could use a single one, more focused to make a local damage, or just to blow away on higher atmosphere, in order to make an electromagnetic pulse capable to fry our sensitive electric and electronic infrastructure. Even here, I only bet only during the supernatural army invasion. All Might sighs when remembers the Pip's words about Izuku's strategist skills, revealing the coherent and well-planning scenario, without thinking that Japan was in the brink of a terrible disaster scenario. The mission begins. On the eve of the 3rd day internship, Izuku joins the other vampires that forms the mercenary group Wild Geese, along several human soldiers from a Black Ops unit. The highest-ranked personnel salutes all the soldiers and makes an elusive speech. Today it's the day that I will deliver a serious blow on the terrorist group called Millennium Army. The Operation MO, in honor of the deity of death and revenge, are officially commissioned. Very few dare to take attention on the rest of the announcement, especially the vampires group, who already takes the seats on a stealth technological helicopter with enough autonomy range. However, due to security reasons, we will fly first to Tsushima Island, said Pip Bernadotte. Then, at the evening, with some concordance with the South Korean National Army, we will conquer the east coast of that nation, using the Korean island of Ulon and the coastal city of Donghae as a reference point. And point to the entrance point, finally, using a bisection of an imaginary cross line between the North Korean coastal cities of Sinchang and Riwon. That was a very mountainous terrain. We will infiltrate the enemy territory. That's a very long journey. Izuku noticed the natural barrier provided by the Sea of Japan and their tactical allies that prevent a more easy invasion. And what's this oddly place? It's a small village called Pungseoab, where probably it is one of the escape routes of the Millennium Army hideouts. May I add a little remark? Izuku notices the unfriendly mood reply of his superior. Be fast, said Pip. For my own knowledge, the invasion point is also the same place as when the majority of missile sites and launch pads are located. It's expected to be in huge concentration of radars and high-alert mobile infantry units. That's why I requested stealth helicopters, to avoid such scenario. Izuku was not truly convinced, as he remembers from the All Might espionage session, that North Korea, with the funds of the Millennium Army, was unable to modernize the North Korean Navy without care about the international sanctions. A possible way to North Korea create a tactical advantage, with the huge area covered by the Sea of Japan, was the Navy program that should take more priority on the submarines, and probably one of them was capable to carry nuclear missiles. After all, when Izuku watches World War II documentaries, he snaps when the Nazi Germany, the ancient state that the Millennium Army worships, once takes control of the Atlantic French coast. They build underground submarine bases located on several coastal cities. And an underground submarine base could be an excellent shipyard to build at least a submarine capable to launch a nuclear strike against Japan, without being noticed first, even during the construction site. Once he finishes his thoughts, the helicopters was just take off and flies to the first stage of a day-long trip to North Korea. Izuku was less optimistic, since he feels that even he could rescue Endeavor, the whole mission will end in a total disaster, and it will be nearly impossible to run about 500 kilometers of hostile environment to reach the armistice line on the parallel 38, the strong military frontier between the two Koreas. The mission begins somewhere on North Korea. While the evening quickly fades to the night, the stealth helicopters managed to land on a cleared plain, free from major obstacles. Even the landing site was a few kilometers from the main target breaching point. For Izuku and his unfriendly team, it was the final chapter of a day-long trip across the boundaries of the Sea of Japan. As Pip Bernadotte expected, even Izuku thought there was something odd. They could infiltrate the enemy territory without major problems. It was about 7 minutes to start the main operation, according to the plan devised by Pip Bernadotte. Once he thought that everyone was ready, he decided to remember the major steps on an improvised briefing site. Everyone, be acquainted. Even he arrived a little late, we still have a few minutes before the projected time for the mission start. It was due to the bad weather and the long detour. Izuku mumbles to himself, before takes mental notes about the real mission here. From some reports, Anthrax and his proxies are trying to build an exotic weapon, and this installation contains a key ingredient to build such device. There's no further information about the type and kind of weapon here. Terzif Godefroy raised his hand and asked to his captain. Probably an enhancement equipment to increase their own magic, alchemical or quirk powers. Such one-of-kind devices that was custom-made. It requires a huge manpower and resources to build one. And, if we manage to destroy the facilities, it would delay or sever the Anthrax's own powers. Serpico also intervenes, even it was a little ingenuous. And your mission is to deliver at least one or two of your most damaging spells. Pip points to Izuku, save your vitality, vigor, mana, MP, HP, or whatever you name it, to use against the main target, located deeply on the mountain. So, it's an Halloween or Black Sabbath straight on. Izuku reacts a little badly, a target without any escape route. Very pleasant planning. Sir, hold your filthy tongue. Pip enraged so easily when his authority are menaced. Whatever, Gara sighs, it's almost time to start your operation. A few seconds later, the Wild Geese team with Izuku, along some Black Ops soldiers, starts the invasion of the Millennium Army military base deeply on North Korea. It takes half an hour to reach one of the heavily guarded gates pointed on the map, but there's fewer armed soldiers than expected. Everyone from the team, unless Izuku, never questioned such apparent flaw. As instructed by Pip, the older vampire orders Izuku to stun or kill swiftly the 3 guards, and he makes the deal very well. Izuku stretches his right arm and uses a simple magic spell. I summon the fiery power blast from the fallen heroes. And before the soldiers could ever react, do the sudden chant, damned. They was instantaneously defeated. It was too easy. Gara mumbles straight to Izuku's right ear. I'm thinking also like that, too, replies Izuku. The group runs quickly to the giant blinded doors that blocks further progress. Izuku, before everyone else decide to try unlock the obstacle using magic, a moment. While pushes his right arm and stretches the hand flat and hold it about a meter from the cold metal door's locks. Ancient spirits of thieves, laid by blonde obsessions. Release my lock. And the door opens without great problems. Mace. That's funny how a magic spell designed to unseal magic locks could work on normal ones. Serpico makes an annoyed remark. Either way, let's get inside. Pip orders everyone to move forward. The Black Ops team also enters on the same gate, but takes another route in order to check the information leaked by the spies, or other kind of mole lurking inside the mysterious installations. At the Central Command Control Room. Meanwhile, on the main security center room, one Nazi soldier from the infamous Millennium Army reacts, Sir, there's a security breach on Southern Gate 1. One of the major officers in charge on that day was the Lieutenant Zoran Blitz, who has been in charge of the security due to a special request from the high ranks, as she was pleased to the action unfolding. No problem. It's the special guests including the Dark Demon, no, the Dark Sorcerer Vampire, Heka, Virika Warlock Dark Schneider. They are too stupid or what? Asks the same soldier. I heard that Skull Knight takes a visit on the enemy headquarters and find their plans. No worry, let's give him something to enjoy as the demonic vampire unleashes his scythe and delivers orders for the military staff. Waffenführer Klaus, Bestel den Sicherheitsweg, die Feindlichen Helikopter zu zerstören. And turns her face to an officer in charge of military communications, when Gemmen für die Kommunikation der nordkoreanischen Marines zuständig ist. Alle der zeitigen U-Boot können Torpedos gegen nicht militärisch Japanische Schiff frei führen. But also she warns, dies Reihenfolge soll schnell angewendet werden, a Burgese U-Boot kann nur ein einzelnes Ziel wallen. The native North Korean soldier sighs a little due to the overuse of German language on official orders, but they understand the next moves. Since the Japan decides to strike, all submarines from North Korean Navy are freely to target a single Japanese vessel. That can be any commercial ship or a Navy police vessel, but not a SDF ship. For now, however, the first act was delivered to the security personnel that's under direct control of Millennium Army, not the North Korean Army. They just fire a swarm of missiles against the helicopters that once bring Izuku and his team, cutting the main rescue and escape route. Meantime, on Japan's west coast of Honshu, about 10 minutes later, somewhere at the west coast of Honshu, the heroine-in-training Tsuyu was sailing along a Japanese Navy police vessel, along the pro-hero Selkie, who was a seal-type mutation quirk human, and he's also the captain of its own Oki Mariner ship, who works within the National Navy Police to patrol the coast. Selkie's unit specializes to curb illegal immigration and smuggling. "It's becoming dark," said Selkie to a worried Tsuyu, who simply replies, "Kiro." One sailor interrupts, "But don't worry about. We are about 1 full hour away to dock on the nearest port." Meanwhile, the same waters was under patrol of a North Korean Navy submarine, who received new orders from the mainland. The captain Che Yong-kol, along his officer-in-charge of communications Kak Yong-ho, stares with the last orders from Pyongyang, that such content had a signature sign that such order was requested by other source. Either way, the North Korea had in huge debt with the Millennium Army and decide to follow the order either way. Our great supreme leader orders to sink one imperialist vessel, preferentially the first one that our unit can spot. The officer decodes the ciphered instruction and delivers to his captain. "North American, Japanese, traitor ones." The younger replies, "For now, only a Japanese vessel." One young soldier with a kind of enhanced electromagnetic sensory quirk spotted a target, the same Tsuyu's vessel. "These quirks are useful in combination of standard military technology," said the officer, while orders the periscope operator to confirm the target, and a police vessel are a perfect target. The entire submarine goes to red alert, while the captain orders, "Target that rat's puny ship." "Torpedoes operator, prepare torpedo number 3. Another sailor-in-charge delivers the distance, enemy target at 83 meters. Finally, the captain delivers the final order, "Fire torpedo number 3. And it happens a few seconds later. At the same time, Selkie was wandering around the deck, just because his sensory quirk was randomly activated, warning him about a sudden danger. "That's funny. Why suddenly I'm too worried, and frightening for no plausible reason." The Millennium Army's made torpedoes contain some kit of stealth technology, but the onboard sonar and radar equipment of Selkie's ship detects the danger about 1,000 meters away, resting about 15 seconds to act, especially when the office screams, "Captain Selkie, a torpedo are aiming against us." "What?" This time, Selkie was astonished. From what? While his lose momentarily his cognitive capabilities, much due to fact he never face a real torpedo attack. "Captain," and the officers tries to bring their captain to the reason. "Turn to starboard." Selkie gives a panicked order, hoping to divert from the menace. However, this torpedo model can change the course once the onboard computer locks the target. Just a few seconds later, it blasts the hull and the main engines catches fire. The impact itself don't cause direct causalities. Instead, it opens several holes along the hull, and quickly the ship began to flood. Selkie was no more time than to order a rushed evacuation and an emergency radio call. It takes several minutes for a Navy helicopter to answer the call, prepare and take off, but managed to rescue the former crew of Selkie's sink ship. "Thanks," said Selkie, exhausted from the hellish crazy villainy, from where and who managed to target us and fire a torpedo. It was not confirmed, but some civilian and police vessels was been hit almost at the same time. Answer a worried soldier. Further dialogue ended with a sway of insults and swearing, while Tsuyu could only relief when she could land safely. Under the relative safeness, the North Korean submarine confirms the target hit and decide to ignore further development of the actions, as this captain finally orders to divert for international waters. Returning to the impending disaster, the Selkie's vessel attack was not the only one, but the most provocative one was the vicious attack on a large cruiser ship, who kills some passengers and unleash a public uproar against the nameless enemies. With all help delivered by the United States Navy to Japan, it takes several hours to discover the involvement of North Korea on that escalation of hostilities. The case swiftly bring the Great Five to an emergency meeting on the United Nations Security Council, ending as several times, on a total deadlock between the Beijing-Moscow axis and the Washington-London-Paris ones, and several provocations between the two Korean states. When the Selkie's ship was spotted by the enemy submarine, the things along the Wild Geese team, if deserved to be called as such, wasn't going as expected. Even they managed to pass the blinded gate. With some magic help from Izuku, they don't found major obstacles during the first 5 minutes, until a hidden blinded door closes suddenly, trapping them inside. And also, the two human Black Ops units, once they confirmed the invasion, and their backup suddenly stopped to broadcast to them. That's strange. Silver Fang was annoyed. The backup was not answer any questions. Gara hears some faint screaming, but decide to stop and orders everyone to stall quiet, silence. About half a minute passes, and no further sound was ever captured, but another radio channel gives an alarming sound, "Sir." Explosions everywhere. From the grounded team on the surface. Hip Bernadotte still hears the missile's impact on landing site, when another field communications officer warns to the radio, "Warning. Missile strike. Arg. And the communication channel was cut to the explosion that kills all members, while also destroys the radios and the helicopters. Izuku, who was not much forward, notices the sudden Pip's change in demeanor as himself expects that turn of events. I warned you, bastard, as the green-haired vampire turns around and wails at full breath the last sentence. Chase. It was the only word Pip Birdknot could ever answer before Izuku slams him against the wall with an uppercut punch. Several vampires decide to hold Izuku, who was out of his mind. Izuku, hold a breath. Gaara had to block a strong punch delivered from the younger vampire. Be rational and stay calm. Izuku appears to stop, but yells at full force a short time later, calm. Stay calm. Had you just noticed that we just lost all support and backup on the middle of an enemy territory? And points to the wounded Pip as Izuku grabs and almost strangulate him, especially you. You simply fall straight to the enemy's trap. As a military strategist you are beyond a drunken sailor. You have guts, but you are too naive. Pip recovers and delivers a straight punch against Izuku's face. And you are just worse than several heroes' buffoons. Izuku resumes the fist fighting, while starts to use the Witcher Sine and Quen to reduce the physical damage, and interfere with Pip's magic abilities. However, Silver Fang, annoyed with the brawl, hold the two offenders, and smash hard against each other, ending with a wailed declaration, bastards. But coughs before resumes, there's no time to fight each other. About Pip's responsibilities on this disaster, there's no time to talk about. Our first priority is to damage the site, and then run away from North Korea with all you could get. Finally, the strong leadership of the elder vampire end the brawl, but the tension was too high to Izuku could ever pardon the bad planning of Pip, much due to his own arrogance. Zoran's trophy. Several walls and tunnels away, Zoran laughs when received the news about the sinking of 2 police vessels and a badly damaged cruiser ship, without forgetting the destruction of the helicopters that delivers the invasion team. It was a strong, but controlled, provocation in order to cause an escalation of hostilities, but she knew that at this moment, they shouldn't pursue further in order to cause a war. The US Army will quickly raise the DEFCON to level 3. After this wonderful incident, Zoran laughs as she walks to his own private detention prison. A few moments ago, she ends their evening exercise by slicing the entire Black Ops teams that invade the military bunker from another route. From her, they was too weak to be a challenge, since she kills everyone in less than 10 seconds, using the scythe and a cursing magic spell. Once Zoran returns to her dungeons, she stares his new prey, the pro-hero Endeavor, and the remains of a villain called Stain, who ended sliced like sashimi. Without any moral standard, Zoran placed the villain's corpse remains on the same prison of Endeavor to serve doubly as a psychological weapon and a gruesome fray just to break the mental resistance of her own prisoners. Endeavor was strongly tied and covered by some kind of magic runes that not only seals their quirk, but also drains his vital energy in order to avoid the temptation to escape. Everything comfortable. Herr Endeavor. Just for Endeavor spits against her. Der Schmutzide Schweinehund, screams Zoran when she delivers a lock kick against Endeavor belly, followed by a strike with the backbones of their scythe, intended to deliver a serious, but not fatal, wound. You're monster, screams Endeavor in agony. I spare your life, in contrast of that idiot who loved to make some fun, but was unable to stand more than 3 seconds. Pointing to the sliced stained corpse. It was a villain who kills several heroes on the last months. Endeavor speaks, while endure the pain, and when I circle him, you just appeared. I never witnessed such a piece of chase about your heroic activity, especially when those so-called superhelden are no more than a bunch of Possenracer or Caspro. Stop mixing German loanwords on Japanese. Endeavor provoked the demon vampire. Ich verstehe dich nicht, replies Zoran, while delivers a kick against Endeavor's belly. The kidnapping of Endeavor and brutal killing of Stain. Zoran still stares. The corpse of Stain, while remembers the main events of their mission on Hasu City. Using the teleport quirk of Kurogiri, who was under the wing of Tamura, the successor of Abigail, and the last member of the 12 Wise Men of Europa, Zoran could jump quickly to the main target. At that day, Endeavor's suspension of duties was somehow relaxed when the infamous hero killer Stain decided to attack several pro-heroes, who judged immoral and corrupt, under the excuse of fake heroes hunting crusade. Using that logic, the police need a strong quirk pro-hero to defeat Stain, even it was under criminal charges, making Stain more motivated to kill Endeavor as a final proof of the decadence of the current society. Endeavor was making huge damage of public propriety, like he likes to make during his duty, and been praised by this demeanor just to encircle Stain to a blind alley covered by flames. Zoran, who have been undercovered, passes to action, and sway her scythe to kill all minor heroes and police officers holding the police barrier at an alarming speed. WTF was that? Screams Endeavor when notices a menacing aura arriving swiftly and the sudden silence of the police officers. Who are you? Stain also reacts and holds its attack position with all knives pointed to Endeavor. Ich habe Geschäft mit ihm, said Zoran with the scythe blade encircled around Endeavor's head. A foreigner, Stain was amused with the strange mixing of an esoteric and militaristic costume. It was a mistake from Stain, who decided to use the blood-type quirk against Zoran that caused their death. Very interesting. said when tried to stab Zoran, ignoring about who she really was. Talpal half-tween, said Zoran, that even stabbed, reacts and sway their scythe, and managed to slice Stain into several pieces, spilling his blood, while Zoran open her mouth and drink a lot of it. Endeavor feels an abnormal panic surge when witness a former formidable villain been merciless killed without any real fighting, releasing dark chains filled with miasma that lashes Endeavor flesh and places cursing runes along the body, starting from the bloody wounds, and release along the body, Ikair den siege of Vertragon besiege main and Fainlichen willen unsane craft, where basically seals Endeavor quirk, vitality and much more on the point to weak at full extent, einherjer, bastard, scream Endeavor in agony, losing his conscious a second later. Very well. You are too lucky to be sealed with my Einherjer, the wicked spell that cursed the fools who dare defy the gods, while also picks the sliced body of Stain, and I take your toy as my own trophy. Few seconds later, Zoran takes the sealed Endeavor and Stain corpse, and uses the Kurogiri's portal to escape from Japan without further problems. Then it was when Zoran's attention returned to reality, and decided to make another step forward, Dark Schneider. Why Vilspass kannst du Mädchen? Wolfenstein. Meanwhile, the invasion group was mesmerized with the vision of the backup team, or the remains of them, from which bastard on earth they managed to kill everyone from the top elite of Japanese army. Pip was bewilderment. The enemy, when plays seriously, just means I'm the incarnation of death. Pokes Gara. Please, I still not finished to play Wolfenstein 2, and don't like to play around their famous catchphrase. Izuku reply, very annoyed, without felling in huge grudge about the massive causalities that Pip's plan was delivering. Suddenly a cold wind sways along the bodies, when the loudspeakers turns on, and delivers a menacing message, for all silly rats lurking on your realm. It was Zoran's voice, I'm one of the majors of the Let's Battalion, Zoran Blitz, and delivers the warrant order for all personnel, chase and kill that bastards. Like one of you said well, I'm the incarnation of death. Ich bin die Incarnation des Todes. This means that the real mission was just begun, said Silver Fang with all proudest manners. On entrapped corridor, Izuku's aura was boiling inside, making his rage barely unnoticed by his so-called teammates that they also known the dire and catastrophic situation they faced. Trapped under dark tunnels of some underground base on North Korea, and lost all surprise factor due to the swift response from the enemy military, it is a matter of time to be hunted down. All human backup soldiers was defeated and brutally killed in a matter of seconds, leaving the vampires to be the ultimate warriors. And their supernatural powers could be a real advantage if the enemy itself was not composed exclusively by vampires. It takes only a few seconds after the warning announcement made by Zoran in order to chase Izuku and Pip's party to face the assault rampage made some Nazi solders, probably from the infamous Let's Battalion refereed by the still unknown vampire leader, who throw tear gas canisters before fire with their heavy machine guns. Luckily, Izuku managed to cast some magic barriers to deflect the bullets. I hate when it happens, as tries to hold the barrier, using the Witcher sign Quen won't be useful if don't waste too much magic, said Serpico in order to calm down the teen vampire, who notices bad aggressiveness against the enemy, before takes the lead and runs at an insane speed against two fast soldiers, ending beheaded once Serpico raised his short sword and cut them. Silver Fang also tried to hold Izuku, remember the key role of a wizard on a party, making Izuku surprised and annoyed, since he didn't like the classic role of a mage, who need to stay on the center, and layered by a circle of warriors. Izuku recognized that Serpico and Gara had great swordsmanship, who deals to make damage against the enemy, and understands why the mages should focus on heal the warriors. I'm more an arcane fighter, said Izuku, even I have strong magic spells. Don't waste your breath on useless babbling. Gara stares Izuku, while turn his head, you lack endurance fighting capabilities. And during the circus shows that you barely counter the attacks at all, referring to the Yui Sport Festival, and your abusive display of magic are more characteristic of a standard mage than a warrior. We need to find quickly a way out, said Pip, while scan any possible exit. Pip still mad to this bad situation, and don't make any move to help his own companions. For now, he just follow a path open when Izuku used several damn spells to blast the doors, and take down some soldiers by surprise. On a disclosed laboratory. Meanwhile, on some still unknown underground bunker block, a team of insane scientists was working on several weapons, while a group of alchemists and magicians also helps them their research. About 2 hours earlier of the disastrous beginning of Wild Geese operation, some trucks loaded with secretive equipment was already left the underground base, and followed to a secret location, which place are believed, by the top researchers, that was the real Lord Anthrax headquarters. Even still, the construction of a techno-magic weapon was time and resources consuming, leaving several spare parts and rejected components during the long and costly development. All research was oriented by a leader scientist called Herr Doctor or Lord Doctor, one of the 12 wise men of Europa, where still makes experiments with partial or unfinished prototypes. If I could create a prestigious price for the most dumbest military operation ever, the fall Japanese army would won easily. And now if they manage to explode this site, why you are playing with those forbidden material, said a clocked alchemist. The doctor makes a strange smirk while adjusts his 3-lens glasses, before explains, almost as he speaks to an imaginary audience, if I could start, that's essentially one of my own rules, never give everything to a single patron. And he uncovers a strange device, once removed the protective fabric, resembling an exoskeleton and a cannon, at first stance. In reality it was one of my prototypes of an alchemical enhancing magic weaponry class devices. It gives a better overlooking of this weapon, more than to the same imaginary audience, than the actual alchemist whose stare on the right side. And this is the work of a full century of research. But the doctor fixed the last sentence, Neen. In reality, the construction of magic weapons can be traced from the beginning of Second World War. In reality, even before the First World War, when take consideration the contribution of the Fuel-Gesellschaft to that field. As I knew, under direct executive order of Mein Führer Adolf Hitler, it founds and puts under direct control on charge to the ultra-secret Magische Forschungszentrum and directed by the former directors of Fuel-Gesellschaft and the Ahnenerbe itself. The rumors of a magic weapon research center was true after all. The annoyed alchemist sighs, just to not listen a long monologue from his college, and, for me, he is still suspicious the resurgence of those quirks along today's human population. I couldn't deny that I even take several researches about the genetics of quirks, but I never exclude that could be the byproduct of some researches made by my nation during the war. The official record shows that the first quirks appears on rural China during the second half of 20th century, and just not so far from a secret Nazi laboratory mounted on the boundaries of former Tibet. While it was not so accurate, because that laboratory only functioned at the same time of the Second World War time frame. Also, the alchemists believe the real research begins as early to the boundaries of the 19th and 20th century, by the German alchemists of the cited secret societies. And the quirks was a rejected genetic mutation weapon created by the Fuel-Gesellschaft and thrown away as a plagued biological weapon. Instead, to destroy the Untermensch, it delivers some kind of supernatural powers to the majority of mankind on less than 2 centuries. The doctor turns a little mad, even he really don't had any idea about the quirk origins. His work on artificial vampires and magic was endured, even after the Nazi Germany defeat, since the underground Millennium Army takes the legacy. Instead he orders to shut up. Probably the quirks was the result of an accidental experiment made from some genuine Nazi scientists. But since I don't had any record, please don't interrupt me again. Ever, wailing on the last word. The alchemist could reply hardly, but opted to stay silent, and thought to himself, even the quirk's abilities enhance the weaker humans, are still too weak to be ever a threat to real sorcerers, magicians and skilled alchemists. And this prototype was essentially the 666th version, while some parts was derived from the 616th version, and some minor ones that I don't remember for now. What's a coincidence? The alchemist makes a smirked bold face when hears the numbers, and the fact that the final version uses spare parts of the number of the beast by the Catholic and Orthodox perspective, who now takes more attention to the partial functional prototype on their hands. The strange weapon revels to be a mixture of a medieval armor layered by dragon heads and some futuristic characteristics, resembling some techno-punk artifacts. Some electronic devices was placed along the armor, whereas functionality was still a mystery. You are playing a dangerous trump, essentially if the enemy laid their hands on it, spoke the antagonizing alchemist. Don't worry, since I placed several countermeasurements to avoid to be stolen. The rogue scientist smiles, hiding his annoyance. After all, this is the Dragon Knight Lucifer Armor DKL-1, and pause some seconds before resumes. And Antrax Dono just received the most powerful version of this weapon. And adds, even the raw power delivered by the Dragon Knight Lucifer Armor DKL-1 was less than 10th of final version, already delivered to Antrax Dono. After such consideration, this prototype lacks the Sword of Hell, which we don't have none, since it needed to be created according to an alchemical and dark magic ritual. Instead, the Rings of Satan was already crafted and enchanted yesterday. But almost forgot a third item, and speaking about unfinished items, but almost crafted, was this huge shield, placed on the other side of this facilities, the Judas Pain Shield. The alchemist tried to reply, but decided to not spoke. If the enemy had really a sorcerer, it won't take more than few minutes to fill the remaining items and activate this dangerous armor. Instead spoke a fake excited remark, fortunately, you never forget anything behind. And the real though, what a joke. Well, if those unwanted visitors don't strike today, I could end this prototype at the next week. The alchemist barely had time to think, in order to reply the conversation, since the evacuation alarm was triggered in order to the staff return to the more safest bunkers. For all priorities, why I need to evacuate. The emergency may be serious, as the alchemist was already suspected that the real enemy won't be trivial to defeat. Meanwhile at Wild Geese place of action, about several tunnels away, the fight between the vampires against the rogue Nazi soldiers continues deadly, leaving them dangerously wounded. Even a vampire could endure wounds that could be lethal to humans. With a quirk or not, the major problem was to run away from the enemy base, when all tunnel exits are filled with enemies, and apparently with an infinite supply of reinforcements on demand. Izuku, who has escaped with minor injuries due to the shielding tactic, decide to apply more summoning magic in order to increase the firepower of his so-called team party. Sanctus aqua spiritibus, fons videat deceptum custos Maria miamet vociviti antiquis fotis miamet alias annulo signati potestatum divinam. While Izuku makes a pact to water spirits in order to increase his affinity with water elementals. Why you are wasting your powers to elemental magic that you don't have real affinity. Pip Bernadette was annoyed. Holy Saint Water, grant to me your powers. As CQUA Ager, making Izuku surrounded by a water mist. Why you don't make a pact with fire or dark magic. Silver Fang was also a little surprised. Shut up, said Izuku, this is a ritual to summon this thing. As Izuku begins to imitate the movement of an unnamed kung fu martial arts, Bernando. Waluda, Werna, Richardo, Old Water Domain, fill my soul, just in time to punch his water-covered fist against the floor, opening a portal. My enemy is your enemy. May the strings of spirits and the damnation of lies bend my staff, and bring the water dragon from the underground. Summoning a water dragon, which resembles the ancient Chinese ones, Water Emperor's Dragon Cascade. Axis, what's pure stupidity? Pip grits his sharp teeth. Summoning dragons just to destroy smaller targets will deplete your magic energy. And choke before concludes, it will drain out our magic too quickly, leaving no more energy to handle a real threat. I don't care. Izuku makes a cold stare and hisses. But other vampires scolds the younger one, don't be childish just to appraise to yourself. Especially the Silver Fang, if you have more magic affinity to fire than water, just use fire spells. Otherwise you are wasting 2, 5 or even 20 times more magic without real benefit. After all, your magic teacher never warned you about this. Please, never bring Sakura-sensei when is not needed. Izuku answered boldly. All vampires don't answer to reply, since understand who was that person, whatever. And just when Izuku tries to end the scolding, Pip witnessed the next wave of soldiers running against them in order to trap. However, much of the new soldiers, when witness the new abnormality, stall several seconds to face the strange new dragon. The standoff takes several seconds, that for someone could judge that takes several minutes, until one of the soldiers decides to fire, just for Izuku command the dragon to counterattack. Axis. Under my domain I command you to strike. Just for the dragon blast several high-pressurized water streams, Ryuku Suryu. As Izuku reads the kanji ideograms Long Huang Shui Liu, meaning Dragon Emperor Water Stream. It was the strong water pressure released magically by the dragon that either cuts the vampire soldiers by half, or opens holes on their torsos, before being dismembered, and thrown into pieces against another like projectiles. However, the real Izuku's objective was to use the water stream to evaluate if the floors or the ground was actually solid, and the carnage of destruction leaves some unexpected sag on the floor covered by destroyed soldiers. My bet was right, said Izuku while the dragon dissolves. Since summoned dragons rarely stay more than 40 seconds, there's a fault under this room. You mean, a secret passage? Silver Fang dared to ask. Probably. Just wait. As Izuku now cast another magic spell, Legions of Ruby Ray. Flesh rotten, consumed by death. As Izuku casted magic forms a giant blob of fire, while releases an acidic haze that make everything on contact to be spontaneously combusted and melts due to the extreme acidity. May this deathly curse burns the enemy, and return to water. And when the magic spell was fully released, the ground melts and burns at higher temperatures. Acid drinker. The affected ground almost was reduced to hot magma, but collapses before the acidic smog and heat melts and kills everyone on the room, opening a vertical pit instead that appears to connect to something else. The last vampire of the group, and less talking of them, Regis Terzif Godefroy decide to intervene. Young vampire. Hold a minute. I will cool down the opening. Making Izuku a little surprised. I will appreciate it, said Izuku, still curious. All true Geister der Winterwilder, ich erbet deinen Willen an den Kunst. The vampire Terzif Godefroy always made his own incantations on German, making Izuku very perplexed. The incantation formula was based on the ancient ice elementals living of old German forests during the cold winters, and used his powers to freeze the open tunnel, Bit Hilfmir, meinen Weg zu öffnen, and was succeeded to do so, Friar diesen Albtraum Verein und offne meinen Weg. And name his magic spell, Phantom Eichwort. Regis' magic spell is called Phantom Ice Swords, since it manipulates spirits of deceased Teutonic heroic warriors that once lives in battles on long winters. Before thanks him, Serpico intervenes. He was the person responsible to support our group during own missions, due to his magic abilities. At least, we can now escape from this trap. At the end, Pip Bernadette was just appreciate and use the others' works. As everyone jumps and slides along the freezing steep slopes, Izuku stays around the open hole, just to stay alert, as another wave of soldiers could rampage before himself could escape. Be fast, said Izuku, who hears several footsteps, and rattling approaching at higher speeds, since the vampires can run as fast like sports cars. As Izuku already made the same, we have more company. The elder vampires was the last ones to escape, except Izuku himself, who noticed the swift reaction of the enemy, who don't waste time to raise all machine guns against him. One of the soldiers, who appears to be a higher-ranking officer, had just ordered, "Tote decent bastard." Since some soldiers even bring an armed rocket-propelled grenades that appears to be the same models of the Germany used at the Second World War, why they still use Panzerfaust. They follow the officer order to fire several grenades, sending all of them like an artillery barrage. Izuku barely had time to dodge, and casts a Witcher sign to avoid a direct hit, as the art almost failed to destroy or deflect the projectiles. Finally, the green-haired vampire jumps to the opened hole once the first barrage ends, and casts another magic spell. Oh, my ancient demon servants, guardians of burning marshes. As this spell opens several portals from hell in order to leak the destructive firestorms from the underworld, lend your powers, and reduce my enemy to nothingness. And the thermal shock caused several explosions that kills everything on their path, especially on a closed room, napalm death. The huge explosion caused a dangerous landslide of fragments of ice, created by Terzif Godfroy magic spell, and chunks of store, concrete, and melted iron. Against Izuku, who loses his foot and slides into a dark hole, slamming his body against an hardened concrete bottom of a kind of cave, just before the explosions reaches the interior of the opened pit. It appears that Izuku managed to open a vertical shaft, even unstable, to a deeper bunker than the previous one. Hit the jackpot. However, the uncontrolled impact against floor make a contusion on Izuku's head and lose partially owned senses. Some minutes later, all Wild Geese members manage to awake Izuku. "Are you all right?" said Pip. "You almost lost your consciousness." "Where we are." Izuku was still a little headache. "It's the entrance of some prison," said Serpico. A few seconds later, Silver Fang yells. It appears that Izuku gains the jackpot. Why would said that? Izuku was confused. Ouch. My head. I just blast with my punch the bars of this peculiar cell. As the older vampire grabs a barely conscious man, the infamous pro-hero Endeavor was been maintained captive here. The discovery was astonishing, since by a string of luck, they managed to accomplish a secondary mission that was to find Endeavor and rescue him. Unfortunately, all medical backup was lost. Pip snaps that unfriendly remark, and what bastard could leave such so-called strongest hero wannabe into this terrible state? After all, it's just a buffoon that thought they could fight against a real though guy, and ever he couldn't avoid such remark. Even Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger was much better than this clown. "1 a minute. Vara intervene. When I read Midoriya's profile during the flight, I noticed that he learned some healing magic, like Terzif Godfroy that had some magical medicine knowledge. It's right, but," again Pip counteracts with their arguments, "we, vampires, cannot be skillful on healing magic, since all healing mages require to master white magic in order to work correctly, and Midoriya, like the rest of us, are by nature black magic sorcerers." Izuku frowns with this cruel remark that even agrees, but the reality is not a bipolar black and white. Even so, we have 2 companions with a weak capability to make some white magic, in order to make some very basic healing magic spells, said Gaara again. It's better for them to treat Endeavor, even if it is just a first aid. Silver Fang agrees. Izuku was disgusted to the severity of wounds and the dry blood that coats the remaining of their shattered costume. The green-haired vampire also noticed a strange magic flow along Endeavor's body, just in time that Terzif Godfroy notices the same. This man had their so-called quirks sealed by a black magic spell, Dark Schneider. That's right, and he was frightened by the faded runes, but OMFG, look at those cursed runes. The person who defeated Endeavor and applied such magic spell should at least a rank comparable to me. It's almost the accused magic spell that cast against the invaders on the Yui Sports Festival. And almost choke with pain. Even I was terrible mad to everyone on such day, I just kill them by using such forbidden spell. Just he was deeply worried to such wrongdoings. My healing abilities are beyond to reverse such terrible thing. Will you know any kind of anti-magic or reverse magic spell? Even the accused spell requires some strong counter-magic to be dispelled. However, as Izuku grabs his smartphone and opens a digital scan of his own grimoires, it takes several seconds, exceeding more than 1 minute, but Izuku managed to find a solution. It requires to use 2 spells simultaneously, but you should stay alert to finishes the healing. Fine. The elder vampire holds the unconsciousness Endeavor in order to avoid problems. Mediocris naturi spirituum, ingens scientia antiquorum sapientum, Tito auxilium tuum. As Izuku itself shines, and forms a magic circle that encircles him, Terzif Godfroy and Endeavor inside, magia antiquis elemas magus omnium artium, hoc oro ad victimam, et curabo iam omnes maleficens. Suddenly, a strong explosion from Endeavor's own body propels the mage's duo away, while a glooming aura was released, that also contributes to blast Izuku and the older vampire away a few meters. Damn it. We fail. And the elder was worried. It appeared that this cursing spell share the same common characteristics of my dark chaos of destruction magic, even it was slightly different. And notice that the cursed aura was diminishing. Pip sighed. It appears that you need to wait until a real skillful medical sorcerer could handle this case. Izuku smiles. Now, Terzif Godfroy, when I cast the following spell, use your basic healing magic you can use. Pip was shocked, especially when the older vampire nods. I'm ready. Ellen, Colin, Alan, Savage, I summon and pledge my heroic heroes of war. and Izuku holds about a meter from him, and above Endeavor, a black lightning ball of energy, quickly collapsing like a black hole. I request your mystic symbols fire and lend me to let love and hate collide. Making the cursing spell energy to be sucked by this strange black hole, archaic black liquid lightning sphere, purify them all. And once Izuku finishes the incantation formula, Endeavor awakes with great pain, releasing blood, while the runes breaks, and the dark curse flows to the black hole, DF Leopard. Midoriya. That's totally stupid. Pip panics when saw an injured human choke blood, and releasing the curse seal with almost no real control, you could kill him. It's now your turn, said Izuku, while fighting to hold himself the confrontation of his magic with the foreign vitality flow curse, as the black bolt explodes, and releases a devastating explosion that caused the fall of debris along the improvised prison. Alt Heilgesteros Fernen Vergesen and Konigreichen. Quickly the older vampire puts his right hand over the shaking Endeavor's body, and this starts to glow, Ich bit Dain Weisheit Dain and Willen, and starts to heal partially the wounds, while drain the remaining of all dark miasma leftovers. Bit hilf mir, dies Manner zu heilen und ein von allen schlechten Omen zu befreien. Making the minimum necessary to calm him down, Phantom Hailer. Endeavor loses his consciousness again, but Regis managed to break the cursing spell somehow, before Pip yells when noticed that Izuku and Terzif Godfrey collapses due to exhaustion. Why you are so stupid. Pip Bernadotte was frustrated. I told earlier that using magic outside black magic domain was too costly, and using forced healing magic, a diametrical opposite of it, would be pure stupidity. And now our two fainted to resume the main mission. A few seconds later, Izuku delivers a strong punch against Pip, shut up, and yells, I will be fine in a matter of minutes. Just a little rest I need before continues. Endeavor is now fine, since I just applied the first aid. Now let's find the so-called secret weapon. Suddenly, Gaara warns everyone, this dark aura. Be careful, someone is arriving. In a matter of 2 seconds, if really takes too long, every vampire grabs Endeavor and flee to random positions, just in time to avoid the swing of a scythe delivered by a demon vampire, where my everyone's surprise was a woman vampire with a mad look and a menacing aura. Sate one haste to die Erlobnis, main session Wegzenamen, as she's annoyed to the Endeavor rescue act. At the same time, Endeavor managed to spoke a faint remark that monster was the one who kidnapped me, Zoran Blitz, before loses consciousness again. What? She's Zoran Blitz, a top commander of the enemy army. And the enemy commander just said a derogatory remark when he's nicht der berühmt dark Schneider ist. Ich hat nie Wartet, ein Dieb zu sein. And she raised her scythe again. It appears that she's the first real adversary he must face. Izuku quickly concludes his own analysis of this dangerous situation. After all, Izuku's own intuition, and quickly nodded by everyone, was right, since Zoran swiftly makes her first strike, just as Gaara blocked the scythe movement with his Murasama sword. This act marks the beginning of a dangerous duel of Izuku and the Wild Jess against a dangerous single vampire, who already know that she had powerful magic powers. The underground Zoran's prison. All members of Wild Geese raise their fists, or their weapons, in order to prepare any strike from the enraged demon vampire, who still swear in order to break their defiance. Hemph, I never expected to be received by a band of Talpal half-tweens or any Hanswurstrubbers that stole my legitimate trophy, as Zoran defies and holds their scythe against the Gaara's Muserum sword. After all, you spoke plain Japanese, das Criminal. Gaara plays fool, while provoke her mixing some German loanwords on their speech. Silver Fang also noticed the remains of a corpse, where their yell was perfectly audible by Izuku. I found some remains, in very bad shape, of another human. There's some signature clothes, or artifacts. Izuku plays a little, in order to clear his mind, and prepare for the battle, since Gaara will not hold more time the sword blockade. From the clothes remains, Silver Fang remembers some information from the media. It appears to be from a wanted human villain, and he dies quickly once faces Zoran Blitz. Zoran Blitz reacts, Wages nicht zu Jan Weg von mir, Dark Schneider, and her demonic eyes pierces Izuku one's, Warum kummerst du dich überhaupt das Schicksal von Stein? Has she ever care about their victims? Stein. Izuku's knowledge of German was poor, even he knew a little due to hard work taken to decipher his father's grimoires. The younger vampire recognized this name, since the whole media was frenzy about him, an old vigilante that starts killing pro-heroes, and suddenly be gone. Yeah. While Zoran delivers a strong uppercut kick against Gaara's genitalia followed by a strong punch against his stomach that pushed against the nearest walls. Son of, spoke Pip when witnessed the Zoran strike against Gaara, great bitch, and decide to fire his gun against Zoran. Surprising, even Pip's revolver used a full clip of silver bullets. The enemy vampire don't suffer any sign of silver poisoning, or even dare to dodge. After all, Zoran decides to stay still and receive all shots. Where she pretend to be fine, she just giggles. He's ist alles fertig, schweine schwein. But simply don't affect too much, it's too bad. Silver bullets are not so effective as you thought. Unbelievable. Silver Fang and Serpico was also shocked. In a fraction of a second later, Zoran Blitz stepped further and swing her scythe, while his speedy step was ever faster than the former sound speed sonic villain. It was that moment when Izuku grabbed his heavy sword and blocked Zoran's lethal move. Schließlich ein Einstandeiger Feind, screamed Zoran with a demonic laugh of evil enjoyment. Arg, Izuku screams, when Zoran reversed their scythe movement and stroked directly to the torso. Midoriya. Hip screams, while Terzif Godfroy launches against Zoran and tries to help the younger vampire. Luckily, vampires endure wounds that could be fatal on humans, but Izuku was on severe difficulties to cast healing spells. Damn it. My vitality pool was too low to use healing magic. I will help you, said the older healer vampire, Phantom Halung, who was about to be sliced if Gaara don't recover and strike back. Shin Majin Ken, shout Gaara when tried to deliver a dark energy flare from his Murasama sword against Zoran. End of playground. Zoran eyes flashes red as she raises her left hand and conjure a terrible magic spell, Schwarz Dämonen von Freundlichen Albträumen. Ich befehl den Tod, mein Schwarz zu werden und den Feind zu verfluchen, making everyone, including Izuku, astonished. Don't mean. As she releases several cursed magic chains, followed by a stream of magic cursed runes, Ich den Siegvertrag und besiege meinen feindlichen Willen unsane Kraft, that could defeat all vampires at once. Einherjer. The green-haired vampire almost panics, but managed to react and cast a counter-magic spell, Zamzin. Zaroni. Hinimito. That creates a reflecting magic barrier, old goddess of fortunate warriors. Lean your powers and protect me from the foes. But Izuku also activates the Witcher sign Quen at level 4, Quen Discharge, in order to increase the barrier force, Holy Explosion. That manage, by little, to deflect the cursing Zoran's magic spell, Chrome Rose. The sudden clash with both mages caused an explosion that sent Izuku and Zoran in opposite directions, clashing against the nearest solid thing. Izuku slams against a wooden crate, while Zoran slams against a cold and wet concrete slab. It appears that our enemy and Izuku are both Viriko warlocks. Pip makes a random trivial remark, for much displeasure from his own colleges, since they thought in silence, don't make trivial crap just to skip your disastrous leadership responsibility on this mission. I bet that both of them was barely display their powers at fullest. Gaara also recovers quickly from the explosion. Izuku bites himself and decide to cast a new spell against Zoran in order to create enough confusion to flee with everyone. The green-haired vampire releases an enraged aura while his green hair curls along the magic vitality lines and starts his incantation. Go, Sai, cross. Then one stretches his right arm and opens the hand, he releases several flares, like missiles, against Zoran, ancient god of explosive destruction. Release my wrath and become the carrier of doomsday tempests. That she managed to dodge partially, Van War. However, Zoran casts also a magic barrier that either deflects or explodes the flares before touch her at all. Verflech Selenos Alten Zeiten, beschütze mich vor der feindlichen Idiokratie. And also reflects the magic energy back to the original caster, mixed with Zoran's own magic. DiapokalYptischen Reiter. Kip Bernadotte blinks as he uses his general knowledge to mumble. Another heavy metal band Christianized as a black magic spell. And since he noticed the confusion created by the last spell was enduring several seconds, he signals, quick. It's your chance to run. The explosion caused several debris fall and releases huge quantities of ash, thus making a perfect opportunity for the Wild Geese team, while Terzif Godfroy picks Endeavor, run and escape to the original tunnel access. Using the brief chaos as cover, Izuku cast another magic spell in order to confuse Zoran. Psycho, know your worth. Where this spell creates a cloud of burning ashes that pierce Zoran's skin like a hot rod, I granted your wills into an amber flash of ash and wound, causing several burns and an excruciating pain, making almost lose her consciousness, suicidal tendencies. Chase, screams Zoran in agony, barely able to open their eyes. If she wasn't our enemy, it could be a fine rival, thought Izuku in silence, while used the debilitating effects of suicidal tendencies spell to run away from Zoran, joining the others. Izuku really don't like to escape at the middle of a battle, but he should prioritize to find a way out from the enemy basement, since he or his companions don't have any resources or reliable backups to face a prolonged battle. While Jace to hin, Zoran quickly realizes that their adversaries escaped from the confusion. Once she waited enough time for the dust settle down, picks some necessary equipment from his lockers, located inside the prison chamber, and dashes in order to catch their enemies. If you think that you will escape, as she grits her teeth. Moments later, once Pip and everyone reaches a tunnel bifurcation to 3 different routes, both filled with soldiers from the North Korean army. Not the vampire ones at first sight, until some of them arrive to give backup. They realize the abnormal heavy presence of enemies could mean one thing. More enemies everywhere. Gaara said while raises his Murasama sword, I never witnessed a bunker with such numerous garrison. Hold your breath. Pip intervenes, while trying, almost unconsciously, to amend the disastrous planning that face, if there's such weaponry resistance, that means the main target are on our nearest corner. Both members of Wild Geese thoughts are cut when the 3 North Korean soldiers groups fires with their Kalashnikov AK-74 submachine guns, while 1 or 2 of them also fires mortar grenades. since the bifurcation when the three tunnels converge to one where Pip's mercenary group are placed, forming an acute angle of 45 degrees each. The artillery barrage converges to a single spot, without hit any of three vanguard groups by accident. Both vampires have no choice but to step back and use a shelter located on a ledge in order to avoid to be on direct line of fire. The real problem is that Zoran, since she can reach us at any moment. However, some North Korean army soldiers have useful quirks, especially an unidentified one that used some kind of pyrokinesis to propel a grenade like a guided missile against one hideout. Serpico and Silver Fang manage to deflect the grenade before it explodes, but don't avoid a disastrous explosion that force everyone to flee without being exposed again on the enemy's line of fire. One thing that I even could agree on North Korean policies is when the majority of their own citizens had quirks, it's better to adapt the military, instead to create a freak circus show just to be a bunch of retarded celebrities. Said Pip. Mr. Craptalk Teishu. Silver Fang teased Pip, especially when the elder vampire was fuming when he had endured enough babble talking, if you haven't noticed. No, of course you already knew. We are facing an enemy siege, and the first thing you come to mind is to appreciate the fact that our enemy adapt the quirks as a military weapon. It's like that mission, about 100 years ago, when the quirks are not so dominant as today, on the slums of Rio de Janeiro. On that era, when we team up with the local Brazilian military police, where some units had persons with quirks, our superiors decide to assemble a death squadron to kill several bandits with quirks. Serpico snaps an old memory, when the Wild Geese is one of the remaining mercenaries working at a time when the first pro-heroes appear on some countries, first at the United States and his historical allies, then on Japan half a century later. Izuku's eyes widen, while stare momently in shock and barely question what you made. Oh, Izuku, it's like that ancient times, when this nice leader drags all of us and the entire human backup in the middle of fighting. Due to his wonderful strategy, almost all human military policemen was killed. We suffer either quirk or heavy military-grade ammunition, but somehow managed to accomplish the mission, and been expelled from Brazil and elsewhere as persona non grata. Hemph. Pip delivers a defiance hate glare. Izuku quickly understands why Pip's most difficult mission ends almost to disasters, and also his vision of what a quirk society should to be, while notices that Pip's reasoning was very flawed. On countries like Japan, who never had real major threats and was a stable country, there's no room for mercenaries or armed gangs. Before the resurgence of quirks there's no such thing, and later the formation of pro-heroes was very inspired by the North American comics superheroes, which fits nicely. Here, the pro-heroes are more a kind of police special unit to handle criminals. In practice, due to competition and patronage, the majority of pro-heroes are just buffoons who just want fame like the idols, but at least, it helps to maintain the peace and public order. And also, rarely there's any killing on action, in sheer contrast of Pip's scenario where every public threat ends with a bloody massacre, and a fearful repression more characteristic of unstable countries ravaged by civil wars, or on countries where dictatorships use military units to fire against any target, especially their own citizens, frequently with a disproportionate display of sheer force. On such countries, the civilians with quirks are just a good excuse to the security, and paramilitary use heavy weaponry mixed with quirks against them, in order to destroy and challenge against the tyrants. But all Izuku's reasoning will be interrupted when another attack made by some quirks powers delivered by other soldiers, like an electric discharge and a flamethrower impact against the Wild Geese team. Such offensive will make Izuku cast the Witcher sign Quen along the magic spell Danzig to block the impact, just when decides to strike back. Kings from northern mountains, mages wandered by ancient Isis, unite their wills and reflect the enemy foolishness. And both spells manage to block the explosions, Danzig. If you wanted to play not so fair and square, then Izuku snaps and overacts, like as it happens on Yui's sports festival. I will display some real techniques. Oh, Izuku goes mad. Pip tried to calm down Izuku as he abandons the relative safe shelter and decides to strike back hard. Izuku casts a new magic spell, while punches hard on the cracked floor. The great impaler of slush marshes, I summon you to honor your faithful pact. Releasing several stalagmites from the ground that pierces and impales every enemy soldier on their path, killing scores of soldiers on both three tunnels. DRASH gun. Great lord. Pip was astonished more due to the suddenly attack, since when Izuku could use earth elemental magic. Either way, it just annihilate almost all pests. Gaara sensed a little relief. The sudden magic strike that destroy almost the enemy breaks the morale of the survivors, mainly the vampires under direct command of Zoran Blitz. Izuku uses the sudden fear breakdown from enemy to dash straight to several victims, just to bite their necks, and drinks his blood. Ops. Silver Fang blinks due to the sudden Izuku's move. We almost forgot that Izuku is a teenager. He need to drink a lot of blood. Whatever. Pip sighed, while trying to figure out when he was a teenager vampire, some centuries ago. Some instants later, Silver Fang and Gaara destroy the remaining soldiers using their usual techniques, while Izuku recovers from his exhaustion once he drinks about 5 liters of blood, by biting several corpses or licking the spilled blood from the stalagmites created by Izuku's Drash Gun spell. Either way, the famous three-tunnel branches connects to series of several tunnels, forming a network graph of passages along the complex. It contains the dormitories of the garrison and technicians, a mess with kitchen and reinforced shelters, blocked by heavy blinded doors, intended to provide additional protection against direct nuclear strike or a supernatural disaster comparable of. No matter the initial tunnel, all members reach a suspicious amphitheater, filled with heavy machinery, most of them rust, along with rusted water pipes whose functionality was not obvious at that point. The only clue was a heavy blinded door with a warning sign written in Korean and an additional graffiti written in German. The secret weapon. WTF is this? Izuku was annoyed when barely read, Die nu magisch Uran Wohnerwolf Forschungszentrum. It's curious, spoke Terzif Godfroy, who had better German language understanding, the new research center of magic weapons. Like everything, Pip decides to take a lead on main discoveries, very suspicious. Tisk. It's more pure luck that we managed to find the real site. Gara corrects his own superior. It's very strange that there's no remains of a North Korean army division, or even two of them here, since if it is the real place where the secret weapon are crafted here. Serpico adds to the fact check. Izuku not miss the chance to intervene. If I recapitulate all the disaster called First Hero Internship Week on SDF, first, even on Japan, the enemy sends a single but powerful enemy to confront us. And many of vampires nods positively and already knew our plan, making Pip fuming, and basically, except the fight with Zoran, we only fight against pawns, just to waste time. And why they destroy our entire backup team as escape routes. Mr. Strategist, Pip delivers a cold glare, because it was plain far-fetched, just in case to cut off our escape route. And this was when Izuku delivers his true feelings, and all evidences points that this facilities was not been used to create the new anthrax weapon. Or better, they already moved the complete weapon design to another unknown site, where the security are highly tightened, and here Izuku's eyes was reddish, and his face enraged, before resumes. And we just invade a phony site, wasting innocent soldiers on a terrible and WTF bad plan, that even one drunken sapper from the Battle of Flanders on First World War could made a better one. When Izuku finishes his hatred speech, Pip punches hard against the young vampire face, prompting Gara and Serpico to hold the two vampires cursing each other, below a sapper. You have rotten guts to insult a man who faces death at every corner, window, and tea kettle. And the human soldier families. How they react when notice they died almost in vain. Humans, the ones who treat us below their own shoe soles. You, even I don't trust much them. There's no motive to mistreat them. The army, the police, or even the heroes had the main objective to serve and protect. After all, why you had almost no medals during your work. You are making me furious. Just when Silver Fang delivers a strong slap against Pip, ending the swearing. Sorry for this, before scream at Izuku and Pip, and when you will, grow, and assume your responsibilities, making Pip drop their head and stay silent. That's your fault. The paramount disaster this mission unfolds. An entire Black Ops unit lost, and no real blow on enemy capacity to strike against Japan. You're cheater. Pip overacts badly, even he was badly controllable. Enough with this. Gara yells, Midoriya, let's open this door and check inside. I think you should prepare your most destructive magic spells to wipe this site, either ways. Fine. Izuku nods, but without delivering a mad face against Pip. Izuku orders to everyone stay away from the blinded door path, as he interlaces their fingers and starts the spell incantation. Great ancient king of northern ices, I pledge your forged pact. Making a swirl of magic ice around his hands, may your enemies be annihilated by the realm of ice and snow. Before shoot an ice stream against the door, extreme zero intense froze wave. That breaks partially the door, Biscaya. Meanwhile, Endeavor, who was slowly recovering, and listens the intense fray between Izuku and Pip, but still not knowing about what's really happening, awakes when Izuku casts the last ice spell. Until when you will imitate my son's quirk. Good morning, Endeavor. Izuku sighed, it's just one archaic ice elemental magic I use. Whatever. However, Izuku decides to try another magic spell. The Biscaya spell don't make all the way. Then I will try to use this. As Izuku cups their hands and releases his magic energy, somehow partially recovered due to the improvised blood meal, wandered demons of forbidden lands, I honor your blood pact. Releasing an heat ball of dark lightning energy, may your fire become my spear and destroy your enemies. That transform to a beam of plasma discharge, destructive scorching heat wave. That melts and blasts the door, at least, DIO. And please, don't imitate my quirk too, Endeavor sighs. Once the heat calms down, Izuku, Endeavor, who still need the help of Silver Fang and Terzif Godfroy to walk, and the rest of Wild Geese enters to a bigger underground workshop. A giant dragon motif armor. Izuku exclaims, it appears that your enemy found us, said Gara, when Zoran Blitz managed to find the group again. Why trost du dich zu fliehen? Spoke Zoran, with a dreadful malign aura. And another one. Silver Fangs notices a worried scientist running to this strange device. A few seconds later, a kind of mad scientist appears, much due to the sudden door explosion, was ist mit der Sicherheit passiert. Warum haben es dies Vampire Gesellschaft, hire her zu Gelingen? Well, we hit the jackpot. Gara pokes fun. Even Antrax Dono has got their final weapon. I will never permit to steal my final prototype. After all, the weapon was here. Pip makes an annoyed remark as he tries to counteract the verbal fighting earlier. It makes sense. Izuku smiles. In reality, it's a scaled-down working prototype that can be discarded. Don't poke fun with my creation. The Dragon Knight Lucifer Armor DKL1 is my legitimate creation, and will never falls on your filthy hands. Dark Schneider. Interesting. It was all Izuku could answer. Finally, they reached the final stage of their mission. Finally, the priced weapon was under their reach, and by Izuku, Endeavor, and all Wild Geese members' perspective, they shall first face the demon vampire Zoran Blitz, and the crazy scientist who crafted the Dragon Knight Lucifer Armor DKL1. Very well, Dark Schneider. Zoran swears with great rage, I will show my true powers. As she begins to release an intense black aura that starts to sparkle and ignites fires along some flammable trash scattered inside the former workshop. It's not good, said Gaara while holding his sword in order to prepare any enemy strike. Ancient sword from forgotten legends. Break my grief seals lie in wait for my soul, screams Zoran while channel her magic energy released to her own scythes, making them grow and become more sharper and poisonous. I swear my honor on my sword and smash the enemy. Which in turn, it whirled their attacks more dangerously lethal, THYRFING. Once Zoran cast her new thieving magic spell, she simply managed to break a cast Izuku's Witcher sign Quen at level 4 and cause a huge wound on Izuku's body. It could be terribly dangerous if Izuku don't dress that heavy blinded magic armor, since no standard costume won't protect him from major damage delivered by a magic-enhanced scythe. Izuku, screams Pip, while Terzif Godfroy runs at full speed to grab the shocked Izuku. The older healer vampire managed to reach the younger one, but received the strong lightning gust from Zoran's scythe, blasting both vampires back against the nearest wall. Shun my coup, meaning instant effect, screams Silver Fang while makes a dodge step against Zoran, and uses that decoy to make a swift feint dealing piercing damage on Zoran's body. Shiname Jin Ken. Shout Gaara when delivers his sword against the cursed enchanted scythe, as he preventing Zoran to cut the Silver Fang or Terzif Godfroy in two. The double surprise attack enables Izuku to recover, Thanks. Zoran makes a malicious grin before release more dark magic energy and makes another cast, Repentance, Deadly Losers, while cross her arms and elongate her sides in a form position that resemble the devil on some throne, Satanic Slaughter. Before that wicked spell release several phantom black sides on a chaotic motion along the real scythe itself, and both capable to cut everything of their path. Pathetic, screams Endeavor, I will never forgive you, while tries to activate his Hell Flames quirk and runs like a madman against a clueless Zoran. That's the payoff. Hip Burnabout assemble Izuku and Terzif Godfroy to try heal Izuku first, but quickly notice the Endeavor rampage. Okay, heal quickly as fast as possible. But, why Endeavor are trying to do? Just a scream, idiot. You don't have any chance against a mage like Zoran. Your so-called hellish quirk are no match against her. Zoran ever relaxes a little and wait a second for Endeavor tries to give against her a punch coated with fire. Endeavor grins once managed to deliver another stream of flames against the vampire, in order to burn her, who's the real strongest here. The whole spectacle endures about 3 seconds, just before Zoran blasts all flames with her own aura, and delivers a mad wicked smile, topple half ch wine word nimmer topple half chween. Impossible. Endeavor was stunned, and don't respond to the background screams from Pip and Izuku. You're great. Stupid idiot. I will show you the real flames from hell. Before Zoran raises her scythe and conjure a dark magic with fire magic spell, since you are a buffoon who thinks that the king of flames, I will show the real flames from hell, third-rate fake wizard. Endeavor barely had time to recover from shock. When Zoran starts her spell incantation, ancient magic sword to be forged by Odin, Lord of God in the human worlds that collide ambition and corruption. Making the scythe covered by black flames, let loose your angry flames and destroy my archenemy, and delivers almost a fatal blow on Endeavor, Falkenbach. The combined Falkenbach and Thiefing magic spells makes the maneuverability and lethality virtually impossible for Inhuman to handle, quirkless or not. Endeavor would be killed if Izuku not shoot quickly at elemental arrows, more precisely, and heavy magic javelin. Ego Antiquum Pactum Date, were managed to send a magic ice javelin capable to block the insane scythe gale and movement against Endeavor, gather and reunite the spirits of nature. Target lock on enemy, gather one ice element arrow. And the sudden movement block of Zoran's scythe gives an opportunity to Gaara could grab the pro hero and return to the barricades, elemental magic javelin. Shoot, that's close, mumbles Gaara when managed to make such feat. Zoran laughs, you are no more than a bunch of pathetic losers, and decides to use another kind of magic, for much Izuku dismay. Demon Necromancy, or the revival of Sonic and Metal Knight. Vengeful fallen souls, wake up from eternal damnation and fight under the flag of madness. The new Zoran spell opens several portals from the ground, releasing black liquid and cursed demons, descend here and prey under the Lord of Death, forming several demons that resemble cursed skulls, but mainly under control of 2 dark abominations that snaps Izuku's memories, Necromance. What? Izuku screams, Metal Knight and Sound Speed Sonic. Too bad, Dark Schneider. I just use alchemical magic to bring their souls back from hell and put them on top of my demons." And Zoran laughs hard, like a demonic clown. "Unbelievable." Even Terzif Godfroy was shocked. "You are also a necromancer." The resurrected Metal Knight and Sonic appears to be more like demons with bright red eyes and sharp teeth, fuming malign miasma, and covered by an oppressive and revengeful aura. "Revenge, revenge," screams Metal Knight with their mind twisted by Zoran's magic after effects. Sound Speed Sonic was not better, and appears to be more wicked before he was defeated by Izuku during the Yui Sport Festival. Everyone will be died. Izuku himself was disgusted. You are beyond terrible, Zoran." "Don't be so hypocritical," said Zoran, grinning. "You also can summon demons using your magic, and use it to inflict excruciating pain. My necromancy are a sign that I mastered the dark arts beyond your own little pride." "Dark Schneider." Izuku don't reply, and just increase all magic barriers in order to survive the next wave attack. The former villain's physical capabilities was enhanced by a factor of hundreds, while their original magic powers was replaced by some spells delivered by Zoran himself. And before resume our fight, Zoran mind enters into a meditation state, releasing a dark purplish alchemist circle where a hexagram was placed inside, and Zoran itself was placed on the middle of the internal hexagon that separate the middle hexagram and exterior circle. "A magic demonic hexagram," screams Izuku. "Remember the few classes with Sakura-sensei within the Yui when she began to lecture alchemical magic. My foolish servants under my dominion. I curse your blood, flesh, bones, and iron. Be eternally pleased and curse my enemy." As Zoran used her new hexagram to transfer his malign vitality flow to her demons, especially the Metal Knight and Sound Speed Sonic ones, DOOMSWORD. Suddenly the demonic morph Sonic screams and bursts into dark flames, where their former ninja weapons begins to morph into an horrible bloody shape and form, while the alchemical ritual plays cursing runes that bleed and glow with a purple and reddish haze. Metal Knight also suffer the same fate, but his former missile's portable launchpad becomes a chaotic array of dark blades and spikes, like an horrific mixture of a satanic hedgehog with a dark soldier that resembles some dark fantasy medieval game character. The two spearheads demons swiftly deliver a devastating blow against the vampires and Endeavor, who still hold guarded by an improvised barrier made with crates and metal empty containers, and reinforced by 5 cast magic barriers by Izuku and Pip Bernadotte, who finally decide to use his magic powers on that dire situation. The first physical strike shakes violently the barriers, making the entrapped soldiers shaking due to impact. But the aftermath won't be calm, since Sonic decides to use his ninja techniques, like the ones who use against during his raid on Yui. And the main difference is that his original weapons has replaced by dark energy morphs, where poisonous alchemical-made weapons are crafted using the dark magic delivered by Zoran. Fukushu Satsuriku Ranjin. Yo Sonic, while name is Twisted Ninja Technique, here now means Revengeful Hail of Carnage, delivers supersonic shurikens capable to kill instantaneously. The first wave literally blow away the barrier and breaks all magic barriers, resting the duck movement to avoid several damage. Immediately, Metal Knight blasts the former improvised shelter, or what left of it, with a swarm of dark bolts that replace the original missiles, Dark Terror Missile Annihilation Swarm. Launch. Once the magic-crafted missiles hit randomly their targets, it almost wipe out any possible positions to the Wandering Wild Geese group could create a temporary shelter, since their military strategies use the same logic or a guerrilla warfare mixed with trenches. Haha. Zoran laughs demoniacally. It's the best you can satisfy me. Dark Schneider. The debris and smoke delivers a temporary shield against their enemies, but it's only a temporary relief since there's no more viable shelter on Aftermath. This terrible situation makes Izuku snaps dangerously, if you wanna be, where remembers the carnage delivered on USJ when releases his huge sword, and once made a terrible carnage. When Izuku removed the same sword that was a homage to his third ancient ancestor, Izuku becomes a little curious and astonished where it starts to resonate with the DKL-1 armor some meters above, even it was guarded by several demon minions. Izuku mind snaps, and resonantes with his berserker ancestor soul, the Black Knight Guts, and uses his brief moment to prepare an alchemical ritual for first time on battle, since it won't have much alternatives. Izuku enters into a state of deep meditation, while hope that his colleges could defense or handle the situation for several seconds. In order to, Izuku releases several vitalities flows related to several elementals. In a matter of seconds, a magic circle forms, and another one's too, making an intricate sequence of concentric circles and magic runes along the gaps. Arcanum Antiquis Magici Circulus, ex paterna tabularius elementa, custos re secundi incommensurabilis occulta. And then Izuku raised straight his sword, and coat it with their blood, that managed to magically flow from his recent wound, Domini de Elementis, linking the transmutation medium, which is the sword, with the magic circle ritual, Nigram Antiquis Gladium Rex Nesimus, Nit Sanguis Anima Me Signa Pactum, forming a transmutation bound between the old Guts spirit and his sword replica, et super gloriam tuum voluntatem ac delirant omnes demonirum. Once Izuku finishes his alchemical magic ritual, he makes a sudden strike forward and slashes several minor demons without much resistance, while himself yells, "Ancient vampire ancestor, I pledge the ancient pact forged by own bloodline. Behold the true sword of hell, carrying the berserker wills. Display their unlimited wrath under your enemies, under my ancient war cry from gods that show no mercy." KAMPFAR, a magic enchantment on a sword. Hit displays some random bewilderment, since it occurs always at crucial moments. Probably, Izuku can now handle the cursed scythe from the enemy. Alchemical rituals crafted by magicians are normally the same procedure used to create enchantments on objects, in order to give him or unlock obscure magic powers. In reality are the natural evolution of basic enchantment, and make a natural evolution from this art to another, but Izuku will never progress his alchemy knowledge to match advanced alchemy made by a real and skillful alchemist. The related alchemical magic spell, Campfire, also derived from a Viking heavy metal band, had some inspiration on Tolkien books. The same occurs with the band itself. Also, like on the original vampire character from Tolkien works, Thuringwethil, the spell used the native vampiric nature of Izuku in order to channel his own vitally lines on the enchanted sword and synchronize with their ancestor soul. Zoran appears to not take him by surprise, since she expected such kind of magic, as herself also display some knowledge. But the real astonished person was the infamous doctor who screams when notices the strong bond forming with the DKL-1 armor prototype and alchemical enhanced sword. The armor awakens. Bastard. The mad scientist reacts boldly. How? You managed to craft a sword of hell almost without references. All vampires sighed, while Silverfang mumbles. It appears that all esoteric stuff that Izuku's magic teacher grant to him had some use. Izuku quickly deliver a strong slash against the chains that hold the DKL-1 armor on the pedestal, while cut 6 minor demons in half, spilling dark blood that spontaneously combust, with a little help of Witcher Sine that Izuku casts almost instinctively. Zoran makes a staged grin, while delivers a murderous face against the scientist. At least I have a true enemy. Anyway, Doctor, if Schneider uses his sword to activate the magic armor, and shouts her menacing ultimatum, I'm going to kill you and drag your pig smile straight to the deepest pit of hell. Yes, my master, spoke the scientist without concessions. However, Zoran already knew that the prototype will be grabbed by his arch-rival. When Izuku thought that the magical weapon could be stolen from the site, Sound Speed Sonic delivers an uppercut kick enhanced with magic miasma, Yami no Fujinkyaku, or Wind Blade Kick of Darkness, that managed to throw Izuku away several meters. Endeavor couldn't make any real movement, except mesmerizing the beyond sanity display of supernatural powers. Meanwhile, all vampire from Wild Geese barely managed to divert the second wave of missiles impact delivered by the demonically resurrected Metal Knight. Suddenly, Zoran casts more minion demons and orders them to charge against the vampires, as she makes an insane laugh, "My faithful servants. Kill all fools and spill their dishonored blood." Izuku notices the sudden attack, and without real options, decide to cast a standard Dark Schneider's magic spell, Inhabitants from Snowy and Icy Forests. I request your forgotten pact. That casts several ferocious ice wolves that immediately attack the Zoran's demons, like a coordinate pack of wolves, fearful beasts from frozen realms. Face my enemy, and bring them down, that shall show no mercy. Before all Wild Geese members could be dangerously wounded, or even killed, WNH. Since when Izuku is a summoner, Hip scream with their annoying remarks, but Silverfang uses his elbows against him to pay attention. It's mainly a decoy. Look, but Izuku could use that fatal second distraction from the enemy to fit the enchanted sword straight on the magic armor, breaking the magic seal. Interesting, spoke Izuku when reads the vampiric runes. This is also an object crafted with alchemy. The scientist and Zoran drop their jaws down, but the demon vampire quickly becomes beyond furious. Topple half-tween Wertimer, an absolute traitor, and she simply cut the scientist with several pieces in less time than a blink of eye. Unbelievable. Some vampire spoke when the eccentric scientist was mercifulness killed. A fraction of a second later, Zoran, Sonic, and Metal Knight run straight against Izuku, who's still trying to read the spell written on the runes. Legions of Ruby Ray, flesh rotten, consumed by death. Izuku decides cast this magic spell quickly as possible. Aided by his alchemical sword that forms the magic domains more quickly than the normal, may this deathly curse burns the enemy and return to water. And then Izuku casts the deadly acidic miasma delivered from hell, Acid Drinker. Zoran somehow managed to survive a direct hit of the acidic spell that self-combusts once been hit, more due to her active magic barriers. Sonic and Metal Knight suffer several damage, but with such damage they manage to divert to opposite directions. Hit Bernadotte decide to advance from the 5th improvised shelter, as like the other ones already destroyed. Both ended quickly when the demons or Zoran herself decide to deliver a direct hit. With this insane hit-and-run sequence, both vampires' magic and stamina are dangerously low due to the sheer offensive from a single sorcerer. Finally, Izuku could deliver a defiant smile as he proclaimed, "I just decipher this thing." Zoran's state of mind dwindles when hear the enemy proclamation. What? How did you manage to decipher the magic lock? A fraction of a second later, the Dragon Knight Lucifer armor DKL-1 activates, releasing all locks that was intended to avoid to be used by foreign sorcerers. Finally, all armor pieces are split apart, but each piece still maintains connected by some strange magic field. The next sequence resembles some old mecha anime, when each part combined to form the main weapon, and on this peculiar case, all pieces join in order to adapt Izuku's body. Once assembled, the entire armor glows, and Izuku suddenly feels that his magic powers are increasing at a fast rate. Titanic Showdown. Pip Bernadotte also makes some silly remark, like the other ones, the last thing I ever expected to happen is to Izuku becomes like Saint Seiya, when he remembers that anime series he watched on television when he once lived on Brazil. If you think that you are powerful enough, Zora in order to all remaining demons to regroup and synchronize before delivers a menacing threat, I never expected to end like this. I will show the true face of absolute despair. When her own aura explodes and almost self-combust under these extreme conditions. It only takes some seconds till the room temperature reaches 1000 degrees. Luckily, Terzif Godfroy managed to cast a protection barrier to avoid being roasted alive. However, I can only endure 20 to 30 seconds at maximum. Izuku almost panics, since he don't know if that weapon will work at all. It's now or death. Even Pip is a pure idiotic bastard. I will never forgive to myself if ends dead. Either way, the only option is to use this Lucifer armor and hope they can match this insane release of magic energy from Zoran. Since I fear that the last Zoran's magic will be comparable or even dwarf several of my own destructive magic spells, as remembers the firestorms delivered by his own Exodus spell. Forsberg, Quarthun, Hammerheart, screams Zoran when levitates to the top ceiling of this underground workshop, quickly reducing into a sea of flames, from the deepest levels of despair, grief and remorse, where Sonic and Metal Knight align with Zoran and coordinate their magic powers, unchallengeable judges of death and mourning, forming a crescent blob of dark energy that also self-combusts with an insane temperature that rose above 1 million Kelvin. Under your sacrificial altar I demand that my enemies be killed, and fired without more delays, BATHORY. What an insane power. Silver Fang eyes widen with the energetic release that also shakes the entire ground. Endeavor was speechless, hopping that such freak show was no more than a nightmare, and such magic powers don't ever exist at all. The pro hero just tried over and over again to pinch to himself, but without avail. Izuku reacts and decides to strike, ancient Parthenon of wrathful gods. I pledge my forgotten pact from ancient ages. While Izuku fells the spirits of the original Dark Schneider, Guts and Geralt joining and helping Izuku to cast the counter spell, with my allies and my wisdom, I release the Wrath of God, activating the main weapon of DKL-1, the Satan's Ring. May all aberrations be banned and sent to oblivion. Activating a powerful magic spell, GIRAN Era. Once Bathory and Juran Era spells release collide, the energetic pulse vaporize all demons, including the cursed Metal Knight and Sonic, into oblivion. Izuku's spell quickly forms a kind of black hole that absorbs the enemy energetic magic spell. A second later, the intense magic begins to tear apart the abomination that Zoran becomes with their own transmutation magic, that convert her sides into demonic alchemical weapons. At the moment of the impact, she only screams in agony, while rips apart and collides with the magical black hole. Nothing left remains to her, since it was pure destruction only below the atomic level, revealing how dangerous and terrible was the Juran Era magic spell. Fortunately, the prototype was not powerful enough to maintain the dangerous magic black hole open more than 5 seconds, and suddenly collapses, releasing the destructive energy straight over the ceiling, blasting all the rocks on their path, until opens a hole straight to outside. Without much control of the terrible DKL-1 magic weapon, Izuku finally could kill the insane Zoran Blitz, and as a bonus, it opened an escape route to outside. The only survivors, apart Izuku, was the entire Wild Geese team and Endeavor, who was rescued by the old magic overboard kind of heraldic floating discs, the same magic cast by Izuku during the first days on Yu Yu Hero Course. Meanwhile, Izuku cast the Raven spell in order to fly alone, while tried to guide the magic transportation device in order to get all the team out of hostile sight. Mission accomplished. Gaara spoke, now, let's get out of there. In reality, the last step was to destroy the site, but they need to escape from the open hole first, and then escape from North Korea swiftly as fast possible. A chaotic battle aftermath. Izuku could feel a terrible, but not excruciating, pain once the adrenaline drops and could notice the wounds and bruises on his skin that was not covered by the original base armor, or the new DKL-1 prototype that appears to start to break apart once the magic release of the insane Juran Era spell quickly decays. However, the magic heralding discs that Izuku once called the magical overboard starts to fade away, and Izuku decides to land on the outside before this spell breaks, and everyone would fall straight to their death. Fortunately, Izuku managed to fly straight along the open hole that resulted from the insane fight with Zoran Blitz and bring everyone safe to the outside. The violent impact of Juran Era may have damaged the foundations of the outside building, or even bringing the entire bunker's infrastructure into the brink of collapse. Even with those catastrophic aftermath, Pip Bernadotte knew that the enemy still had the capability to send a distress call to the nearest military units to the affected site. The prideful North Korean army may have lost one important research center, but until their enemy still lurks inside their territory, all Wild Geese members will be easy targets. Midoriya, Pip Birdnot still dare to ask, you had some magic energy left to make the last step. Izuku was exhausted from the fight with Zoran Blitz, and probably the most challenging foe that Izuku ever faced on his entire life. Even on Yui, his colleges barely could fight against him more than some seconds before Izuku takes down with powerful spells. After all, the fight with Zoran was hellish, and only won due to a barely controllable magic weapon prototype. This magic weapon can help to this, but he is not convinced when notices the cracks along the armor structure. However, in my honest opinion, our real problem is to cross almost 300 kilometers of hostile terrain. And Izuku sighs when remember all the options to a viable escape route, where none of all are truly safe. And by the way, I think my magic vitality, in order to restore my natural elemental pool, it will reset fast by casting my final technique. Pip Birdnot nods more when Izuku was worried about the escape route. So far, Pip was trying to ensemble his military satellite radio communication device, actually a kind of laptop with a strong military-grade hardware encryption module with a satellite antenna, in order to communicate to his trustful allies around the globe. Gaara intervenes fast, in order to Izuku not wanders along the assigned mission. You mean that you can use the remaining magic energy left to finish it all? Terzif Godfroy was a little worried why to burst the remaining magic energy on such spells and save on other things instead. But not a single one answers. Endeavor swallow dry, just to mumble, what kind of final technique this WTF monster still have? Serpico and Silver Fang, who wanders around during the briefing, returns with an alarmed face. It appears that we have company. Pip Birdnot quickly turns his face and detects under the dark night the strong lights delivered by a swarm of military helicopters that was quickly arriving on the damaged military base. The Captain Vampire swiftly makes orders. Gaara, Serpico, Silver Fang, both you, scatter around and try to find any warehouse that contains at least weapons and ammunitions. And it will be nice if those bastards rent a car. The three vampires nods and reply, yes, sir, before the three vampires dashing quickly at random destinations. And by the way, Rohalek, and you, clown below Schwarzenegger, making Endeavor annoyed, stay behind from Midoriya, before asks directly to Izuku what final techniques you can cast at this moment. If I taking care of the helicopters first, since they attack from a single vector, I can drain my magic energy pool with a ritual, and then cast an Halloween spell against them. While makes a slight pause to breathe, however, I think that I can use this device called DKL1, or whatever they called it, to destroy the whole site, using my most powerful magic spell, Black Sabbath. For the second time on my life, Pip Birdnot, who already had some knowledge forehand, makes a smirked face. Excellent. I always wanted to see cast that magic spell that resemble a detonation of an atomic bomb, making especially Endeavor under awe and shock. If you manage to maximize your magic on that Black Sabbath, even cities like Tokyo or Shanghai or Pyongyang, since we are on North Korea, would be simply obliterated, killing millions on a blink of an eye. Izuku makes a sad smile, followed by an angry face. Unbelievable. I'm not the heir of Dark Schneider's wills to become a doomsday pawn, baring his fangs and hissing furiously, since even I have to kill is to protect everyone. Silver Fang nods positively and warns, don't take some rant too much seriously from Pip, since he knew that the limits of insanity better than everyone, without an annoying remark from the putative vampire. The younger vampire, either way, drops his giant sword, who has been used to cast the ritualistic spell that craft the Sword of Hell, straight deeply on the cracked and dusty ground, and use his extreme concentration to meditation, in order to prepare to use with another ritual. Before everyone dare to ask, Pip Birdnot smiles when hears a noisy engine from a mixture of armored personal carrier and a lighter tank, and quickly recognized that was a modified Chinese-made AP 2045 model that resembled the U.S. Army tank M1A3 family models produced on 2020's years. Even this stuff at almost half a century, at least should roll at the utmost. Less a minute later the remaining vampires bring some crates of rocket-propelled grenades, ammo clips, and anti-tank bombs, placing swiftly inside the vehicle. For now, I will stay here, and then fly using my Raven spell, spoke Izuku while tries to gather magic energy. Due to the infamous Black Sabbath, you should run away. Otherwise the black flames will destroy everything. Okay, said Pip, while delivers a portable radio device, but use this radio in order to communicate and find you. Before delivers, good luck, and kill those bastards. Gaara also requests, before you cast the second spell, wait until 10 minutes in order to gain some distance, but notice from a map, or better. This road follows the mountain range, and within this time range, some mountains will shield for sure the blast impact. Where remember some crash course of nuclear warfare, and the best strategies to use as shelter in order to survive. The captured vehicle runs fast from the enemy base, fortunately with the enemy guard still confused with the havoc, and more focused to recover from the blast caused by Juranira than stop the enemies fleeing. The few menaces was easily overcame when Gaara and Serpico used the stolen weapons to shoot every soldier that appears on from of them. With this factors, the wild geese escape without much resistance, if it exists at all. Nuclear doomsday. Meanwhile, Izuku raises his sword against the group of helicopters that appears to start to divert or scatter from Izuku's point of view, prompting him to seal a ritualistic spell, Vetus Regni Mediocris Tails Autumn Perfusa Flexuosis Plenum Lunam Queranter. Arcanis tu ad voluntatibus supplanter gressus, releasing a magic circle around the vampire sorcerer, ordinators et straters leguncularum bellatorum, perdidit fantasia in T. Rigna, that energized the raised sword, gloriam tuum non oblitus imperii factis pactionibus. Less than a second later, a pillar of dim grayish light, with blue tones, was released from the magic circle straight to the sky, linking the mage with the moonlight. Endeavor and some other vampires listens the radio and watches from the back window when possible, the magic ritual been unfolding. The whole scene couldn't avoid by itself some strange feelings of admiration and fear when Izuku uses his special abilities. The brief spectral light release makes the increasing gathered enemy soldiers, who was re-equipping and regrouping, annoyed and mesmerized with the strange phenomena. For Izuku, it's the adequate time to finishes this at all and strike hard. Tasered, Helsard, Kisk, Te, Hansen, Groskopf, Sealk. Izuku releases his aura along the raised sword, creating a kind of lightning plasma, and follow the upward pillar of light straight to sky once the incantation prelude was cast. Seconds later, a magic thunderstorm forms on the middle. Cast all wise men of Hades and gather the 7 circles keys of hell, where the magic thunderstorm swirls and brights red, accumulating magic energy like a vortex. Hit Bernadotte, who even spoke the incantation by reflex, was interrupted by Gaara, Mr. If you spoke incantations randomly, you may be cursed. Just to Endeavor snaps, WTF is the 7 circles keys of hell. The Izuku releases the magic thunderstorm energy straight to the helicopter's swarm, open the gates of Tartarus and unleash total destruction. Where Izuku also directs the sword like a compass, targeting the enemy at maximum precision possible, Halloween. Hit Bernadotte spoke the rest of incantation, without great problems, since he never learned the actual spell, but the effects of that kind of magic plasma flare was terrible destructible. The release takes about 2 seconds, an improvement from the USJ incident. Either way, the destruction was immense, since the giant dark energy plasma once unleashed, destroys the helicopters like them made by soapy foam, and been instantaneously ionized at the point to form a nuclear plasma. Then the barely confined plasma explodes, creating a cascade event that brings down the remaining helicopters, and burns everyone on the ground when the heat wave released by the plasma or the secondary explosion hits the ground. Izuku swiftly casts a flying magic spell, in order to escape from the unleashed chaos, Wako. I pledge the sacred mountain's wind spirit to become my flight's mage, celestial flight raven. So that's the famous Halloween. Silver Fang delivers in bewildered remark, before everyone snaps off the shock, unbelievable. How many people would be killed if he casts that WTF thing during the festival? Endeavor was frightened. Even Izuku hovers several meters above the ground, while notice the random panic and fury of the surviving military units, and the easiness that Pip escaped from the disarrayed enemy base makes him confident to unleash the most powerful magic spell he could cast. The chaos endures several seconds, accumulating some minutes of havoc, giving enough time to the escape vehicle hide from Izuku's point of view when the road passes beyond a mountain. First, Izuku synchronizes his ancestors' spirits along the Demon Knight Lucifer DKL-1 magic armor, casting an alchemical ritual, Tribus Mayoribus Heroico, Spondeo and Sanguine Tuus, crafting the once-cast magic circle that linked the Geralt 7 signs with Dark Schneider's Black Chaos magic, Magno and Immovinculum Intercalum et Inferos Antiques, Sid Vetus Testamentum Tenebrosi Cicero, Magia Arabia Liberatio. While needs to use his own blood to flow magically to each sign and seal the enchantment, Quiexio Septum Antiqua Incantamenta ab Lupus Alba, et Sanguinis Sacramentum Signum. Finally, Izuku raises his right arm straight to the sky before rotates his torso and his head and swings the right arm directly to the open hole on the ground, linking the magic circle and the earth. Meanwhile, some soldiers tried to fire their machine guns or even use their quirks against Izuku, but without avail, much due to the magic barrier that forms during the formation of the current magic ritual circle. At this stage, Izuku's eyes flashed red, and his dark aura unfolds, beginning the enchantment, Hear me, the Dark Ones. Hear me, the Void. While the dark aura release collide against the bottom of the hole, shaking the entire ground, the great obscure flames of chaos. Under your dark pantheon, I pledge you death sacrifice. While the DKL-1 somehow increases the magic energy output, compared to the first time Izuku could cast such thing. Either way, a portal from hell was opened, forming a magic domain between the ground and above it due to the giant hole. And the magic circle itself, releasing magic fires that makes everything, no matter the actual composition, catches fires and spontaneously combust. Awaken the great chaos of underworld and the omnipotent inferno of darkness, making the point where the DKL-1 starts to crack and the confined magic magnetic field begins to wobble dangerously, spilling death and destruction, while the temperature rise from the Hades flames and Sabbath lies. Eternal idols of heaven and hell, paranoia dreams that never die. guided by Iron Man's cast spell. Pip Bernadotte already drive some kilometers away, but they barely could listen in the new incantation, and some ever could see the effects at such distance. Even Endeavor not spoke until now, I knew that this monster or the devil. Just to be been slapped by Silver Fang, be respectful and rational. It was the point when the black miasma self-ignites and raises the temperature above several millions of degrees, while the magic domain begins to compress under the dark pact of chaos. Release the Hades flames, die idle, die omni, die ze, and brings everything destroyed by the nuclear doomsday. And Izuku delivers a sudden arm stroke against the ground, or more realistically the aura projection of an actual limb instead the real one. This projection technique, similar to the ancient Kai techniques made from warriors that once lived on ancient China, was one of the power enhancements made possible more easily with the DKL-1. With this trick, Izuku could maintain hovering on midair and avoiding a real direct contact of the ground. Finally, Izuku yells, Black Sabbath, making the magic domain explodes, and also everything underground and above ground, releasing a flashing dark and then white flare, where temperatures goes beyond 10,000 million Kelvin for an instant, before cools down and the convective and thermal plasma release expands and cools. During 1 second, even the lighter atoms fuse together, releasing deadly nuclear radiation in form of gamma rays, thermal neutrons, or high-energetic electrons. Izuku managed to craft a mixed fusion, fission bomb using magic, with a little help of the DKL-1, and detonate successfully. Izuku himself was propelled upwards, while notices that the armor breaks and cracks in several parts, while suffer a sudden magic loss since it was put too much pressure on his body. On a radius of 2 kilometers, everything on the ground was killed and destroyed. Essentially, everyone who on the path of the nuclear detonation was simply volatilized. The entire bunker system collapses, killing everybody either by the nuclear radiation, the debris failing, or the explosion itself. Between 2 and 5 kilometers from the explosion, any survivor receive a lethal radioactive dose, or the burns caused by the thermal wave, dying quickly afterwards. Izuku itself was shielded by his own magic barrier, but suffer some radiation damage, healed by his inhuman vampiric regeneration powers. The giant recoil delivered by the magic barrier collapse propels Izuku like a rocket, in the way that experimental nuclear thermal rockets should work, using small nuclear bombs to propel the rocket forward. The thermonuclear explosion itself enables Izuku to fly at higher altitudes, before starts to fall at higher speed. Izuku notices that his magic powers was fading away, that a terrible consequence of a magic spell that had a full month recovering time. The shockwave of the explosion still makes several damages at distances up to 30 kilometers, but the mountainous terrain will cut the real range by a smaller value. Izuku, during the propelled flight, could notices from the vision of the atomic mushroom that left from their own magic spell. Izuku estimates that will land somewhere about 20 kilometers away the explosion, and only could maintain the same vector route of the Pip Bernadotte size when noticed that was about 10 to 15 kilometers away when the Black Sabbath spell cools down. Apparently, the radio survived the explosion, more because Izuku was sent to another place than the magic explosion itself. And the mountainous terrain helps Pip to survive the explosion impact, since he stops once he passed beneath a mountain that shielded them from the explosion and radiation. Jesus Christ, Serpico, who tried to understand the aftermath, WTF, honestly, was that a tactical thermonuclear weapon? Answers Pip, of about up to 2 megaton yield. Gaara makes a mad whistle, enough to wipe out central Tokyo. This boy deserves a military medal of honor. As Pip refers to Second World War Japanese Medal Jugun Kisho, about 20,000 enemy soldiers was killed, and an enemy base was razed to the ground. Endeavor overacts with pain, your monster. Band of murderous monsters. And scream with agony, that's your fault that uses a young citizen, who only wants to be an hero, acts like a mass murderer machine. Just to receive a stroke on the back, leaving unconsciousness. It will sleep a while, said Pip. Annoyed, we soldiers never go back when we need to kill in order to save another's. Izuku then tries to use several magic spells when falls straight against that appears to be a peasant's village, layered by rice fields, from the upward point of view. Izuku, like other vampires, had an excellent night vision that supplanted the humans, but the real problem was to avoid his death at impact. At this stage all Dark Schneider's magic spells won't activate too soon, and the last resource was the Witcher Signs. Please, may this spell works. Witcher Sign Heliotrope, lasting a magic shield against the floor in the same way that helped to slow down before impact during the UUI's entrance exam. Fortunately, the heliotrope worked somehow, and the dangerous free fall speed was reduced to a safe value, and able to embrace for an impact straight on a muddy rice paddle, without suffering serious injuries. And the rolling around the mud also helped him to reduce the impact, until he finally stops. A younger vampire was filled with mud and herbs, but was alive after all. Rescue. Meanwhile, Pip Bernadotte noticed that the radio breaks down, but managed to use his portable computer embedded on a military communication device to find the last position. It appears that Midoriya falls about 7 kilometers away. Gaara also requests, it's possible to request a rescue mission. Pip Bernadotte thinks while drives along the desert road, even it had 4 lanes, and without any transit sign or road marks. I will text first to our HQ and wait further instructions. Where in reality, he also made contact to some irregular militias that was longtime allies. Meanwhile, Izuku managed to walk around the darkness of night and find the nearest road, while tried without avail to contact the rest of the team. Just great. The radio is broken down, and I left alone on the middle of nowhere, yelling at every possible angle. But the first person was sighted wasn't Pip, but a North Korean army military soldier running against him, ordering him to surrender or face death. Since the Witcher sign still works, Izuku cast the Axii in order to confuse him, or trying to switch sides, but the magic left was not strong enough to cast an advanced spell. It left a single option out. Izuku runs straight against him, and bite their neck to drink blood, while wrestles the bewildered soldier to take him out. Once neutralized the first threat, Izuku notices the lights of a vehicle about 500 or more meters away, just to notice that was from Pip Bernadotte. At least, Izuku could heave a sigh of relief. Once Izuku is rescued and bring along the vehicle, Pip delivers the following order. Due to high state of alert caused by some North Korean Navy submarines that cause a little havoc on Sea of Japan, the best they could deliver to us is to catch a military flight from a U.S. military base located on South Korea. What? Izuku screams. After all, what's the havoc? It appears that even one of your classmates suffer a direct strike on a submarine torpedo, but without causalities, said Gaara when read the attachments, delivered by a satellite link. Izuku's aura was murderous. Very nice. News. My nation suffer an attack. Much due to your incompetence. Pip Bernadotte tried to overcome this issue and counters, however, driving all along North Korea when the army will certainly chase us until the frontier of South Korea are out of question. It's about 500 kilometers. And receive a message that changes mood, but I contact a group of smugglers that operate along the Chinese border that delivers a nice option. And what option? Everyone asks. If I continue to drive to north, there's an old propelled plane that those smugglers wants to dispose. While the driver makes an insane smirk. Gaara understands and sighs. Remember, the move is called The Expendables, or Tropa de Elite, also called Elite Squad. Izuku don't remember such movies until Pip Bernadotte speaks. I suggest you, Izuku, to watch all those movies on your weekend, once you return safe to home. It's because our real saviors are like the Mr. Church-owned private band of bastards. And everyone, except Izuku of course, and the unconscious Endeavor, babbles. We are the wild geese, the worst mercenaries of the damn rotting world. And laughs after that. Probably Izuku will never understand such brotherhood shared by this crazy band of mercenaries vampires. And in Ko's house, Midoriya and Ko couldn't believe the regretful lies from the vampire pro-hero, and also her son's teacher, Eraserhead. And also she didn't expect that Katsuki was here along their family, and some son's colleges, just for them appears straight on the apartment's door, and on earlier morning. What's happened? Said Inko, when also displays the last email sent from her son to their smartphone, and she holds it to everyone see, mission accomplished. Endeavor rescued. Some medals award. Well, either Aizawa or Katsuki tried to speak, but fade quickly. He is safe. Inko was also a little freighted and then perplexed to saw Katsuki, who was normally a very menacing person, look so vulnerable. Well, if you watch the news about Endeavor been kidnapped to North Korea, Eraserhead was not on his best days. Inko face all the heroes and students pretending to be someday, before delivers a mad face and hisses, revealing her sharp fangs. She even bite and cut Eraserhead's neck skin, a sign of punishment between vampires. The pro-hero vampire was not on their usual mood, and couldn't want more than hear the green-haired woman vampire spoke, not mean, that my son was sent to North Korea, and yells, what kind of hero school accepts such crap mission from mercenaries, pretending to be heroes? Eraserhead bows to Inko, I'm terrible sorry. Our son's displays of magic powers was quickly seized by the military to be scouted by the SDF with some genuine interest, but I never expected they use him to such mission. The last thing I expected a civilian vampire pro-hero, in training, is to take role of a black ops soldier. Said with a greeted face, your school should be ashamed by such idiocy. And delivers a strong slap against Aizawa, who flinches. Once the mad moment ends, she sighs and opens the door. Either way, my son should arrive at the end of day, once the military brings him to home. That's fine, said Aizawa. Many of my students had a last day to make their rounds, but everyone here will return afternoon. However, every student of Aizawa's class had already lost the concentration to focus on their internship. A few hours earlier, Pip Bernadotte quickly confirmed that an old propelled plane lands, somehow, on a disclosure valley several kilometers from the Chinese border, and the smugglers returns to China using a small helicopter, leaving the plane without guards. During the darkness of night, the mercenaries drive along the wide and empty North Korean highways almost without real threats, until he turned left to a secondary road with barriers and soldiers planted on front of him. Clean that bastards. Pip orders to everyone with grenades and machine guns to kill every soldier standing up. I expected a more organized chase, or a better mobilization of their army. After all, or we deliver a strong blow that panics him several times, or simply they ordered to hold down, if we flee quickly. Said Serpico, keep moving. It was the straightforward sentence of Pip. Once claimed, Pip speeds up to continue. Then Gaara checks the coordinates and uses the onboard computer tools to estimate the distance. It lasts more 10 kilometers. On this goat tracks. Meanwhile, Izuku removes either the DKL-1 armor and the inner suit that protects him from the chaotic rampage on the former enemy military base. The constant chokes and bumps prompted Izuku to ask why you are driving along such terrible road, and almost hits the head against the ceiling when the vehicle bumps over a hole on the unpaved road. Silver Fang answers when adjust their safety belt, it's because our benefactors laid their plane somewhere on this valley, where Izuku couldn't reply more than sigh in pure disbelief. The entire travel along the North Korean roads was lasting less than an hour, but managed to arrive quickly as fast to move reliable transport, since Pip Bernadotte knew that the enemy will gather the major possible number of divisions in order to encircle them. Luckily, the decoy works. Pip also counts with the smugglers' traps to divert the enemy some additional time in order to fool them about the real escape route. And also the fuel quantity on deposit of this armored carrier was quickly failing to nothing. North Korean vehicles are no more than junk on the wheels. Just a Pip don't lose the imaginary mark of crap talking. Several minutes later, the old airplane was in their sight. Endeavor recover the senses in meantime, just to awaken wide eyes, when notices Izuku with a plain military clothes, without any kind of armor. Pip Bernadotte Airlines, taken hellish flight. Passengers to the transfer to Welcome to Hell Airlines, please take the gate 666. Pip Bernadotte pokes a bad joke when finally stops the vehicle and orders everyone to abandon it, move it, move it, move it. This is not the police academy, referring to a famous 20th century film series comedy, since he pokes the infamous Captain Harris catchphrase. Silver Fang delivers a mad glare against Pip. After those years, why you still deliver some stupid childish catchphrases? Pip Bernadotte reacts badly, honestly, and almost punches Silver Fang. Don't think that you are the superior here. Gaara holds the enraged vampire. Captain, this is not the place to brawl. Izuku was annoyed with the demeanor bursts that always occur when his authority are challenged, but he hopes that this flying piece of junk don't ends at the middle of sea. Has noticed the several metallic plates along the fuselage, and the corrosion won't be fatal during flight. In less 3 minutes, Pip managed to turn on the rotors and then divert the plane to an abandoned paddle that appears to be nice fitted as an improvised airfield. Propelled planes don't fly to high and only require a couple of meters to run and take off. The plane was surprisingly manageable and capable to make sharp turns and dives to compensate the reduced top speed. Using the geography to divert from threats, they managed to fly away the continental land of North Korea by taking the confused terrain at Pip's favor. In fact, he managed to fly to Sanbong and before make a straight incursion on the Russia sovereign territory. He takes turn sharp right to the ocean before past the swampy territory shared by China, Russia and North Korea itself. One of this barely working gadgets is this interference generator that give us fundamental minutes of cloaking, explains Pip Bernadotte, giving time to the artillerist Silver Fang and bomber engineer Rohalek to test the main weapons without facing the actual enemy. Gaara aside when estimate the flight time, this relic of ancient ages will take 10 damn hours until reach the Funabashi HQ airstrip. If this thing won't fail and land straight on the ocean. Endeavor, who still delivers a disgusting face on Izuku, dares to ask, and why we simply don't land on the nearest airport on Japan mainland. General from Command and Conquer Junkyard crap. Answer Pip while maintains the route, ignoring the reaction of Endeavor. Can you say, at least, my official pro-hero name, Genocide Buffoon? Izuku don't intervene, since he knew that the route Pip takes was really the fastest and straightest possible to route to Funabashi, along the Sea of Japan. But Pip Bernadotte snaps violently as he locks first the automatic pilot and points a loaded pistol straightly pointed to Endeavor's head. Persons who think that are better than real heroes keep their mouths shut or will riddled with bullets. Izuku then dare to ask, Mr. Pip, why you are so distraught and hateful against pro-heroes, just to face the gun that now points to Izuku. Serpico was the first to answer, it's a long story. That begins when Pip Bernadotte was younger, at the 19th century, where he was born. Shut up, order Pip Bernadotte. His first 100 years' life as a natural-born vampire was a constant fight to survival. Silver Fang intervenes, and he hates the entire mankind as a source of all evils. It's the final straw. Shut up. Pip glares with reddish eyes. Izuku's life as a young vampire was fairly reasonable, since he could have had a proper education on a public school along other humans, even with quirks. Since Japan had an historical relationship with the supernatural, the integration with vampires is very adequate. But for foreigners like Pip Bernadotte, he probably had a miserable life, fleeing from the authorities, or been hunted like a beast. Even Izuku's life on elementary school wasn't all pleasant, since once his colleagues discovered there was a vampire, much of them becomes frightened and start to isolate from him. Katsuki, who already liked to display her quirk, also becomes annoyed and tried to discover the weakness of his vampire friend. But his teacher helps the class to rebuild the bonds. Vampires don't have quirks. It was an awkward answer when one random college asks if vampires had quirks like humans. I may have a kind of special power that resemble telekinesis. Like my vampire mother. but it takes several years. Izuku remembers the shenanigans of being a vampire and the few times when his mother's relatives visits on apartment. Izuku was amused when a relative pokes his mother age that was 300 years old, but young in vampiric terms, and remembers the tales that his mother spoke in order to calm the eagerness of the child vampire to gain special powers, since his own mother explains that Izuku may take up to 100 years. When Izuku explains all vampiric stuff, many of their classmates displays bewildered faces. However, my doctor said that I had a strong bond to learn black magic, like my grandfather vampire from the mother side. When Izuku once goes to the only medical center of Japan, on Sapporo, that diagnoses correctly the special abilities of vampires. But the meaning of black magic from many children was not so pleasant to hear. And soon, even quirkless, Izuku on the next childhood years gains some regenerative effects that resembles some kind of human quirk. The physical strength also reaches a top during the junior high years. The quirk apprehension test that Izuku made on first day on Yui resembles the same thing of the third year of junior high, but without all quirks. The instructor charged to the examination don't read forehand the warnings relative to vampire students and becomes very awkward, even when Katsuki watches the whole scene to explain the sheer differences on physical strength between a vampire and a human. What? 858 meters. The examiner yells to Izuku when he throws the ball on the test pretending to measure the horizontal pitch distance of the ball, using only the physical strength. Are you cheating? That's only my pure force. Izuku answers a little embarrassed, waving the hands. For real, even the students with powerful quirks never achieved 100 meters alone, like Katsuki who got 73. 3 digits would require a quirk. And without a quirk, you said that you can throw 10 times further. A teacher intervenes, Mister, he's a vampire. And before could explains better, the examiner overacts. What? Vampire? Making Izuku drop his sharp fangs, but without leaving a reddish blushing face, like a tomato. We've got hostiles. Silver Fang's sudden yelling snaps everyone inside the cabin to reality. Sir, we've got hostiles. Quickly everyone runs to their positions, while Gaara asks, what company? 2 North Korean jets are approaching quickly. Distance, 5 nautical miles, that's about 8 kilometers. Midoriya, Pip asks, unless your magic are really down. You can cast spells capable to bring down a military aircraft. Izuku thought a little, before answers, I have some residual magic left. It will take several days until my vitality pool rejuvenate. Witcher size are a big no, due to their short range. But the magical arrows can work. As Izuku remembers that on Sports Festival, he was capable to shoot a swarm of magic bolts several meters away, reaching more than 1 kilometer. And ever remember the scene when Izuku cast several magic projectiles against the mines. And an additional thing, Izuku also remembers, this magic, once I learned from my magic teacher, are one of few spells that had a huge homing precision and can be guided against a movable target. Alright, orders Izuku, Serpico. Prepare and harness to Izuku while positions and locks him in the middle of the drop cabin, unless he wanna fly once the gate are opened. Silver Fang warns, one of jets fire a missile. Here's to Pip make a sharp dive descent that managed to dodge the missile. But the vampires knew the luck won't last forever as he pledged to hurry up and prepare Izuku to the improvised battle position. Less than a minute later, Pip could open the drop door just for Izuku face the sudden moist and cold air flowing at his face. Oh boy, I never use my magic to target at such greater distance. Pokes Izuku while tries to concentrate and cast a spell. Some seconds that appears minutes later, Izuku managed to cast a glowing ball with color gradients ranging from red to blue while meditates, ego antiquum pactum date. And yells, gather and reunite the spirits of nature. Before notice that the 2 jets launches several missiles against him, making him a little frightened. Damn it, I face the terrible Zoran Blitz. Why? As the missiles roars at supersonic speeds, Izuku knew that Pip will try to divert the plane at any fraction of second, and then the green-haired vampire casts the spell, target lock on enemy, and delivers several dark icicles against the missiles, gather 7 dark ice element arrows. Making a loud explosion, elemental magic Kjeldor and Javelinir. Shoot! The plane suffers the explosion impact, shaking violently, where almost Izuku lose their stand with terrible consequences. Pip Bernadotte still yells, are you fine? Are you ready for a second round? Prepare for the second round. Izuku reply, imitating the catchphrase. Izuku exhales and prepares a new magic spell cast, Ancient Darkness Spirits from Heaven and Earth. I pledge and gather you. Creating a magic run disc with roughly the size of the drop cabin. Gather 20 darkness elemental spirits, 15 fire elemental spirits, 10 lightning elemental spirits. Before release the spell from his right stretched arm and hand, straight to the enemy jets, at a distance of about 5 kilometers away, magical spirit crossbow arrows. Release. The magic elemental arrows delivers several damage on the jets, either by blasting the engines or breaks the fuselage, ending with a fatal malfunction that brings the jets to a fatal and uncontrollable dive against the ocean. Hostages eliminated. Silver Fang confirms the shoot of all enemy jets. Once this incident was settled, the airplane follows under the morning sun on the middle of Sea of Japan. Funabashi HQ, some hour later. Several hours later, the plane wreck managed to land on Funabashi, with partial brakes failure, fuel tank almost empty, and a terrible landing that almost tears up the airplane itself. The military staff sighed with such spectacle, since the Wild Geese achievements on destroyed military equipment was pristine, along the losses of backup personnel, making such end expected, like business as usual. Even with such emotive return to home, especially Izuku, it takes almost 3 hours just to make checkups and agreements to sign declarations of confidentiality of several aspects of this mission. All Might sighed with huge relief when witness both Izuku and Endeavor safe. Even the pro hero needs to transfer to an hospital. Young Midoriya, All Might whispers, "Who is your terrible mission?" While adds the following remark, "Aizawa and your friends are in a total emotive disarray." "Terrible," said Izuku, once scans the surroundings, before take All Might to a disclosure place. The enemy was just plant and phony base, and even it was some remains of their previous researches. The real thing was everyone else. Who they can be so stupid. All Might was enraged with such misconduct. Only Endeavor, me and entire Wild Geese's vampires survived. Otherwise, they all dead. Unforgivable, said All Might with all eyes wide open, when calculate the number of casualties. Even so, I have the right to take to Yui a broken prototype of a magic weapon. Since neither the Wild Geese or the SDF wanted such thing, since they knew the National Magic Association entangles on Yui itself. All Might blinks in total stupefaction, a magic weapon, essentially the technological evolution of the wands and sticks crafted from bushes. Dragon Knight Lucifer Armor DKL-1 and the Satan's Ring. All Might could laugh if the situation isn't serious. Satan's Ring. The fool who create this should be pathetic. But asks, what's this? Non-so-good DKL-1 can do. Essentially makes the cast of destructive spell like Black Sabbath more powerful, making All Might eyes widen. Though spell was capable to destroy an entire training field, and the enemy created a device to increase the destruction powers of such magic. Izuku sighs before show to it his notebook with drawings, but I had a terrible fight with a vampire that was also a sorcerer. One of the commanders of Let's Battalion, Zoran Blitz, just to reveal the scars of the battle. All Might was terrible serious, since he understands that Izuku found his first real tough adversary, and he was strong. Well, she was, making All Might surprised to his adversary been a woman vampire, very strong. Zoran Blitz was also the responsible of the capture of Endeavor and killing of Stain. Stain is dead. All Might was shocked. Izuku dared to ask, while I read some hero journal articles, I remember about some infamous villains, but why Stain was so special about? All Might coughs, in terms of quirks, he wasn't special. But his martial arts skills make them too damn strong to handle. Spoofing the quirk superiority myth that make a great hero or a mad villain, the real problem was the fact that he kills several heroes, making him the holder of hero killer. Before quirks been prevalent, serial killers already exists, but Izuku still don't get about why Stain was so special. Murderers, genociders, assassins, whatever, those stuff even exists before quirks. Well, Stain target mainly pro-heroes who had bad behaviors, or been corrupt on some citizen eyes, making Stain, conclude All Might, as some kind of hero on some people, since he exposed several flaws of our heroic society. And the quirk truism that can make several quirkless which could be heroic relegated to the bottom pit, while the ruffians can be celebrities if they display their quirks as pro-heroes. Ik damu abari la shemut lek bal al kulu imnkayen ik tabi was edel zuham ik tabi was edel zeham, non min itemank, walatek and min itemanik. Izuku remember the words from the Assassin's Creed franchise, especially the original text written by Altair. WTF, All Might eyes widen when Izuku spoke Arabic. Revere the blood of innocent, nothing is an absolute truth, everything is possible. Hid in the midst of the crowds, hid in the midst of the hustle. We are from your trust, and do not betray your trust. Izuku translates. All Might blink his eyes, nothing is true. What? Sorry, it was the Assassin's Creed motto, that plain fits on Stain. It was like an assassin, in order to kill the corrupts. But since it's unlikely that all pro-heroes are Templars. Izuku shakes his head, sorry of my insanity. But I understand the Stain modus operandi, as a kind of rebel who wanted to fix the society, even with wrong ways. Leaving such franchise alone. Midoriya, do you have some information about the Endeavor kidnapping? During the kidnapping, Stain was fighting against Endeavor. Then Zoran seals Endeavor's quirk with black magic, which spell is called Einherjar, where later I managed to understand the incantation formula, and break the curse, making All Might perplexed. And Stain, well, it was mercifulness sliced with a scythe. An ironic death by someone who was an expect of blades and knives fighting. However, Zoran knew several cursing magic spells that can be applied on their sides in order to be terrible lethal. What's the most terrible villainy behavior that I ever face? And All Might explains, later on your classes, I will detail the procedures to handle cruel villains, who only want to make the other suffer, or even terrorists, while rebellious or grey villains needs other methods to handle. Izuku agrees with the All Might thoughts, especially the villains that don't have real evil wills, where instead they are also victims. Correct. But points to Endeavor, and speaking of Endeavor itself don't have any chance against her, making All Might frightened, as he remembers that Izuku itself defeats him easily. And how? You managed to defeat this monster. It was a terrible fight that occurs along several bunkers on a hit-and-run battle, where the North Korea army joins the fray and its vampire subordinates to the battle. It all ended with a stupid bloodbath. Izuku exhales before resumes. The whole battle ends when I picked the magic weapon, where I managed to cast an unknown magic spell for me, where the incantation was engraved on it. Duranira, or was pure beginner luck, and sighs tiredly. And your time. All human backup ends killed after 5 minutes of battle, making All Might terrible upset, leaving all Wild Geese members. And are nice to you. Pip Bernadotte are a total arrogant, but had a terrible grudge and hatred against humans. The swordsman Gara was a little nice to me, like the older Silver Fang. The last two waste their time to calm the rage burst of Pip when yells and bring down who dare to question their authority. All Might could barely imagine the Brotherhood along mercenaries, even their captain was a putative autocrat. At last Izuku could said, Serpico was a little inexperienced, but the real surprise was the kindness of Rohalek, who had good knowledge of magic medicine. The pro-hero overacts, what? Well, he was the only one that helps me to apply the first aid against Zoran curse on Endeavor. Whatever, said All Might, signaling to end the conversation, since the military was making rounds. The officer delivers to Izuku 3 medals of honor, plus a certificate of honor and sacrifice to their own accomplishment. An hour later, All Might and Izuku was sent back to Yui with the disclosed buses, leaving him to return to home by own means. Welcome back. In reality, when All Might and Izuku could finally exit from the bus, the entire Yui staff and several students was in place to receive the oddly vampire. Why everyone was here. Izuku was a little surprised, even knowing the huge anxiety of all classmates forehand. The surprise increases when notices that even his own mother was there. Izuku. Katsuki was along in Ko and his mother, welcome back. Izuku couldn't do more than hug his human friend. Yeah, I'm fine. And this time Katsuki don't react back when Izuku bites and drinks Katsuki's blood. Aizawa barely opened his mouth to alert the situation, but Izuku's mother blocks the vampire as she signaled, don't worry. My son knew about how much blood can be safely drank without harm him. And please, Katsuki finally kicked to Izuku release his fangs, don't drink too much, making Izuku freckled cheeks blush. Sorry, I need to drink more blood once I return home. While the whole commotion unfolds, the Izuku's magic teacher secure Ikijauji along the gadget freak student Hatsume brings the boxes with the DKL-1 remains in order to study the artifact, as part of the mission spoils. Aizawa orders to the entire class to enter on the one classroom in order to Izuku spoke the details of such dangerous mission. Izuku don't discloses some sensitive information, but describe fairly well the spells and techniques of Zoran Blitz in order to his magic teacher analyze the rituals and incantations to Izuku's own benefit. Even with such remarks, the battle with Zoran Blitz was one of the most emotive speech that Izuku delivers to everyone, since it was the first time when two sorcerers fight seriously. Even to Todoroki, who couldn't do more than bow and appraise Izuku to save his own father from death, don't hide the sheer impotence of a pro-hero with quirks against a supernatural mage. Of course everyone was in state of shock, not only about the catastrophic death tool, been acknowledged to be the cause of 30,000 deaths in action is not a medal award I ever expected to be recognized. Whatever, but the borderline meaningless mission. Several of best soldiers from Japan was killed on a mission that on normal conditions ended with a tragedy. Many of pro-heroes and students display their rage and shame of such vain sacrifice due to several planning errors. Later Izuku and Aizawa leak some investigation reports about the Millennium Army, or the leader Anthrax, who was a total mystery. Finally, Aizawa orders everyone to return home and prepare to the final semester exams, while pats Izuku's green hair hoping that he will forgive him to be so naive and been manipulated by the big brass men. Eraserhead will take sure that in the future Izuku will never be sent to such terrible disaster zone. Several weeks after the first hero internship, all Yui students quickly returned to normal lives. Izuku was one of the few who took more time to relax and recover the usual self, where it means when the young vampire don't make sudden attacks, or pretend to do, against other students. Izuku's mother was also a little worried, not because when her son watches on late evening at home movies, both suggested by the former internship tutor, which was the infamous Pip Bernadotte, but also the bad mood and bad behaviors. Much of Izuku's yelling or menacing poses was one of the reflexes that the vampire learned when faced the Millennium Army or the North Korean Army. And the return to the relative peaceful Japan, apart the villain tropes, was taking several time. Home classroom disarray. Aizawa was very worried with the psychological impact delivered to Midoriya during the internship made on SDF. Even all human students' internships occur without serious incidents, except during the Tsuyu's mission when her ship was hit by an enemy torpedo. Izuku was very annoyed since he became the center of all attentions. Can you leave me alone? Izuku spoke with a menacing aura and sparkling vitality release. Kaminari and Mainta barely could move or even swallow when Izuku hisses or drops his sharp fangs. It's better that Midoriya-kun was already drinking blood today. Mainta mumbles almost in panic when remember the times when his own teacher punished him by biting him. Izuku hears perfectly the frightened remark from the grape-haired boy and remembers the awful morning that started when he wakes up a little late and barely eats a decent breakfast. By a vampire standard, any decent meal means drinking blood, since any human food is only an additive to their diet. Since the younger green-haired vampire barely ate at all, he was more aggressive than usual, and staying around several humans and been hungry was too tempting to not bite someone. But the older vampire couldn't reprehend too sharply, since he shouldn't deny the regret of leaving one of his own students to a military adventure that almost ended with a mundane disaster. Young Midoriya, don't menace your colleges, Aizawa warns, making Izuku upset. Don't menace, H-wahaha. Izuku makes an ironic laugh before snaps to a more defiant stance. When the younger vampire hisses and displays his fangs again, Aizawa counters with a more stronger one, hissing. Honestly, you are 1,000 years too young to even defy me. Yaoyorozu was one of students who felt agonized with such silly standoff, much due to the fact that vampires drinks human blood. Especially when she tried to talk back to Midoriya and the green-haired vampire bit her instead to reply. Izuku snaps when noticed that he makes something not much acceptable and tried to apologize. But receive a slap back. Aizawa could feel a slight relief of the standoff, and due to the Izuku's unwanted biting, the teacher becomes worried about the younger vampire's health. Bakugo is also annoyed, but feels sadness and impotence, as one of close acquaintances barely could return home alive. In fact, just at the next weekend after Izuku safely returned to home, the blonde decided to visit his friend at home. Midoriya's flat, on previous day. Katsuki was a little bewildered when he hears some weird foreign language streaming along the stereo columns connected to the television, while Izuku was watching some movie as he drinks fresh blood from a canister. Deku, the blonde, turned his head to the TV screen and noticed the action between a military police swearing against a drug dealer, and reads the Japanese subtitles below. WTF is this? An almost century-old Brazilian movie called Tropa de Elite, or Elite Squad. Izuku answers a little annoyed, where tells the story of a special operative from Brazil called Nascimento, who was a military officer from the Brazilian BOPE agency, playing hero and faces drug dealers and corrupt policemen during the late 20th and begin of 21st century Rio de Janeiro. Izuku's mother, who already take her own blood meal earlier, explains without spoiling recommendations from the former internship instructor that almost kill my son. Inko made a frightening hissing, since that Pip Bernadotte, a bastard, was a former BOPE official on Brazil. And the younger vampire concludes, essentially, the definition of a real hero, according to him, is simple as that. He waits a seconds before resumes, don't trust anyone, shoot the bastards, murder the corrupts, just kill them all. A dead villain is one bastard less. Amen. Katsuki was annoyed, and before he could reply, his mother spoke, to the foolish and the naive, we will grant eternal suffering. Amen. WTF, are you evenly thinking? Katsuki overacts and almost explodes with their explosive quirk, but the Axii Witcher sign cast almost instinctively by Izuku disable the action forehand, and also almost forgot the awkward remembrance that occurs once the entire Wanna class reunite together after their internships, that was also bitten by his Deku, returning to the present time. Back to classroom, Eda stands up from the table and intervenes, sorry for the bad behavior, and bows to apologize. Midoriya, this is not a place to exchange menaces and defiance. Have you drink blood today? Aizawa decided to intervene, since he could understand the origin of Midoriya's bad behavior, a part of the stress derived from the warfare experience. You are still recovering from that mission, but skipping blood meals is not a good idea. Izuku blushes ashamed, and didn't reply, prompting his teacher to order, honestly, sit down, and once this class are over, go to the recovery girl office to drink and heal. Later on that day, it begins another practical hero lecture, where Izuku premieres another version of their hero costume, much lighter and a part of the pauldrons. It was made with a purple outfit made with a pants and a shirt. All Might was a little relieved to Izuku made a much modern outfit, and more adequate to his future heroic career. Since I'm officially a mage, as their magic arts teacher Sakura-sensei delivered to Izuku a letter a day before, that was officially registered as a rank apprentice sorcerer on the International Association of Wizardry, I take my wisdom to craft another outfit. Reviling the source, from Diablo 3 Ultimate Evil Edition. The last sentence was interrupted by some random laugh or annoyance, especially from Aizawa itself. Alright, Midoriya, once you start an hero mission, don't forget to summon the demoniac hordes from hell. All Wanna classmates made a broken smirking smile and a huge dry swallow, since they knew that such thing was a piece of cake for the young green-haired vampire to make that happen. The explosive blonde gave an agonized face and a broken smile, since he never understand how a creature living on darkness like he breathe air could ever though to help the humans. But for great relief of Aizawa, much of Izuku's magic display on that lecture was mainly focused on the more inoffensive and tricky Witcher signs, and some magic barriers crafted with own Izuku's blood. This was a recommendation from Sakura-sensei, and taken adamantly by the young vampire, as he already knew that during hot weather, Izuku's capabilities to cast magic are affected, and it would too tempting to increase the magic energy output of black magic. Confusion on the shopping mall. About a mouth past the internship, Izuku returns to the usual self, but still overacting to the surroundings, making annoying behaviors on public. In order to help his son, Inko decided to invite his son to relax and refocus, since staying too much time locked on the house, except the mandatory school activities, would not be good for his health. The Hasu shopping mall was the target of a mother and son vampires trip, where the younger one could spot the former and current school colleges making fun while go to the stores or go straight to the arcades. Inko tried to pinch the freckled cheeks once her son yawns or displays his fangs in public, as Izuku was bored and complains the hot weather. As a vampire, it requires to use plain cloth, since the strong sun could make sunburns easily, and prompting some additional bloodlust beyond the acceptable. Some witness quickly noticed that those two green-haired persons are vampires, and tried to understand about the presence of them during daylight. However, Izuku ignored them as he pulls off the blue cardigan and a white hat once he and his mother enters on the mall's hall. The summer was the most detestable season by the point of view of Izuku. He sweat a lot and gets upset too quickly since vampires don't like heat. Even Izuku is mainly a fire elemental sorcerer, that not a real problem, as their magic barrier spells tends to shield them against the heat generated by the different vitality releases. It was also the time when a vampire don't ingest anything but blood, human blood preferentially, and some water or tea, as the capacity to digest regular food is too low during summer. In fact, Izuku was very upset due to the heat on the previous day, when Minta teases him, ending with a nice bite. The blood taste of an human pervert is so awkward. Is like the durians, but reversed, where it had an horrible taste and a deceiving visual fragrance. Izuku thoughts to himself, just before Ida storm against Izuku, before delivers a strong slap. Midoriya, since when your fellow classroom college is a food ration. I'm so sorry, Ida-kun. Izuku reply and bows politely, before the things returns to normal. Izuku's thoughts was suddenly interrupted when all security alarms fires up, followed by an alert from the loudspeakers. This is an emergency. A dangerous villain with threat level rogue demon, who is fleeing from the police and pro-heroes, storm this mall. For all personnel and visitors, evacuate immediately or take shelter as soon as possible. I will repeat, just as the loudspeakers been hit with an explosion from nowhere. It takes a few seconds to the mall exists been flooded by successive waves of panicked citizens. Inko freezes when notices that his son already decided to face the danger as he casts the Raven magic spell to fly and bypass the jammed corridors and shops that was on a total disarray. Meanwhile, a group of high school students was entrapped between a madman who was capable to reinforce his build body with additional layers of muscular fibers and a small child with horns and a hat that was crying when faced the menace. One of the old students, a girl with some wind manipulation quirk, tried to confront the villain. No more steps forward, as she tried to use her quirk to counter any pending menaces. What's do you thinking, silly hero fangirl? As the stronger madman delivers a strong punch that cracks the floor, send the pretending heroine away within the gust. Coda, screams a younger adult woman, who appears to be a relative of the younger boy, while send text messages to her own hero agency. Mandalay, shout a pro-hero with a kind of clownish costume, that resembled more a cat than a tiger, just to forgot that he spilled the hero name of his comrade when she was dressed as a civilian. The main villain, which was known on Underground by Muscular, smiles derogatory, well. When I expected a real fake hero, it appears a bunch of clowns. Before spit against the dressed one, the wild pussycats. The pro-heroes barely had time to plan, since Muscular reinforced their muscles coat before punch against Tiger, who tried to cross her arms in order to reduce damage. And to increase the havoc, the villain deliver a strong gust against the student group straight at the nearest wall or shop, breaking the windows or been thrown against the furniture. Undercovered, Izuku casts several lightning magic arrows. Ancient spirits of thunderclouds, I pledge your ancient wisdom. Gather 30 lightning arrows. Magic elemental thunderbolts. Release. Just before the main threat could laugh, he barely dodged the swarm of lightning bolts that appears from nowhere. It was when the young boy with green hair, with a menacing aura release, that shout against the villain, oh. You derogate a nice pro-hero team, treating them like clowns, ignoring that you are the worst of them. Before switch to a more lighter dark Schneider's magic, Teitoro. Ancient spirits of lightning to thunder. Blow this enemy away, sending a wave of lightning missiles that managed to cause a huge pain on Muscular, Anselm. WTF is that damn clown taser. Muscular reacts with great rage, since his quirk, once fully activated with all muscles assembled, helped to reduce the impact of lightning strikes. Some of students, who was from the Oritora Junior High School, quickly recognized the former graduate student, Midoriya, also known as Dark Schneider, the Dark Sorcerer of Destruction Magic. As he introduced himself, it was supposed to be a nice mall shopping day until you decide to cause destruction. Dark Schneider. Muscular eyes widens open when recognize the insane Yui student who won the current year first year Yui Sports Festival, the one who had magic. I'm only a student from Yui and also an apprentice wizard on was recently recognized. Izuku spoke coldly while raised his right arm. Muscular reinforced the muscular fiber into extreme before Jumpa deliver a strong punch, taking barely 1 second to make it. Witcher Sine hidden technique on alternate mode, magic trap. The green vampire casts the sign with his fingers and uses his Kai release projection to seal a 10 meters radius magic trap domain, slowing Muscular a tenth of his original speed. The main villain barely had time to react when Izuku cast another kind of magic spell, Ed. These, skinned, great priest of the undead, great to me your wrath, and punch the enemy. That managed to propel him against the ceiling, once released the magic kinetic energy in a form of a magic reinforced punch, Skid Row. Unbelievable. It was Mandalay or Kota starring with the powerful vampire. Why he don't speak to us that was so overpowered. Some random former Izuku's college mumbles silently. However, Muscular releases a cursing rage and releases from the ceiling hole just to try to hit against Izuku or any Wild Pussycats pro heroes. Even Izuku suffers some physical injuries when he was been hit by a rampage swarm of punches from Muscular, prompting him to cast a cursing spell, Psycho, know your worth. Forming a phantom sword of ash and dark energy, I granted your wills into a ember flash of ash and wound that disintegrates and inflict huge pain on Muscular, along excruciating skin and muscle burns, suicidal tendencies. A magic spell capable to disintegrate flesh and fabric. Another student reacts, how many skills this monster could handle. And some of his friends quickly use their smartphones to browse about every Izuku's magic cast and compare with similar quirks. The pro heroes was a little mesmerized with Izuku's powers when himself face a real threat, but recover and quickly request the police to arrest the villain who suffer with the dread consequences of suicidal tendencies magic spell. Instead, he tried to punch and kick against the law enforcement officers, yelling and swearing against everything on this path, band of idiots. You thought that I was too weak. Ignoring the pain, Muscular delivers uppercuts and punches against several police officers, while some arriving pro heroes' reinforcement starts to encircle the villain and aiding the evacuation of the threatened citizens. The young child Kota discharges a stream of water, almost without wanting to do, as he was trying to distract the powerful villain, while tries to recover some senses lost due to the burns delivered by the dark magic miasma cast by Izuku. A water quirk. Izuku sighs when notices how this kind of water condensation technique works, by reading the vitality flow emanated by the small child, not mean. So you are the son of the water horse duo. Muscular makes a revengeful smirk, and a more defiant voice tone, that you shall die here. Water magic is not my real domain, but it can help to subdue him. As Izuku roams along the magic knowledge to assemble the foundations of a finishing spell that shouldn't kill him as an absolute requisite. However, Kota turns his frightened and tearful eyes from the savage madman, and faces with fearful eyes the strange green-haired boy who appears to defy every quirk phenomena law. As he began to make a strange pose, and spoke some weirdness, Sanctus aqua spiritibus, fons vidi et deceptum custos Maria meam et voceviti antiquis fotis meam et alias annulo signati potestatum divinam. Even for Mandalay or Tiger perspective, the comprehension of the magic ritual will become impossible to rationalize, especially when notice several layered circles encircling the strange green-haired boy. Holy Saint Water, grant to me your powers. I see Kuyue Ager, making Izuku temporarily a water mage, by requesting the power of nature, especially the water-based spiritual vitality. WTF are you doing? Such kind of aberration of nature. Muscular enraged, and decides to deliver a strong kick or punch against the boy who dare to fight against him. Just to remember my hero internship. As Izuku punches water vapor-coated fist against the middle of the magic circle on the floor, and starts the summoning spell, Bernando. Waluda, Werna, Richardo, Old Water Domain. Fill my soul. Opening a magic portal, my enemy is your enemy. May the strings of spirits and the damnation of lies bend my staff, and bring the water dragon from the underground. Just to summon the same water dragon that caused havoc on a secret North Korean military base, Water Emperor's Dragon Cascade. Axis, another dragon, said another former Izuku's college when remembers when he watched mesmerized when the young vampire summons the more powerful man-o-war dragon. The summoned water dragon blocks the muscular path, damn it. Freaking. While Izuku decide to order an attack, before the water ritual spell fades away, that would have been a waste of precious magic energy. Ancient Wisdom Dragon. Axis. I release you seal, in order to attack the enemy. Making the dragon bows to Izuku, treating him as the genuine sovereign, before attack muscular, Miseru Kaude Fundo. Which means Water Emperor's Dragon Fury, by the direct reading of the ideograms, Shui Long Huang Dai Fen Nu. The enemy barely managed to react, since he was swallowed by the torrent of water released by the dragon, and hurled against the ceiling. Once the dragon slams against it, while the impact rips the additional muscular fibers created by the villain's quirk. What kind of quirk is this? Kota barely spoke, just to be cut off by the younger vampire. This is not a quirk, in human terms. Izuku answers swiftly, is a supernatural ability called magic, that unlike the genetic inheritance of quirks, it can also be tailored or learned from scratch. If you have the adequate willpower to make such a thing. After waiting a little time, Izuku faced the astonished Kota's face, in short terms. I'm a mage, a magic user, and since I'm also a vampire, and my magic affinity are more akin to the darkness, I'm a Viriko warlock. and plays a little to push small debris with his quirk like vampire telekinesis. If I only use my quirk like vampiric powers, then I could only push small objects. Using magic, I surpass such silly limitations, said Izuku with a smirking smile. Meantime, Muscular managed to recover, even brutally wounded, and stands up once falls from the ceiling crater. Enough bullshit, Muscular swears, and tries to recover his badly damaged muscles, using his quirk, prepare to die. Fool. Izuku relaxes a little, and decide to try a new Dark Chaos magic spell crafted from his knowledge from Dark Schneider's grimoire. Then I shall curse and seal your quirk. Muscular overacts and tried to punch against Izuku, only to hear the enchantment that begins when Izuku raises his left hand against the ceiling. My trustful demon servants under my rule, I release your duties under your cursed ancient pact. Where use some magic arts derived from the former combat against Zorin, release my grief that lurk on my soul. And the spell requires to Izuku to make a wound on the caster arm, in order to flow the blood to the magic circle realm. Sages of the number of the beast, be eternally pleased under my forbidden contract, and curse my enemies' blood, flesh, bones, skills, and iron. Before deliver a swarm of several sharp dark reddish spears that once hit against Muscular, forms several seals written on vampiric runes. I swear my honor, and lend your will to punish the enemy. That reverse the villain to the normal form, while agonizes in pain, Iron Maiden. The magic spell once fully unleashed, creates a magic domain that reverses the quirk-crafted muscular form, while the villain suffers an unimaginable pain, and a total loss of stamina and raw power, losing his own consciousness in less than 3 seconds. Even with such anti-quirk and cursing magic spell, Izuku don't kill them. Young boy, Mandalay quickly recover Kota and dare to ask their savior, young boy, who are you? I'm Midoriya Izuku, a vampire from the Yuyui's hero course. Make her, in his colleges, dumbfounded. A vampire. But she recovers once she associate the student's name with the Yuyui's sports festival victor. Oh my god. If you had such powerful magic, why you don't used earlier? Izuku sighed, because such sealing and cursing spells requires a little preparation to be cast, and also the recovering time of my magic energy are another factor that I should not made mistakes. And he starts to make his appointment to the police, and by the way, this young child had abilities to learn magic. If he is interested, I suggest to call this number to make an exam to check that. Before Izuku leave a perplexed Kota. But Mandalay, who was a close relative of that boy, was much more perplexed, especially when read the contact card of the National Magic Association. On next day, Aizawa, All Might, and Nedzu both exhale in relief, as Izuku could catch a villain alive, and increasing the Yuyui's reputation to catch dangerous villains. The final exams begins. Finally, at the end of semester, the final exams begins and Aizawa explains to everyone the details. This week marks the final step of the first of 6 semesters required to everyone present to be the next pro heroes. As every classmate agrees, a part of the obligatory written exams of several subjects that occurs at the next 3 days, from Tuesday to Thursday, where many of students' mood drops down due to the English or mathematics bad grades. And finally, on next Friday, it will be a final practice exam. The magic words of a practice exams gives an happy uproar, hopping that will give good grades. When Friday finally arrive, both 20 students of one of classes arrives at the ground Camp Zeta, modeled from a countryside place, made with sparse cottages, windmills, and 2 major little towns. Bakugo was one of few students who made an angry remark, WTF the Yui was trying to test us. While swears, and since Japan had such WTF rural place, stop swearing, Aizawa delivers a slap to the troublemaker student. Izuku makes a very annoying sigh, Aizawa-sensei, where the teacher decide to ignore the younger vampire student without hiding some embarrassment. However, it only take a few seconds to Izuku intervenes and hit the bullseye. Why does camp resemble a map from PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, or even Fortnite, making Aizawa freeze with shame before everyone could dare to question. So sharp, Aizawa's blank face was also odd by the eyes of All Might, who was clueless about those games. When I play such oddity, along all modern clones of PUBG, I notice a player that resembles the oddities of Pro Hero Eraserhead. What? Aizawa remembers that he also plays all clones of PUBG when he was bored, and you are the damned sniper that killed me almost from nowhere. And snaps the player's name, you are the infamous Toad Sengel. Yes, I am. Izuku answers without deliver any special emotion, unless the 20 pairs of sharp eyes against those 2 oddly vampires. Kaminari also becomes odd, more Western gamers freaks, before made a short circuit against himself with an accidental quirk release. Aizawa quickly recovers from the awkward situation, as Midoriya quickly notice. The practice exam will be a battle royal against every one of one classes. It takes about a minute of awkward silence, before Todoroki reacts, Aizawa-sensei. WTF the final exam is a battle royal. Giving an enraged glare, the teacher reacts by disable all students' quirks, even knowing that wouldn't affect Izuku's magic powers, but give an order, all right. Your final exam will be a battle royal of all 20 students. Be ready to hear all instructions, as I only spoke such stuff once. Understand? Izuku sighs. Finally, he overcome the guilt of the disastrous military internship. with a smile. Game rules. Aizawa, once recovered from the embarrassment delivered by the younger vampire, swiftly used his phony mad ego to impose against their own troublemaker students. I don't actually care if Midoriya-kun was right about this exam resembles the PUBG game or everything else, as the older vampire pretends that don't want to give credit to the younger one. Since this is not a game at all, let's explain the rules. For many Aizawa students, it was another moment to sigh, just before their teacher recover the usual cruel self. It only takes less than 10 seconds, but Aizawa explains briefly. The exam settings are plain simple. Both of my 20 students will be sent randomly scattered the battlefield, and the prime objective are simple. Defeat all students to win. It makes a slight pause to fix the sentence, however, it won't be plainly fair. Then some obstacles are placed, and a minimum cap to pass. Some students quickly complains about the battle royal style, like the tape quirk user, "Excuse me, sensei. This is not a fair kind of exam. Basically, we are fighting against other just to give a broken winner." Unsurprising, Aizawa used the cancellation quirk to disable the students once, before gave to them a disdainful answer, "If you wait before make stupid questions," and used their vampiric telekinesis to freeze the annoying student and bite him to drain a little blood as punishment, instead of pure driven battle royal game. The whole field had sentry weapons and bobby traps, which their destruction or deactivation will give some kind of points, additional to the number of points given when a student are knocked off the field. Also, some pro heroes will join the whole exam to help or fight against the students at will. "That's insane," mumbles some random student, just to the reddish Aizawa's eyes pierce the culprit. In order to defeat a student, it will be just of the sports festival or the hero battle simulations. You need to catch and immobilize him, injure him, or cause several damage are forbidden, and the violators will be declassified without complaints. And finally explain how the classifications are made. Basically, the score are the sum of the following parts. For each defeated students, an average are worth 100 points. All robotic sentinels will give you between 10 to 50 points. And fight against a pro hero disguised as villain can give you 0 or 1,000 points. Just to turn upside down, however, forget all the numbers. The real score are variable, taking account several factors. The only certain is the fact that the winner will be the one who will defeat the highest number of foes, and being the last one alive on the field. Since when a final semester exam is like samurai warriors, giggles Uraraka, who appears to be silent until now and makes fun with her favorite game. Aizawa signals to proceed the exam itself, avoiding to answer any further annoying question, while each student are placed inside a black van that drives around the field, in order to scatter them around the battlefield. Final semester exam, a kind of samurai warriors, fraught night and PUBG blended battle royal. Start. When the signal buzzes, every student, Midoriya was no exception, jumps straight out the vans, and begins quickly to make the initial work. When a player starts a battle royal on the middle of a battlefield, the first minute should be dedicated to scan the nearest environment to find tools, enemies, or everything useful. Unlike the old first-person shooters, where they're the first one who get the majority of weapons and ammo and plays the leadership, will one, instead in a world riddled with quirks, the ones who plays nicely with their superpowers would gain the advantage. Midoriya, as a vampire and mage, knew that his magic powers are the main strategy and assets on this game. Izuku remembers that on previously day, Aizawa and Sakura-sensei warns him to avoid the Dark Schneider's magic and pursue the Sakura's ones or the Witcher magic. The real idea was pursue the green-haired vampire to cast more inoffensive magic spells in order to be more discreet, and ensure that any counter-villainy law enforcement would end with the villain been arrested alive, and not cursed by demons from hell or vaporized at an atomic scale. This not means that you cannot use Dark Schneider's signature magic. However, during your career as a pro hero, you should at best restrict such destructive magic to handle supernatural threats. As Izuku sighs when his magic teacher on Yui classroom scolds him with a menacing aura, while pinches his right freckled cheek. Izuku tries to complain. Apart of some exceptions, fighting against quirked humans don't need to use spells capable to burn or explode them alive. And Izuku could sigh if his teacher don't bite him. What a vampire should endure when all teachers are also vampires. Honestly, ouch. Izuku flinches when his own teacher's fangs pierces on own neck. Cheaters are not allowed. Izuku snaps to reality when he focuses on the initial spot, a slightly damaged log cabin on the top of an hill and a small stream flowing downside. The green vampire delivered a kick against the wooden door that cracks and tears apart, much due to the extreme muscular strength. A part of some knick-knackery scattered on the floor, the small teenager sighs when picks a metal rod and line fishing, along some scrap tools. Survival games was not the Izuku's favorite, and he knew that any scrap found barely had any real purpose during the exam. A few moments later, Izuku reads some messages delivered by a special-purpose smartphone application that at least 2 students was out, making Izuku sighs. Probably it's Bakugo, Kekken, or Todoroki playing hard, while displays a mad face due to the silliness of such exam model. Izuku suddenly feels that his boots was sticker with some gluing substance, when he scream annoyed, "Damn it. That's purple balls. Don't mean that mine was nearby." He barely had time to react when the infamous pervert thrown several gluing balls from several points, while noticed that his target was jumping almost randomly, and taking care to not be seen from Izuku's point of view, which was shielded by small trees and bushes from the forest patch. After all, he's repeating the same pattern on the quirk assessment test. The green-haired vampire once more focused to detect the actual position of their foe, ere a slight movement of the bushes at a certain point, while notices the little grape-headed boy freeze when noticed that his trap catch someone that never wanted, Midoriya. Even my teachers don't wanted to use it. Izuku used his left hand to cast a magic spell derived from Dark Schneider's powers, and use a low-profile one to avoid trouble. Psycho, know your worth. That forms a sort of magic ash that tears down to form a decaying miasma. I granted your wills into a ember flash of ash and wound. That splits into a smaller one to destroy the annoying sticker ball that entraps him, and a bigger one to destroy the barrage of new sticker balls, suicidal tendencies. Mina could only avoid to scream once he put both hands on his mouth. That's not possible. Izuku squirms to the left, while Ray's half-lie his right hand, and casts the Ard Witcher sign at alternate mode, which requires to drain his own vitality and overcharges the elemental magic energy. And then the young vampire delivers a strong telekinesis blast that tears everything on their path by a full angle of 360 degrees. The Ard sweep hits badly Minda and throws several meters away, along the debris from bushes and branches. Minda barely had time to recover his senses, since Izuku placed the capture stripe and kicks the great boy out of competition. And the young vampire don't ever had time to think, since a disguised pro-hero appear almost from nowhere, not only to catch Minda and other captured students out of sight, but also to confront Izuku. From all of those, Izuku backflips. It's the pro-hero ectoplasm, as their adversary changes his posture to battle. So your name is Midoriya Izuku, right? The pro-hero bows to deliver some respect, while use his quirk to create several replicas of himself, and by the way, take this, and calls one of his sidekicks to remove the captured mind out of the exam site. Midoriya, I remember that you shouldn't use Dark Schneider's magic unless you run out of options. Izuku reads a written message from the smartphone delivered earlier, written by Eraserhead himself. Even with such warnings, Izuku quickly cast another Witcher sign, forming the Quen shield, which was the Quen sign on alternate mode. Ectoplasm was a little surprised to witness the slight tainted green and golden sphere that was protecting the younger vampire and mage from the attacks of the quirk clones crafted from the ectoplasm substance that once was released from the main body. Izuku's mind was on full concentration mood, and noticed that part of the damage delivered by each ectoplasm's clones regenerates a little vitality and stamina. If the rampage continues, the magic shield quickly begins to crack. When it happens, the shockwave released by the Quen implosion could knock out Izuku against the ground or any tree around the site. And the worst part is I need about a minute to recover my vitality magic until I can cast another spell. Since Izuku was confronting ectoplasm on a forest area, he decided to run along the bushes and trees to deceive his adversary until he was capable to counterattack. The vampire don't like such dumb strategy, as he noticed that punching against the ectoplasmatic clones will tear down, but appears to generate a few seconds later. That's not so easy. Ectoplasm manages to spoke some menacing words at a very long distance, a cheap imitation of real undead creatures and ghosts. Izuku tries to use his own alchemical knowledge to understand the real composition of the ectoplasm's clones. I'm very bad on real alchemy, or to deduce the elemental domains of my foes. Izuku knew that a full domain on alchemy was beyond of any reasonable scope, and ever a slight alchemical capabilities will require several decades, or centuries, to master. But reading skills and analytical capabilities was developing at high pace, and served perfectly to the current challenge. Once Izuku feels that he could cast more magic spells, he decides to take a risk and apply the Ard Sweep once more, in order to destroy about a dozen of ectoplasm's clones at a single sweeping blow. Using clones to increase the offensive force is a neat idea. The ectoplasm itself was a little surprised with the sheer physical force and the mysterious magic emanated by the vampire. And then Izuku cast the Axii sign on an alternate mode, the puppet Axii sign, straight against a sight more resistant clone. The kind of mind control or illusion magic appear to affect an ectoplasmatic clone in a way that resemble a little the Shinsu's quirk, as Izuku remembers quickly. Capturing an enemy and use them to fight against another appears to have a very limited usefulness, since the real ectoplasm would destroy the rogue clones before losing ground. Luckily, by Izuku's perspective, it was a test and decoy to cast the Aiden Advanced Trap and Quen Advanced Exploding Shield, or order to shield himself from the Eberrier explosion against ectoplasm. It was the culmination of some months of training, in order to the green-haired vampire learn to use both hands to cast two different kinds of Witcher signs. If him could master such techniques half a year earlier, Izuku could clean scores of villain robots during the entrance exam, using solely the Witcher signs. And one of my big embarrassment, Izuku almost lost his concentration, a hard requirement to a magic user when wanders around his thoughts on something else. Since when I shouldn't use more powerful magic for such assessment event, I mistake the Quen signs with the Ard signs, where he even imagined the face palms and the angry eyes from his own magic teacher shouting, "Izuku-kun, When you was younger, you don't ever dare to make such childish mistakes. Using the Eden Sine, some ectoplasm's clones slow down their agility and abilities. One of them tear apart, as this magic had anti-quirk effects by his own. By other hand, holding and exploding the magic shield Quinn could destroy some annoying clones, while the energy released by such explosion could be partially recycled as a stamina and vitality recharging. Ectoplasm react the partially destruction of his clones by Izuku's magic with a humming tone, while tries to not disclose some fear in respect of such strange student. It is very unusual a single person capable to use supernatural powers which was either offensive, defensive, and supportive. And there's you are, the real one, shout Izuku before cast the Igni sign at an alternate mode, releasing a continuous stream of fire from the stretched right hand and arm, which is called Igni Fire Stream. The pro hero barely dodged from the fire, while tried to reply, "Who you managed to find the real me." Izuku avoided to reply at the same instant, just before to force the Igni sign to a level 4 tier spell, and cast a more powerful elemental fire spell. With such predicament, Izuku just cast the Igni Pyromaniac that makes the forest around him, at about a 10-meter radius, catch fire. If you read the Kai flow emanated by a living thing, it's easy. Izuku finally answers, while the fire quickly escalated to burn both the bushes and trees, and also to burn the ectoplasm's clones. I never thought that I would need to use my secret move. Think ectoplasm, while he opened his mouth to activate the quirk, and expel more ectoplasmatic quirk in order to increase his own size. Then Izuku faces a giant version of the pro-hero, who tried to bite him or enclose him on his trap, forced internment giant bites. When Izuku faces the sudden move by ectoplasm, even knowing that was a last resource move by human quirked persons, his mind snaps when remembers the fierce battle against Zoran Blitz or the clash against Skull Knight. It was the combat instincts of a real vampire sorcerer that warns him to fight unrestrained when the events goes terrible dire. The Witcher magic still had the reputation of a weakened magic by Izuku's standards, and even with the training, it's still more a support to more powerful magic spells than a real asset. Times to use a more powerful magic. Izuku reacts before the giant mouth encircle him, Zamzin, Zaroni, and Imito, where the vampire cast a magic bubble barrier around him and expands against ectoplasm, old goddess of fortunate warriors. Lean your powers and protect me from the foes. Shielding against the gluing ectoplasm, holy explosion. Chrome Rose. The actual Chrome Rose spell is also a barrier mirror, where the foe's quirk or magic are shielded and reflected against the enemy. On present case, the magic mirror reflect the ectoplasm and fake flesh with the consistence of a contact glue against ectoplasm. In some cases, Izuku can increase the magic energetic output by a greater amount than the original quirk or magic released by the foe's technique. The shock wave delivered by the reflecting spell also explodes the prosthetic limbs and arms, making ectoplasm out of combat. Izuku snaps, without feeling a bit worried and regretful to abuse the dark chaos magic, instead the more inoffensive Witcher magic. Damn it, when I fight against Zoran Blitz, this spell was a last resource move to avoid to me being destroyed by her own magic. I thought that ectoplasm would handle it, while halves their hands to the support team who arrives some seconds later and tries to rescue the wounded hero. Meanwhile, a screeching voice, who appears to be from Aizawa, speaks aloud from the giving smartphone, Midoriya. I told you to not use Dark Schneider's magic, unless at certain circumstances, that you know. You still abuse a little. With this infringement, I will penalize 1,000 points to your score. What's a great result? Izuku sighs before jump to another area, as he only defeat a single student, and already makes a huge fuss on a pro-hero who was hired to make the student's exam a little harder. Izuku was worried with such scold, and the prejudice on the final grades. When request the actual exam status, he noticed that 5 students was already out of the game, both of them with weakest status. And since the southern village was already on their line of sight, Izuku quickly runs at that place, using only his vampirical physical strength. Meanwhile on the northern village, some of the strongest quirk students, Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shadow, and Yaoyorozu Momo decided to cooperate at the beginning, since both of them converge at a small town that resembled the rural United States towns of the Midwest. But the real motive to the 3 cooperate was more to clean the robots and electronic traps around the town, gathering the maximum number of points before thinking the next step. 46 mad robots destroyed. Pulverized, blasted, scream Bakugo like a madman. 51. If you dare. Todoroki replies, WTF, you thought that you are better than me. Yaoyorozu sighs madly, while tried to not lead her rage against such childish foolishness. Honestly, both of yours are real heroes, or a band of crooks who fights for the most ridiculous things. Both boys react badly, pretending to deliver fear against her by menacing hurt her with their quirks. WTF are you thinking you are? Argue Katsuki, with his hand blasting explosions and releasing black and naughty smoke. Since when I'm a stupid child. Shadow snaps badly. Fortunately, Momo don't flinch and use her own creation quirk to craft a hammer covered with rubber when her arms was wrapped on their back. Using a swift movement, Momo swings the hammer against Katsuki and Shadow, knocking out easily. Momo didn't expect to defeat 2 of the strongest boys so easy, and quickly reacts when Katsuki delivers against her in huge explosion. Todoroki releases several flames and ice shreds, making the entire situation a whole mess. I never thought that you are a coward to backstab me, Katsuki groans. And before everyone could reply, Todoroki punches Yaoyorozu's face, while Katsuki delivers a leg swing against her. She fights back, and delivers a strong blow against the two boys. It only takes some seconds to the whole situation ending with a full freestyling wrestling match, mixed with a cheap western movie where the quirks replaces the guns. When Momo slides into the saloon, the other thugs storm the place and begins to tear apart everything, pushing and throwing heavy tables, and destroy the liquor's balcony. Soon it was clear that those three students are fighting over their own inflated egos and forgetting their real roles. All Might takes position and jumps around the whole battlefield to reach the northern village, hoping that his presence along the fighting students will bring back their senses back. No more worries, I'm finally here. All Might appears straight on the entrance of the Rex saloon while displays his comical pose. All Might, shout the troublesome students, before both jump straight against him, die. Quickly Tashinori, who is the real All Might's name, fights back and obliterate the entire saloon with his signature smash punch, throwing the crazier students back. I hope that they recover their senses now. However, All Might's hopes would be drained out as the three injured students, still able to release from the rubble and fight back. My father is crazy. I'm crazy. I just want to prove that I'm the best student and future candidate to the #1 pro hero of Japan. Or even the entire world, shouts Todoroki angrily with the average grades on general lectures, especially history or mathematics, along the depression that was hitting him due to his father's wrongdoings. Don't be fooled by those idiots, shouts Katsuki, releasing explosions everywhere. I need to stop those clowns. Momo was also enraged. All Might sighs and requests backups. Well, thoughts, honestly. This kind of exam was a joke, and those good students are in panic, living a bad day. What's on Eraserhead's mind when suggests such joking idiocy? At that moment, only 10 students are fighting, and quickly reducing to the strongest ones. Meanwhile, Eraserhead delivers a false impression that any nuisances aren't worth of his attention. I need to teach those silly brats a terrible lesson. Chaos on Southern Town. When the green-haired vampire reached the vicinity of the southern city, he noticed that the city itself was almost untouched, without signs of violence. Even the roaming robots and traps are fairly intact, and quickly deduced that no student was arrived previously. The only certain that Izuku had, it was one of the remaining 9 students on this battle royal exam. At first sight, the robots are the same ones used on the entrance exam and the sports festival, and this close opportunity gives to Izuku test if the Witcher's signs are fairly adequate to clean the robots. Without thinking twice, Izuku cast the art sweep when he previously jumped and landed in the middle of a group of several robots, and it was enough to bend shattered and blast the remaining scrap several meters away. Excellent choice, Midoriya-chan. Izuku sighed when noticed that Sakura-sensei, his former private magic tutor and current hired magic teacher on Yui, sent an electronic message to the smartphone. Honestly, Sakura-sensei, the younger vampire sighs, I understand your obsession on Witcher magic on this exam, but I think it is too restrictive. Midoriya, you need to enhance your skills on benign magic, such as the Witcher magic, since you can handle this exam fairly well with such restriction, and learn that your future job is to catch villains alive. Aizawa reply angrily and bring them to justice, not to brutally murder them. However, it won't take more than 5 seconds to Izuku notice after some careful seeing that exists some changes on the robot's assembly. It had some armor reinforcements at some weak spots, but still not strong enough to resist strong flashy quirks or magic attacks. Once Izuku tried to cool down after this adrenaline rush, he was unaware that some 4-point robots appear stealthy from the remnants of the fictitious town. Unlike the other robots, the 4-points robots don't follow a standard making. One of them resembles a walking version of a techno-punk version of the ancient Roman ballista that throw flaming arrows or some kind of plasma bolts. Another robot was a flying drone with a 5-meter wingspan that resembled a futuristic descendant of the U.S. Army Predator. The 4-pointer flying drone had a slight resemblance of the old Korean Hwacha multiple arrow launcher, capable to fire hundreds of flaming arrows like a multiple rocket launcher would do. Izuku quickly associate the Hwacha and the fact that resemble the famous Second World War Katyusha rocket launcher in terms of functionality, also known as the Stalin's pipes, used by the Soviet Red Army. Unmanned flying drones. Izuku greets his teeth if they have 4-point robots. Why the UI direction board don't use them at the entrance exam at all. He yells even knowing that would be overkill to use robots that was out of range of several quirk candidates. Neither Aizawa or Sakura replied to the annoyed and enraged-faced student, or when decide to conjure some advanced Witcher signs. First of all, said Izuku, before use his right arm to cast the Witcher sign and sustain glyphs at full release, in order to overcharges the next magic spell's been cast, and it could regenerate his stamina and vitality at meantime. and then, die. Izuku mimics his old childhood friend demeanor. When cast with the left hand, the art sign shockwave at maximum level due to the previous Witcher's magic in use. All kinds of projectiles, missiles, or some kind of technological wizardry was blocked once the shockwave collided against it, ending like a thunderstorm-like explosion. Damn it, the drones was unaffected since they flight above the ground, about 20 meters high, mumbles Izuku before notices a flashing red person approaching fast against him, another freaking ninja. It wasn't the former Sound Speed Sonic ninja, but the pro hero Edgeshot, who was also dressed like a blend of a clown and a ninja by the Izuku's point of view. The swiftly foe almost panics when Izuku casts the Witcher Sine Igni-Melt armor straight against him, inflicting piercing damage on the ninja's delicate suit. A fraction of a second later, the green-haired vampire feel that was been impaled when Headshot's quirk activates and pierces strings of fabric against Izuku's body. Arg! Izuku suffers an excruciating pain, and screaming high with all fangs dropped, and spilling blood. Very well, Headshot. And 1 second later he overcharges the Quen Sign. It's my turn. Counter trap magic. And releasing an overcharged magic barrier, since he still holds the Eden sustained glyphs at the moment of activation of the Quen Sign on alternate mode, active shield. Ouch, this boy. Headshot step backwards when all morph spears scatters due to the magic combo of a magic barrier and his own range increase. Let's end this bad joke. Izuku screams when his bad behavior acts like a fuel to cast dangerous spells that otherwise it would fail at first try. First I release a ritual alchemy seal of my blood. When he carve along his right arm a sequence of magic circles and runes. Ancient souls lying on my bloodlines, I request your ritual pact. Enlightenment executors of tyrants, leave my ancient seal to summon your cursed oracle, Vitidiotum Sanguis Sigillum, Exio, and summon it, FLESHGOD Apocalypse. Why he always named their techniques, or magic, with names related to apocalypse, death, demons, and other horrific stuff. Headshot's face turns into a stupid one when he hears the new Izuku's ritual spell name and mumbles to himself. It was the first time ever, a part of some private training, that Izuku managed to tribute an active Witcher sign, which was Eden, and his blood to make alchemy. Using alchemy, he could craft a magic potion made with droplets of blood coated by magic, that once absorbed by Izuku again, increased the Eden and other signs beyond the standard qualities. The major drawback was a slight poisoning, that can cause hallucinations or abnormal reaction times. Young Midoriya, you shouldn't go too far. Headshot panics when Izuku's body, which is very white pale, becomes slightly purple. And secondly, with my blood alchemy I dispel the Eden sustained glyphs to summon the enhanced Eden supercharged glyphs with my blood magic, creating a powerful magic domain that was draining own Headshot's quirk stamina and own vitality at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, the four-pointer drones resume their own offensive, where the ballista approaches no less than 40 meters and launches another artillery barrage against Izuku. In the H-Watch, a target locks and tires a rain of flaming explosive arrows, while maintain a clearance of 30 meters high. Alright, then, Izuku decide to release the Quen magic barriers by an explosive blast, casting the Quen explosive shield, and since it was overcharged by the Flesh God Apocalypse's alchemy potion, it was capable to damage and destroy the annoying four-pointer drones. When Headshot tried to reset his quirk, on the meantime, he mumbles, "What a terrible monster, such vampire." Even he claimed that some magic are like quirks, much of them don't enable to create such bizarre stuff, including the fact that he overpassed Eraserhead's quirk to disable quirks, and became annoyed and slightly frightened that his quirk was malfunctioning and suffers some nausea, along some sudden frail, damn it. My quirk was been jammed by his unpronounceable magic, due to last Izuku's combo. After all, Izuku was confirmed that the Witcher Sign Eden's supercharged glyphs had the capabilities to disable or even nullify temporarily several quirks, and even drain the stamina of their foes. Adding an alchemical potion to the cast sign will increase the range and damage delivered. And since Izuku releases a sign, he could switch to another one within the free left hand, while maintains the right one turned to the ground to hold the Eden. Finally, he shouts, "In the end, I release my alchemical potion to cast the Igni sign Pyromaniac." Where due to the last Eden sign, not only Izuku's cast Firestorm magic had his damage increased 20 times above the average value of Igni spell, but also nullifies Headshot's quirk and decreases his reaction times to a 100th fraction. With the sudden magic barrier release, the impact was enough to knock out Headshot for good and throwing against a nearby house. "Congratulations, Midoriya, 2,000 points," said Aizawa by an electronic message, with some extras attached to the message, making Izuku very annoyed within such content, where even fail to avoid an annoying glare. Why during such important assessment, he gives to me such information? Izuku glares against the older vampire. If you really wanted to teach me that the 7 signs, at least the alternate signs, are related to elemental magic, you should teach me such thing during the theoretical classes, not on a middle on an exam. No, during a joking PUBG clone, Midoriya, it was a mistake of mine, making Izuku annoyed, and close the intercom application for good. Izuku still give a quick outlook of the attachments, and he quickly remembers some events that occurs about 2 years earlier, when he awakened his magic powers, and begins to master with the help of his magic teacher, the table of Witcher signs. The younger vampire remembers vividly when during the junior high school, he was under the private tutoring of Sakura. He learned that the Witcher signs related to Geralt of Rivia, one of his major ancestors, are no different than Sakura's elemental magic, and such knowledge was given by the first months of training. With such foundation, Izuku could learn more elemental magic, or the magic related to the ancient alchemy elements. The elemental arrows was a nice example of such kind. If you correctly acquainted, Midoriya-chan, the first 5 signs, or sigils, are related to the 5 natural elements, where Izuku brings his beloved pen and take notes. Art is the sigil of force, and under domain of air, even such magic are more resembling to psychokinesis, or telekinesis, some ancient mages classified as a kind of air magic. The Geralt's Magic Academy that was cited on your grimoire said that such sigil was related to a magic projection of force, and barely related to the wind at all. Interesting, mumble Izuku. My mom had a kind of vampire magic related to such telekinesis, but she never used beyond to attract small objects. Axii is the sigil of persuasion, and under domain of water, this kind of magic are more related to manipulate the foe's minds than water itself. Such conviction was related to the ancient alchemy knowledge, where it was believed that the human body are affected by the manipulation of own water, either by demons, spirits, or even the effect of the moon tides. That's very weird, sighs Izuku. Igni is the sigil of combustion, and under domain of fire, unlike the other sigils, this kind of alchemy resembles the actual fire. Is mainly an offensive sigil, where the caster releases flames from his hands or other parts of his body in order to attack the foes. My father had a human fire-breathing quirk, and my Kakin releases flames from his hands. Well, is more a nitroglycerin explosion. But he will be jealous when he notices that I can make better explosions. Izuku smiles, and scrub his freckled cheeks during his thought. Quen is the sigil of protection, and under domain of earth, like the other sigils, on ancient times, the earth alchemy was related to the crafting of magic barriers. Since your defenses are building from the raw materials from the ground, the earth domain, such linkage with magic defenses and earth alchemy are more evident. Even today, with all quirks, there's a strong bias against pro-heroes with shielding quirks. As you will notice, that's a huge mistake. The capability to a mage to cast magic barriers and magic traps are once upon a time a high requirement, since pure offensive magic are a short ticket to die miserably. In reality, when many quirked pro-heroes once realize that their superpowers don't make the job, they rely on pure raw physical build to defend. Heroes with quirks capable to craft shields are not so frequent. One remembers the pro-hero Crimson Riot, who had the demoting remark that was more akin to be a support hero due to the hardening type quirk. Hidden is the sigil of containment, and under domain of Ether, and it is harder to explain the concept of Ether than explain how this sign works. It creates magic traps capable to lock or slow down enemies. It could ever disable or preventing to use their quirks. The Ether are related to an obsolete concept of eternity and perfection. In reality, it would be funny if you could ever cast such sign, let alone real Ether magic at all. Geez, the younger 13 years old Izuku sighs with his eyes wide open. Many of my quirk colleges are eager to use the quirks, especially as they dreaming to be pro-heroes. I notice that each of their quirks resemble a single sign. If I learned 5 elements, it would be overkill. Remember that signs are not quirks, and exist even 2 more signs. Sakura replies, another 2, along that 5. Heliotrope is the sigil of perfection, and under domain of dark, such sign required to master all 5 signs to ever cast such magic. It creates a superior shield and a superior sword, in magic sense, of course, capable to defeat troublesome enemies. Somni is the sigil of cure, and under domain of light, probably the hardest to dominate, since this sign are under the domain of light magic, associated with cure, healing, along the actual knockout enemies to sleep. That's a lot to learn. Izuku sighs and falls against the books, including the Sakura's grimoires. Izuku snaps to reality once he dispels any active magic. Just to wonder, the rescue teams bring the defeated students, as he noticed that 2 hidden students was also knocked out when the defeated edge shot slams against the building. Currently, only last 5 students on field. Big fight between All Might and Todoroki, Bakugo and Ieyasu. The vampire raises an eyebrow when read the notification. Izuku quickly takes a breath and runs at full speed, in order to reach the northern town, when apparently the remaining strongest students was gathering there. Using alchemy gives to me a strong drawback. But he need to stop and drink some antidotes in order to remove the poison on his body created by the alchemical potions. It will take several hours to the damn poison fade away, but I don't have such time. Meanwhile on northern town, you need to think harder if you want to defeat me. All Might raises and stands up with his signature smile. It's the 10th time that both of you tried to knock out. You can't see what's wrong on your strategy. Katsuki and Todoroki pants hard, with their hair soaked with own blood and several bruises, but without blink their fixated eyes against a formidable opponent. Bastard. Katsuki grits his teeth, while checks if own quirk still works. You may be my greatest idol, but I've sworn to myself that I will defeat and turn the #1 hero. Yaezuru, who was more rational and take her time to scan the foes for any vulnerabilities, and use her quirk to create traps, sighs, if you not take the broccoli vampire on that list, you may stupidity right. However, if Midoriya fight at full Sine, not even All Might will survive the first strike once he cast his supernatural magic. And she swallow hard when remember such triviality. Both students don't wait to make another futile attack, where repeat the same pattern over and over again. Bakugo always loved to create big explosions, not only to propel forward, but also to stun opponents. It would work very well against the average criminals, but against a very stronger foe, such as All Might, it won't work very. Can you please be a little more intelligent? All Might delivers a strong gust against Katsuki's explosions, ending himself being pushed away against the nearest building still stranded, Detroit Smash. When Todoroki witnessed his terrible rival been thrown away another time, he decided to launch his waves after waves of flames in order to confuse All Might, before release shreds of ice. I'm disappointed, son of Endeavor, as the muscled pro hero storms straight against a dumbfounded Todoroki and delivers a strong punch against him, New Hampshire Smash. In the meantime, Yaezuru was planning the best action to make, and apparently the almost childish fight between All Might and two strong boys would end it into a Pyrrhic draw, where Katsuki and Todoroki will ended too exhausted to fight against her. The whole exam was reached the final act. Aizawa sent a new electronic message to all students. Midoriya will arrive soon to join the party. WTF, Katsuki or Todoroki swears. Kaminari Denki was been defeated. By Geralt of Rivia. Honestly, it was Sakura-sensei who takes priority on cue to send another message. A few instants earlier, on the middle of an old forest, Izuku was still hurt by the poison delivered by the after effects of Flesh God Apocalypse magic potion. The purple color on his skin was fading away, but still suffer malaise and strange hallucinations. Once Izuku stops a little to understand the pattern, he noticed that apparently the hallucinations was almost by accident a trigger to enhance the dispel-bound passive magic. During several months, Izuku learned to use better the Kai flow of living things to find out where the foes hide. During the whole semester on Yui he could learn that he can enhance such abilities. It was a strange poison after effects, but Izuku's was previously read on recent books that wasn't uncommon to young mage awakens more skills by some accidents. After all, the combinations of Witcher signs and alchemy was giving to him another powerful addition to the dispel-bound skill tree to Izuku, which was the still unknown Witcher senses. Damn kind of alchemy. Not only I fell some weird mutations, but apparently I now can see strange bright marks. Izuku watches carefully. The reddish and greenish marks along the trail, until notice a moving target along the clear paths between the trees. Izuku types on the smartphone to ask his magic teacher about the strange side effects, but he knew that before Sakura-sensei could reply, he would face another challenge. In fact, the action would unfold in a matter of few seconds. The mysterious thing was Kaminari hiding behind the bushes and grasses, who acts careless before indiscriminate discharge, and unleashes his electrifying quirk, 1-300-000 volts. Izuku noticed that Kaminari when activates their quirk, his body gains a red aureole, and it matches the Kai flow. And Izuku watches such strange effects while the Kaminari's lightning quirk release hits the vampire body. It's too late to cast magic barriers. Izuku mind panics when suffer the electric shock, and decide to use the fastest way to counter. Suddenly, when Izuku reacts to cast the Witcher Ard sign, and due to the effect of the Flesh God Apocalypse potion, it releases a mutant sign. Like expected from the Ard sign, Izuku releases a strong telekinesis gust, but Kaminari was instantly frozen and knocked out. Denki. Izuku snaps when noticed that the electrifying quirk user barely reacts or breathes, and suffers a severe paralysis. On the other line, Sakura Ikajoshi, who is normally calm, overacts in panic when notices the abnormal magic been cast against the human student. Midoriya-chan. It's your first time you cast the Ard-piercing cold mutant spell. His teacher yells when discovers that Izuku was capable to use mutant signs, and you just awake your Witcher senses, and calls a distress call. Bring Kaminari to the infirmary, quickly. Izuku still panics when he observed more carefully the wounded friend, and noticed that his college suffer a severe frostbite, and quickly cast his healing magic spells to ease a little, before the medic staff rescue Kaminari and remove from the exam field. Mutant signs. Aizawa reacts when notices the slight panic of Sakura when they work together on central control room, and asks, what's going on? What the hell is a mutant sign forehand? Yelling to demand answers. I never expected to reach that stuff too early, but the tutor mage vampire was also a little frightened. The Witcher sign magic are based on alchemy of elements of nature, as you ever read earlier this morning, and share accidentally with Midoriya. This trivial crap are already acknowledged. Aizawa hisses, I request to explain why is a WTF mutant sign. When Midoriya began to master alchemy, using his blood as a medium, he recreates some ancient potion recipes that the old sorcerers once used every day. Either way, why you are teaching my students such WTF dangerous stuff that barely had real usefulness on a pro hero duty. Eraserhead appears to calm a little, but without retracting his fangs. Not even All Might need to use alchemy to defeat the most terrible villains. Sakura never answers straightforward. Remember that Midoriya's internship will be representative on his future career. And finally, answers the first question. And when your student handle enough alchemy to craft a potion, he can unlock the mutated versions of Sines, using the ancient alchemy knowledge, since the ice was linked to air and thus are associated with the Ard sign. He cast ice using telekinesis. Extreme cooling caused by an explosive air expansion is expected from the basic thermodynamics. But I never witnessed a telekinesis quirk capable to produce frost. Even it was not a quirk at all. After that, Aizawa never pushed the conversation forward, and both switched their attention to the final confrontation with the last 4 students on the game. Fated reunion. Some minutes later, Izuku reaches the chaotic remains of the fictitious northern town. Now it is a derelict caused by fights between pro heroes and students. The real fighting was on place that should be the town center, and now a ground zero of chaos. The broccoli vampire stands quietly when using his newborn Witcher senses, notices a sudden strike of several 2-points robots that notice and target locks him. Half-second later, both freezes and collapses due to the ard-piercing cold while Izuku barely move an inch. A second later, the remaining of all robots are thrown away by the Witcher sign ard sweep. The whole scene was witnessed by all remaining student, All Might specially. Midoriya Shounen. Thanks All Might, you appear to be a little stronger. Izuku nods. I barely master my new acquainted Witcher magic spells, ard sweep and ard-piercing cold, where the last one was enhanced by an alchemy-crafted potion, Flesh God Apocalypse. All Might tried to not display any weakness, while ignore the bewildered eyes of their colleges, but both thought the same. Why he don't name better his own techniques? I never thought that had too soon a real opportunity to fight against one of most strongest humans. Izuku resumes his dialogue, while displays his respect, even it was a joking exam. Honestly, I agree, Midoriya Shounen. All Might brings his signature smile, and raise his right thumbs up. That's the worst idea that Eraserhead could ever manage to create. Izuku pace bombs. Even he agrees. The worst part on this game is when I use Dark Schneider's magic I was penalized due to the dangerousness and size, or better, when I defeat ectoplasm or edge shot at ease. But the so-called Witcher signs are really inoffensive. Using alchemy, such signs are more powerful and lethal. And at that moment notice that the student's suddenly gone. Todoroki and Katsuki decide, on a rare moment of cooperation, to divert from the scene and ambush the vampire off guard. Yaoyorozu also decide to hide from Izuku's point of view, using the building derelicts as temporary shelters and traps. Izuku expects that Todoroki or Katsuki will try to avenge their defeats on the Yui Sports Festival, and also that they would think carefully before planning an attack. Instead, Izuku noticed that Katsuki jumped using his quirk to propel against the vampire, while feels that Todoroki was nearby, waiting the best chance to attack. Fools. Izuku grins and casts the Witcher sign hidden supercharged glyphs against Katsuki, disable their quirk and drain partially his stamina. Then deliver an uppercut punch that thrown away some meters. Todoroki then release streams of ice, just to be deflected away by the Witcher sign Quen exploding shield. Honestly, are you planning to defeat me, or to get hurt by the crossfire? Izuku glares. After all, knowing All Might, they thought that sheer raw force will defeat a stronger man. And warns, if you want to defeat, did you learn your past mistakes? Todoroki and Katsuki gives a grin smile, and a defiance pose. Don't act to be superior, Deku. I'm just warming up. Whatever. Izuku sighs and prepares to the real battle. All Might stare and watches, knowing that the winner of this group of 4 will want to fight against him, Aizawa. Is that you really wanted to test the strongest vampire against the strongest human? Within the formed standoff, the final act finally begins. To be continued.